I thought you would get away from it, man. I figured you would be with Abusa. Neri mabo milio wapa udawa hubia Wamba soru shiri nega neri ukadiwa Benga wa simonde wa husinga kone badiwa Bara mamu history shishe neshenga huwa Nelima we uhalima ngabul sholoma Nelima senangu wao Naruno na umbereho Nolereho Nelima we Nelima wambagire siri Nelima Nelima ushakumoyo Nelima Nelima wambagire siri Nelima 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 wambagire siri Nelima Nelima ushakumoyo Nelima Nelima wambagire siri Nelima 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 Vikalise byembone Mombesa na uhalira kumoyo kuna huwa moyo na uhalira kenyanga nayo na huwa nyanga Nechirima wange nerima wekire shisirani roho yangu ndani na nyuma mpima umizani Neulishindushe na kula Shawi kombele wesuta Shina uzi fabisa I thought mutegera we kunedima Hafiga nibu miliobi kuirabusa Nerima bu miliobi wapa uda wahubia Wamba soru shiri nega neri ukadiwa Benga wasimbone wangu singa kone badiwa Barama mu history Nerio Nerima wisone sata kakonote Nerio Lenga nelima nutia wakolabyo bikuponesa Balebe bange baloma Nadala basale bange baloma Baribyo wikolabyo bibaswaza Nelima wambagire siri Nelima Nelima washakumoyo Nelima Nelima wambagire siri Nelima 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 wambagire siri Nelima Nelima washakumoyo Nelima wambagire siri Nelima Nelima Mubasale mbonanga bisati Kweri umbonega yowo ugana sikari Ifana niba bana bendini nabo bano baniba Nelima shina shishe neshenga huwa Nelima we uhalima ngabul sholoma Nelima senangu wao Naruno na umbereho Nolereho Nelima we Nelima wambagire siri Nelima Nelima ushakumoyo Nelima Nelima wambagire siri Nelima 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 wambagire siri Nelima Vikalise biembone Mombesa Vikalise biembone Mombesa Na uhalira kumoyo kuna huwa moyo Na uhalira kenyanga na yuna huwa nyanga Nechirima wange nerima Wekire shisirani Roho yangu ndani na nyuma Mpima umizani Neulishindushe na kula Shawi kombele wesuta I thought you would get away con man. I figured you would be with Abusa. Nerima Bomilio Wapa Uda Wahubia, Wamba Soro Shiri Nega Neri Ukadiwa, Bengala Simone Mahusinga Konevadiva, Baramamu history. Nerima Wisonesa Takahonote, Nerio Mama. Nenga nerima Nutawa Holabio Biuponesa Barebe Bange Baroma Nadala Wasade Bange Baroma Paribia Wiholabio Vivaswaza Nerima Wambagire Siri Nerima Washakumoyo Nerima Wambagire Siri Nerima Wambagire Siri Nerima Washakumoyo Nerima wambagire siri Nerima Mubasale Bonanga bisati Kweri umbonega yowo Ugana sikari Ifana niba bana bendini nabo bano baniba Nerima shina shishe neshenga huwa Nerima we uhalima Ngaburishoroma Nerima senangu wago Narono na umberego Nolerego Nerima wambagire siri Nerima washakumoyo Nerima wambagire siri Nerima wambagire siri Nerima washakumoyo Nerima wambagire siri Nerima Vikalise biembone Mombesa Vikalise biembone Mombesa Na uhalira kumoyo kuna huwa moyo Na uhalira kenyanga na yuna huwa nyanga Nechirima wange nerima Wekire shisirani Roho yangu ndani na nyuma Mpima umizani Neulishindushe na kula Shawi kombele wesuta bashina unzifabisa I thought nutegera we kunedima afigani bumilio bikwirabusa nerima bumilio bwapauda bwahubia wambasoro shilinenga neri ukadiwa benga basindone bakusinga kone badiba barama mu history nerio nerima wisone sata kabonote nerio mama nerima nyori diri mashikwanga lenga nerima lutia wakola byo bikubonesa balebe bange baloma nadala basale bange baloma baribyo bikola byo bibaswaza nerima wabagire siri nerima osha kumoyo nerima wabagire siri nerima wabagire siri nerima osha kumoyo nerima wabagire siri nerima mubasale bonanga bisati kweli umbonega yowo ugana sikari ifana niba bana bendi nabo bano baniba neli mashina shishene sengahuwa neli mawe uhalima ngabulishoroma neli masenanguwa naruno naombereho nolereho nerima wabagire siri nerima osha kumoyo nerima wabagire siri nerima wabagire siri nerima osha kumoyo nerima wabagire siri nerima Vikalise biembone Mombesa Vikalise biembone Mombesa na uhalira kumoyo kuna huwa moyo na uhalira kenyanga na yuna huwa nyanga nenchirima wange nerima wekire shisirani roho yangu ndani na nyuma mpima umizani neulishindushe na kula shawikombere wesuta bashina unzifabisa I thought nutegera we kunedima afigani bumilio bikwirabusa nerima bumilio bwapauda bwahubia wambasoro shilinenga neri ukadiwa benga basindone bakusinga kone badiba barama mu history nerio nerima wisone sata kabonote nerio mama lenga nerima lutia wakola byo bikubonesa balebe bange baloma nadala basale bange baloma baribyo bikola byo bibaswaza nerima wabagire siri nerima osha kumoyo nerima wabagire siri nerima wabagire siri nerima osha kumoyo nerima shinashishene sengahuwa nelima we uhalima ngabulishoroma nelima senanguwaho narono naombereho nolereho nelima we nelima wambagire siri nelima.
Imagine umuntu wanyuranga watowa ushusalisina warusahulina nalisiba mubatiza ndi warusahulina nalisiba mubatiza ndi wale famile yewe wiyongera mu famile yewe wiyongera ulainde wawe witawamenya inde wanyu witawongera mumukuliza kisomo wose wamukuliza kisomo wose wakangula Masaya wangura mushiku kashe Masaya wachele mabuwe wachele usanire Mleha unyomera umoni Mwesa molukosi Bamaile ufere lukosi lusanire Uwira mubi hako vikari Komesa usimiwa Chele maopa kuhona nafa Uyare ya kanise Chema uwe lukosi lusanire yako vikari komesa usimiwa ulusi waloba usanyusa mwene barakana sanyusewe ulusi waloba ulya kulo mwene barakana lisewe wale wamukule nanga kwaramiye barakana sevinge bino byosi yahola byosi nebaseta basimada byosi bino byosi wawona noti abaseta bandi bakwaho bahupa wolesenyanga barali nunulire munzu kobala yewenywe olusi wawudulira bibindu wawutumira barawuswaze mu bandu kale bona mwikasinga lwekamasika kasihulira bachelema uwewe lukosi lusanire Kolumnenya wa husamba imagine wote amaye mwedwalira lwala balero mwana yesisala wa isamba kumtamba kwa huamba amaye balala winyola bambi bafa. Respect our mothers wachelema uwe lukosi lusanire leha unyomera umoni muwese molukosi lukosi lusanire ubira mubi hako vikari komesa Imagine umuntu wese wanyuranga watowa ushusalisina warusahulizina lyesiba mubatiza ndi warahuliryowo walehe famile yewe wiyongera mu famile yowo warula inge wawe witawamenya inge wenye wongere wamufunisa kisombo usire wawulira ubongo mubulumi wakanguluha basaya wongera ushiku kashemwe bachelema uwewe lukosi lusanire leha unyomera umoni muwese molukosi bamaile Bamaira mufere lukosi, lukosi lusanire. Ubira mubi ako bikari, komesa usimiwa. Ulusi waloba usanyusa mwene, barakana sanyusewe. Ulusi waloba ulya kulo mwene, barakana lisewe. Wale wangukule nanga kwa ramiye, barakana sevinge. Bino byosi yahola byosi, nebaseta bandisi basimata. Byosi bino byosi wahola noti yabaseta bandi bakwahoba hoba. Wale senyanga barari nunulire munzu, kobala yewenye. Ulusi wahudulira bibindu wahutumira, bara usaze mubandu. Kale wana mwikasi ngalweka masika kasihulira. Bachelema uwewe lukosi, lukosi lusanire. Leha unyomera umoni, muwesemo lukosi. Bamaira mufere lukosi, lukosi lusanire. Ubira mubi ako bikari, komesa usimiwa. Abana behusara, olusi woneko lumunenya wahusamba. Imagine wote amaye mwedwalira lwala, balera umwana yesisara wayisamba. Kumtamba kwa huwamba, amaye balala winyola bambi bafa. Respect our mothers. Bachelema uwewe lukosi, lukosi lusanire. Leha unyomera umoni, muwesemo lukosi. Bamaira mufere lukosi, lukosi lusanire. Ubira mubi ako bikari, komesa usimiwa. Komesa usimiwa.
Vikalise byembone Mombesa, vikalise byembone Mombesa. Na uhalira kumoyo kunahuwa moyo, na uhalira kenyanga nayo nahuwa nyanga. Nenchirima wange nerima wekire shisirani, yeah. Roho yangu ndani na nyuma mpima umizani, yeah. Neulishindushe na kula, shawiko mbele wesuta. Shina uzi fabisa, I thought mutegera we kunebima. Rafiga ni bumilio bikwirabusa. Nerima bumilio wapa uda wahubia. Wamba soru shiri nega neri ukadiwa. Benga wasimbone mahusinga kone badiwa. Barama mu history. Nerima wisone sata kagonote. Nenga nerima nutewa kolabyo bikuponesa. Barebe bange baloma, nadala basale bange baloma. Baribyo bikolabyo bibaswaza. Nerima wabagire sirina, nerima washakumoyo, nerima mashina shishe neshenga huwa Nelima we uhalima Ngabulishoroma Nelima senangu waho Naruno na ombereho Nolereho Nelima we Nelima wambagire siri Nelima Nelima oshankumoyo Nelima Nelima wambagire siri Nelima 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 wambagire siri Nelima Nelima oshankumoyo Nelima Nelima wambagire siri Nelima 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 Vikalise biembone Mombesa Vikalise biembone Mombesa Na uhalira kumoyo Kuna huwa moyo Na uhalira kenyanga Na yuna huwa Nyanga Nechirima wange nerima Wekire shisirani Roho yangu ndani na nyuma Mpima umizani Neulishindushe na kula Shawi kombele wesuta Shina uzi fabisa I thought you to get away from me man Afrika ni kumilio bikwira busa Neri mabo milio wapa uda wahubia Wamba soru shiri nega neri ukadiwa Benga wasimbone wangu singa kone badiwa Bara mamu history Neri yo Neri mamu isone sata kakonote Neri yo Mama Lenga nelima Nute wako labio bikuponesa Barebe Kala wasade vange varoba Baribia wiko labio bivaswaza Nelima wambagire siri Nelima oshakumoyo Nelima wambagire siri Nelima wambagire siri Nelima oshakumoyo Nelima wambagire siri Nelima Mubasale Bonanga bisati Kweri umboneka yowo Ukana sikari Ifana niba bana bendini nabo bano baniba Nelima shina shishe neshenga huwa Nelima we uhalima Ngabulishoroma Nelima senangu waho Naruno na ombereho Nolereho Nelima we Nelima wambagire siri Nelima oshankumoyo Nelima wambagire siri Nelima wambagire siri Nelima
Good, Jenna? Yeah. You're the DJ there. And Doreen, we're getting you set up for this. This cable doesn't need to even go over there. This one. thought we were gonna need it to go further, but okay. Let's see here. Um, who's the MC for the morning? Who's the MC for the morning? Because I don't know. I'm the DJ. And I don't have the anthems. I have the Bama Saba anthem. Do you have them? Oh. I can download. Doreen, I'm waiting for you. Do you see me? Who am I speaking with? Yes, please. Um, I also haven't got mine, but you can ask. Can you come to the conference room, please? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Doreen, is it close enough to see a face? You can also get it closer. Oh yeah. And we don't need the Una, because it's not Una. But anything in the back is good. But no, you don't have. But you don't also have to focus on it. Yeah. 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 We can start here. He's gonna. He's talking to his mom, but it's working. This part. So you wanna ask questions? Like, what brings you here? Let's give them like seconds, and they're about to start. Before they start, these MPs get excited to get on the mic. Jonah now is being taken by the mom. He has to start the stream. Oh, I'm gonna call him.
just think about one God. Make me wanna go back to the time when we had harmony. I need a friend to make it through. God no musalete could have been you. Mama ulimbe uriote ateni moya emuri Rwanda. How are you, my neighbor? Musale wange muri
The journey to be think. There's no application.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Usimawele lweshishalo masaba, chilimo umukuka wefe uwe shirifa, chilimo imwanyi nilukingi masaba, chilimo bibindu biyangisa babandu. Usimewele uwe shirifa, abongeleti habihunine nine, feba masaba ube atwela, nekwombe heshishalo shefe masaba. Usime mwambu ubuyani wanale, babarera bikukabye bamasaba, bikukabya sala inzu ya masaba. Usimarweli swani mulamu bwefe, usimewele uwe shirifa, ahongeleti habihunine nine, feba masaba ube atwela, nekwombe heshishalo shefe masaba. Ulomba wele alinde umukuka, amuweka makesindi bulamu buleyi, ahuyete umone imbalu yefe, witubase kwinyuhe bamasaba. Usimewele uwe shirifa, ahongeleti habihunine nine, feba masaba ube atwela, Ombe shisha lo shefe masaba.
Rhodes music.
I say wake up and not today, you make tomorrow. Today is a lucky day, no left to borrow. Be young, great is your future was.
San Francisco. Bali umwanya nabi, Danny, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. That word, that one I know very well. Wanyala Nambi, that one I know 100%. I wouldn't go hungry or fail to say thank you while in Mbale. Mbale holds very good memories. We were having conversations with the members of parliament yesterday. I said I still dream of seeing Mbale like I first saw Mbale in the early 80s when she was a beautiful, clean city. And just looking at the mountains from the Elgon Hotel view was always amazing. That area is always in the deepest part of my heart. The story of Mbale is one that can be told in very many ways. Yesterday we had great conversations from Kintu to, and I hope there's no one from Karamoja here, because oh, we have, yes, and it's good she's here. It's good she's here. It's good she's here. We shared a brief yesterday. I have been to Karamoja a lot, to the depths of Karamoja. I have walked with soldiers miles inside there doing documentaries. And we shared a good conversation with the MPs yesterday, with the members of parliament yesterday. We said the brief will be, since Ethiopia decided to take the world record for the most trees grown in one day, we said our brief would be, we're going to turn Karamoja into the greenest place in the world using Mbale. And I said, this is how we are going to do it. Mbale has 90% organic waste. So we're going to get all that organic waste and send it and process it to Karamoja, turn Karamoja green, and get Mbale as the cleanest city back in Africa. And that's going to take you and I in this room. So that's the brief that we're leaving this country with. We're going to turn Karamoja green using Mbale. Well, without wasting much time, I would like to invite the president of NAMCA, my auntie, my mama, my good friend, President Dr. Betty Wakao. Thank you very much.
Mwenayo ngesiri kuchatai. I want happy birthday to NAMCA. Happy birthday, happy 20th birthday to NAMCA. Thank you. I want to welcome you all to the 20th anniversary of North America Masaba Cultural Association. It was born in New York in 2001, but I'm not here to tell that story. And to get back to hear our chief guest, the President's delegate, Honorable Mary Goretti Kitutu, Ambassador Sandra Laquel Kinyera, and our honorable guests from the members of parliament in Uganda, and I should have said Lady Justice Catherine Bamgemerere, and our distinguished guests, our sponsors. Again, I know Kodio here, Andrew Nangalama Holdings, and American River Agent Care, and of course Sawado. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, if I've missed a protocol, forgive me. I want to welcome you all, and a very good morning to you. I would like to apologize for the late start, and I believe we'll be able to move ahead and make up for the time lost. So it is indeed with great pleasure to welcome you to NAMCA in this city, like he called it, a beautiful city of South Lake. And it is upon the board, the president and the board of NAMCA, to call for an annual general meeting every year. And this is one of them, where we gather with a primary purpose of networking. That was the original plan, which has developed into not only networking, but also seeking partnerships and trying to raise not only the members within the US, but also to raise the standards of our sisters and brothers back home. That's the primary purpose, and we'll be talking more about this. So, and also this year is because we mark that 20th, 21st anniversary, and we really need to celebrate because, to be honest with you, many organizations die in their very early stages. We may be here 20 years, you know, there are those kinks that we have to iron out, and, you know, we are still here, and that's a reason for us to celebrate. So, what is the purpose of this meeting? Like I said, to foster great togetherness, but for this convention, our goals, of course, is to bring that networking to the Mama Servant friends globally, to celebrate the 21 years, to discuss what do we do with NAMCA after 20 years. Where do we go from here? And that's the purpose of our theme, consolidating gains and the way forward. So what do we see NAMCA as after this 21 years? And we have a project, the Education Resource Center, which has stagnated for a long time. So what do we do about that, that resource center, the flagship project? We want to look at it because we have a plot, in a very prime plot in Mbale City that, you know, is still standing there. It's grown in value. But do we want to leave it standing there for the next 20 years? No, we don't want to. And we also would like to implement chapters. We had a constitutional review that allows members at a minimum of 7 to start a chapter anywhere in the world. And I think that way we network in the local community, and then we network globally, and maybe we can make that big difference we are looking for. And of course, to fundraise for the small projects that we always handle, our women who need financing, our students who need books and computers, and many others that we see many of you do individually. And this year is also an election year, so the purpose of this meeting is also to hold an election to usher in new office bearers. So with that, I know there is more to talk about, and we'll be talking about it, but I just wanted to set that ball rolling so that we set some expectations on what to expect in this convention. We have many of you coming from very many places, and we really welcome you. For those who have traveled far and close. And I especially want to thank the support of the local community in Dallas for all that they've done to get us here. We feel at home in Dallas. We don't all live in Dallas, but we feel at home in Dallas, and they've supported us so much. And I do recognize Mr. Pastor Vazanye, thank you so much. And I know there are more pastors in this room, but I will now give it back to you. But I want to also say, was that one thing, I want to wish you all a very happy Memorial Day weekend, okay? And again, thank you so much.
DJ? Thank you very much. You're getting my feet, busy before it's evening time. Thank you once again, guests, protocol. We thank you so much for, first of all, honoring time. And to those that we had a great time with yesterday, the whole parliament team, thank you so much. I got a call from Carlos, and he was very, very excited. You made it to Pax Coffee yesterday, so I'm really glad you honored that invitation. I hope it was worth your time. I would have invited the next guest, but I don't think I am in the right position to. Chairman mentioned something yesterday, and he said, where we come from, there are protocols, and I do not have the honor to invite the next speaker. So I'll let it be president to president for this to happen, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm delighted to take this opportunity. Our guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Mary Goretti Kitutu, and the delegate to the president. And she is the Cabinet Minister for Karamoja Affairs. She concurrently serves as the elected woman member of Parliament, Manafa District in the 10th Parliament. Previously, she served as the State Minister for Environment and as the Minister for Energy and Mineral Development. She earned her PhD in Science and Geology and a Master's in Environmental Systems and Monitoring. She's also obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Geology and Chemistry and a postgraduate diploma in education. And I want to add that Honorable Kitutu went to school with me. She was just a class behind me. And so the other day when I just walked into a place where she was staying, I was surprised. I mean, we've been talking, and we didn't know we had met before. And I walked in the room and I'm like, I know your face. And she said, but I know you also. And I know your maiden name. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is such a pleasure. And, we just hit it off from there. Honorable Chief Guest, you're welcome.
Honorable colleagues, members of parliament from the 11th Parliament of Uganda, Lady Justice Catherine Bamugemereire, all visitors in your various capacities, and all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I read the statement which His Excellency delegated me to pass over to you, allow me thank the President, my sister Betty. When we were in school, we used to know her by the maiden Betty Namarome, but when we grow up, names change. I used to be called Kimono. Now, when I turned into Kitutu, she was wondering, who is this Kitutu? And when she used to call herself Betty Wakou, later on when she said Betty, but I remember, I think we were together in Trogas, and when I saw her, I said, yeah, I was just a class behind her, following very steadily. Thank you for bringing us here, and also, I think on behalf of the team which I led, we appreciate His Excellency, the President, who supported the team. And I think this is the first time the political side is coming in strongly to join this meeting. So I will read the president's statement verbatim. When you are reading the president's statement, you don't edit, but you read the words as they are. But before I read, I bring greetings from him. I know we received the invitation late, but we tried our best to reach him. So next time I think you need to know the channels. Sometimes there are so many channels to reach that table. So now that I've brought the people who sit closely, those who are always, I think my sister Linda is always next to Mzee. So please use us so that we can be able to put on the table directly. Otherwise, the letter might reach when the occasion is already over. So these are lessons which you have to learn and use us so that we can be able to maneuver and things reach the desk in time. Otherwise, greetings from Uganda. Uganda is peaceful. Ugandans, I think you saw, we were voted the happiest people. For us, we are happy. We don't want to stress ourselves. So what you read in WhatsApp, that stress is not there. And if you come there, believe me, you will love to stay in Uganda. I've hosted many visitors, and when they come, they say, you have a lovely country. I would have stayed another day. So God blessed us with a good country, and more so Masavaland. Those hills of ours, those hills are very unique and very precious to us. How are we telling other people such a beautiful area? I remember I hosted someone from Dubai on one of the hills. He said, Honorable Minister, can you sell this hill to me? So if other people are even yearning to take over what we have, we need to value what God gave us without a cent. I always tell Ugandans that have moved, I hear when you read in the Bible, the Garden of Eden, that place was so beautiful. But I'm yet to find a country which is more beautiful than us. Of course, everybody wants to praise theirs, but me, I know Uganda is really the pearl of Africa. So I now go straight to the president's speech. That is speech by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, at the convention of North America Masaba Cultural Association, Dallas, Texas, May 2022. To my brothers and sisters and all the Bazukulu, it is an honor to join my brothers, my sisters, and all the Bazukulu from the Pearl of Africa at this grand occasion. On behalf of government and my own, I wish to convey to you special greetings and love from Uganda. As you may all know, commitment to a common purpose to work together can make a big difference in the well-being of humanity. The National Resistance Movement government deliberately and resolutely restored traditional institutions which had been abolished in 1967. The first contribution of cultural institution would have to be the language. To capture the language of a cultural group, in this case, Lumasaba, you must write it, preserve it, and propagate it so that the young people do not lose this language. I think this would be a big contribution to Africa and also to humanity as a whole. The African languages are much richer than English. I have studied English. I compare it with Runyankore, and there is no comparison. Runyankore definitely is much richer than English in terms of vocabulary. If language survives and is written like the Hebrews or the Jews were attacked by the Romans in 70 AD, soon after Jesus' death, they were attacked and scattered. They never got together again until 1943, when they formed the State of Israel. So for 2,000 years, they were scattered. You would find some of them in Spain, some of them in Poland, some of them in Russia, some of them in England, some of them in Germany, and wherever they were being persecuted. But because their language was written, when they came back together after 2,000 years, they have now revived the Jewish language. My plan is that eventually we should evolve one African language. Maybe not us, but our children can do it. We already have a good nucleus in Swahili, but that will not happen if the building blocks of the future African languages disappear. If they disappear, what will they use to enrich their languages? Our vernaculars must be preserved because they are rich and unique. The young generation must be taught to speak in their local languages for posterity purposes. In the wake of globalization, we must be careful about some of these things because we can run a risk of losing our identity. We have our numerous customs regarding marriage, etiquette, and a rich social philosophy encapsulated and the proverbs of our vernacular. This day gives us a chance to remind ourselves of our heritage with a view to preserve and promote our culture, to teach, especially the young generation. We are able to receive counsel and wisdom from our elders and must importantly take stock in light of how far we have gone, not only in promoting the cultural institution, but also the general improvement of our people's welfare. I would like to commend the people of Amasaba for your determination to build your kingdom. I urge you to put emphasis on the revival and preservation of our important African traditional cultural values like family values and unity. As I conclude, I wish to remind you that our country has the best tourist attractions that are not found elsewhere in the world. Uganda is totally peaceful and politically stable with a developed infrastructure for tourists. Please encourage people here to tour our country and enjoy our natural endowments and cultural treasures. I thank you all. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. So those are the words from His Excellency the President, and I will hand over the written speech to the President so that she can be able to recite and encourage our brothers in the diaspora.
I will come here unannounced, but I have a very simple duty of moving a vote of thanks to His Excellency the President for those remarkable words of wisdom and inspiration at our gathering here in Dallas. Thank you very much, Honorable Maria Goretti Kitutu, for delivering those words on behalf of His Excellency. The President centered his speech or his words on culture, preservation and promotion of culture. And that is what NAMCA is about. Actually, when we started NAMCA, that was our motivation, because we realized that we are in foreign lands, we are bringing up children who do not know much about Uganda. They have not gone through the Ugandan experience. They hear us talk, they hear us, actually go through our cultural traits and everything, but many times they ask a lot of questions and we have no answers. So when we came up with NAMCA, we said, let's do it collectively so that we can preserve and promote our culture, our language, our music, our dances, and then bring up our children so that they do not forget. Even ourselves, we can forget. Yesterday, during the meet and greet, Honorable Dr. Andrew Nangalama admitted that he had been here for 50 years and he had almost lost touch with the language. And he said it painfully. And so we are also here in NAMCA to make sure that when we meet, as we are meeting now, we will be talking Luma Saba, and we reminisce about Masaba land, and that we will be able to celebrate who we are here. So, Honorable Dr. Kitutu, pass on our thanks to His Excellency and assure him that we are very much with him when it comes to the preservation and the promotion of our culture. And we are also good ambassadors. A number of us are doing things in Uganda that are promoting tourism. And when we go back home, we actually tour that country. Many of us, when we were in Uganda, we were not able to visit other parts of Uganda, but now we do. And I know that many of you also take groups to places in Uganda. You take people from here and you take them to Uganda. And I know many people in this room who are doing that. I would like to recognize the Wandas, John and his dear wife, who are doing a lot in Bududa. They have taken there a lot of Americans who actually live there, working in the school. And I'm sure when those people are there, they move around the country. So we are together with His Excellency the President in that respect. And I know that Izuya Masaba was also coming up with this whole idea of cultural tourism. and we encourage and we support that. So we thank His Excellency the President. We are with him, and we also want to thank him that he has been with NAMCA all the way. About 10 years ago, he also gave us a speech which was read by Dr. Wabdea, and then thereafter we had a convention in Bali. He actually came to attend our cultural festival. So we thank him for being there for us, and we do not take that for granted. And we will continue to work with all the peace-loving people of Uganda to make sure that Uganda is not only steady and progressing, but it will keep shining as the pearl of Africa. Thank you very much. Now, the DJs. Sorry, the MC. Since the MC is not here, he has a break? Okay. All right, so it looks like we have a break. It was a good time for us to, yeah. Then give us some music. Oh. Hello. Yeah, we are going to have only a 5 minutes bathroom break, and if you want the bathrooms, you get out. They will be on, you go your right, and then in your first left, you will find the bathrooms. So only 5 minutes, and we'll be back for the keynote address.
and this one, whatever the name is, renaming the body. There is this Nakuriti. My land is this one. This very one here, the most valuable. But like this, to cut you off completely, but also to take the river, the river. Can attend, but also this is another control altogether. Carry the town council from Makari are coming from another. They cannot go to another control without negotiating with the other one. They only do it in the Makari town council. Yeah, to council. Ari, up and out. If that's the case, why don't they take the other person opposite and the road and within the town council? Yes, within the town council. They want to take advantage of no, that one. Magari is a plan in place. There is already a plan. Yes, for road construction, everything is a plan. Yes. Now there is no way they can jump over another administration. But even if it's planned, let's assume you cannot just go and take somebody's land. You have to contact the owner, persuade them, maybe they are interested. And in any case, for example, if you accept it, they are saying, no, there is a neighbor here, then another one here. Can we create here? Yeah. That is also acceptable. But you cannot simply public somebody. No. Oh, people were surprised. I showed it. Now you are making it. Yeah. You president, what's up? Yeah. You president. Oh yeah. In the bio. Yeah. I was a president. You were a doctor. 10 years. I think she thinks over 10 years. Yes, over 10 years. Including violence. That's why I was correcting yesterday. This is not the first time for anybody to be involved with politics. Even the president, I attended the one in Bali. Yes. So, you must have been out. Yes. No, but I attended the chairman, I missed the meeting. Yes. I said, this president has been very supportive. I know. My real cousin was rough. We do what? We are best friends. So, when he was at the meeting, he was not meeting the meeting. No, give me the I was like, none of my embark was behind. I was behind them. I had somebody from Uganda in India. I want to go back.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Let's get back to our seats. Let's get back to our seats. Please, let's get seated. Let's get back in.
Back in? Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we all have our seats. May we all take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, may we be seated for the next agenda on our program, please. Chris, can you invite the house back in, please? Chris, can you invite the house back in for our next program? Thank you very much. We will just wait a few while we wait on Lady Justice to make her way in. And the rest of our honorable members of parliament. But in the meantime, I would like to say, I don't know who is credited for writing the Bama Saba anthem. It is an amazing song, you know. I wish I could learn the language. Yeah. Oh, Rasta, you were there, Honorable Rasta. Thank you, Mel.
That anthem, I think even His Excellency the President has fallen for it. And he says if we get the East African Federation, he will push such that the Bama Saba anthem is taken. I think there are two anthems which compete, Kasese and Abugisu. But ours, he has heard it and said, that's beautiful. I love that anthem. So now that you have also echoed that, let's continue pushing. It might become the East African Federation anthem.
The vote is on this side. Honorable.
I was greatly involved in making it. We changed the wording and everything. But it's an old tune which has been there. We sang it while we were very young in schools. We came up like that. When we started this institution of Windsor, somebody crafted one other. Some of us who knew about this old anthem said no. And we brought in new words and whatever to match up with the exactly. Otherwise, it is an old tune. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Now that is the that's where I would say that's the story that Hollywood is built on. Hollywood knows how to tell stories, and we, being African culture people, we are not selling enough of our stories. There will be a generation, Honorable, that will wonder and will be debating about who wrote the anthem. So another task that we put before you here is, can we come together and tell that story on big TV, you know, run a beautiful documentary so we can find the origin of that song and we can tell it our way. That's what we would like to see. We would like to see more of our authentic stories being told. And there are very many channels now, from YouTube all the way to Netflix, where, you know, original content like that would have a stand. Yeah. Yesterday we shared the story about the boy who harnessed the wind, the Zambian story. We would have never known about that story if it was not followed the same way. So those are the origins that we're looking for in terms of storytelling that we would like to tell. We spoke yesterday and we said the land. I remember, if anyone made it to Cincinnati, I don't know if anyone was in Cincinnati here. How many of us were in Cincinnati last year for the UNA convention? It's good Yuna is here, so I'm going to invite him shortly. When I went out to the street, the beautiful city of Cincinnati gave us the street, and I found that very amazing. So we, as soon as they're setting up, for some of our pull-up stands and our posters out there, I saw a beautiful poster of a guy dancing the Imbalo dance, and so I took a picture of that and I shared it on my Facebook. And there was an old term. There was a theme song that we had when Vodafone came into Uganda, and the campaign was from Bwaise to Berlin, the world is tuned in to Vodafone. So I got the same line and I said, from Mbale to Cincinnati, the world is tuned in. And I tell you, that went viral. That picture went viral, and it was one of the most outstanding pictures in Cincinnati. It was a guy on the Mbalo dance. It's amazing. Then I realized how Mbale and the people of Bugisu have such a unique product that they can sell beyond coffee. So yesterday with the members of parliament, we said, how about we find a way to correlate these guys and put it on the big screen? A story of coffee, and it leads straight into the ceremony of Mbalo. And that's how we shall market that side of the world in a very unique way. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite, first of all, a friend of mine. But secondly, he serves on our UAA DFW board. Just so you know, we have a new member in the house who has been here for a while and didn't know we were such a strong Ugandan community. I will not mention her name here, but we will find out more about that. I said I'll introduce you to the whole board. I would like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, the president, on behalf of the president of the Uganda North American Association, I would like to invite the secretary of the organization that brings all of us Ugandans in the North American region together. I would like to invite Secretary and former president also of the UAA DFW chapter, Mr. Lambert Etibot, to come and say a few words here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Our embassy officials that are here, members of parliament, the NAMCA leadership, and all members at large, good morning. I think let me bring it home. Bama Saba Mwena. See, I knew there had to be a place to kind of get in there. Yeah, my name is Lambert Etibot. I'm here representing UNA. I'm the executive secretary. Bama Saba, I don't even know how I should start relating to NAMCA in detail, but I hail from Soroti, okay? I come from Soroti, a small village of Morapesu. Now, the reason why I connect so much with Bama Saba, my dad was a principal at Nyondo PTC at one time, and I happened to visit Mbale on a number of occasions. For those of you that will be here for the dinner tonight, you will see that I'll try and jump and do the dance the way we do it. So we can celebrate the 20-year anniversary together. I only see the president clapping for that, but thank you. Yeah, but NAMCA has been a very instrumental affiliate organization to UNA. I believe it also started out here in 2013 when NAMCA began joining us as an organization, as an affiliate organization, joining UNA, the Uganda North American Association. And I believe for the longest time, whenever we held a convention at the hotel, we gave space to NAMCA to do what we're doing here exactly. They would congregate, discuss projects that you're working on, and a lot of results came out of it. That space, Madam President, is still available. If you come to San Francisco and you need to do a meeting, just let me know. I will make arrangements with the hotel and give you room just like this so you can carry on with the discussions that you need to make. I would like to acknowledge also that in UNA, we have all different organs, and in this room, I could literally count. We have the husband to the president. He's our chairman for the Constitutional Review Committee, Mr. Engineer Nicholas Wako. We have Dr. Peter Simbi, who is also a board member, a member of Board of Trustees for the organization. Madam Betty herself is the treasurer for the Electoral Commission and also president. And I could go on. Chris, I don't know where he is. Chris is back there. He is the vice chairperson for the Electoral Commission. And I have members here that have served in UNA before. So I want to appreciate NAMCA or the Bama Server Association for your involvement in UNA. For without you guys and that desire to serve, we wouldn't be the organization that we are today. So a round of applause for yourselves, and for those who still have the room to serve, please do. Okay. I also would like to thank the embassy for continuing to work with us. You guys, everywhere we go, you come and offer the services, the consular services that our communities require. We don't take that lightly. We ask that we continue with this cooperation because now there are so many changes. The national ID is a new thing. The new passports are also a new thing. And we have so many people out here that need these services. So let's work together and see that we can continuously provide these services to our communities. I believe I should keep my speech short because our keynote has a flight to catch or something like that. But again, happy anniversary, NAMCA, and greetings from the UNA president. This evening we'll be joined by the vice president, the treasurer. I'll bring the whole team. But the UNA president is in Washington, D.C., attending the Toro Association convention. But I'm here representing you, and representing her here, and representing the organization. You are in good hands. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Thank you.
President Lambert, I learned a few things about protocol thanks to Chairman. I know he's very busy there, but he said a few things yesterday. So you don't speak before you're given the floor. And because of that, I'm going to let protocol be observed. I would like you to kindly invite the ambassador to come make us a speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting so much time and further ado, allow me to invite Ambassador Santa Genera to come and give us a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lambert. Happy birthday, NAMCA. And thank you for having us here in Dallas. My name is Santa Mary Kinyera. I'm the Deputy Chief of Mission, currently the Chargé d'Affaires of the Uganda Embassy in Washington, D.C. It's a bit hard to talk when the presidential speech has already been read, but I'll just keep it short. Yeah, at the embassy, I just want us Ugandans to know that we are there to represent Ugandans and Uganda's interests wherever we are. We don't care what you stand for. We don't care whether you are Imuma Saba or Anacholi. As long as the word Ugandan is ascribed to you, you are our business. So the Uganda Embassy in Washington, D.C. covers a big territory. We cover USA. We cover 11 countries in Latin America. We also cover 2 countries in the Caribbean. So it is a small embassy, but with a very big mandate. Now, one of our mandates is to engage the diaspora. And we have to engage the diaspora for development, not for any other issues, for development to the country. So wherever we find Ugandans doing something meaningful, we join them, we collaborate with them to see to it that we galvanize these efforts towards development of our country. Of course, as alluded to in the president's speech, which was made earlier, the government recognizes the contribution of the diaspora to the development of the country, and that is why everywhere we go, we try also to bring our services nearer to the people. So the diaspora is really a very big constituency in our work as we work every day. Now, we try also to pass the message that diaspora, wherever you are, leverage yourselves into things that are big. Don't spend and waste a lot of time on small things, things that divide us, things that make us become less Ugandan. We want to create the message that Uganda is your home, and it's the home you'll always know. No matter whether you became American, British, or whatever, it started with Uganda. And please do your best, keep up the image of Uganda, preach love for country. And for us, this is the message we always want to share as Uganda Embassy. Now, of course, we want to be everywhere to represent, to do what we have to do, but of course, sometimes we have constraints in terms of staff, in terms of scheduling. Like right now, we have, Ugandans have this tendency of putting events on the same weekend. Today, we have an event for Torah Association. The embassy is supposed to be there. We have Bunyora Association. The embassy is supposed to be there, all at the same time. Now we have NAMCA. So we are at a loss. Where do we go? Where don't we go? So we said, okay, this time, let's bless the NAMCA team. So we came. So, yeah. But of course, we did assign some people to represent us in the other associations as well. Now, I also wanted to share that the embassy manages a fund, a contribution by the president to the diaspora. We have the president's contribution to UNA, actually, to the Uganda, to the UNA, because UNA is seen as the umbrella organization for Ugandan diaspora here in the Americas. So we have a fund worth $100,000 given to us every year, and the embassy manages its disbursements. Half that fund is allocated to holding annual conventions. The other half is supposed to be for development work by UNA chapters. Now, NAMCA should be a UNA chapter. So if NAMCA has any developmental work, you have anything that you are doing that is developmental, you must approach UNA, because there is a criteria of how you qualify for those funds. Then it is UNA that writes to us and says, disburse so much to NAMCA. You do your accountabilities, we don't get involved. Our work is simply to disburse the funds. So just know the funds are out there, and all of you should try to use it. Otherwise, this was the president's really big heart in showing Ugandans that we love you, but we also want you to contribute to our affairs at home. So I just wanted to mention that. Because sometimes people say, oh, but why is Uganda Embassy paying UNA? Why is Uganda Embassy getting involved in, Ugandan affairs? But we are Ugandans too, But this is not involvement. This was funds requested for by Ugandans themselves. Actually, if you go to the history of those funds, the Ugandans themselves asked for that money. They asked the president. We always struggle to set up these things. We struggle to bring Ugandans together. How can you help us? And the president gave that money. It started with 20,000, it went to 50,000, then finally now it's $100,000. And that is something the embassy manages. It's something we don't hide, and we fully account for it. When we disburse it, we disburse. If it's not taken, we return it. Last year we had an issue where they said, why did you return our monies? but no one came for it. We should send it back where it came from. So this is the kind of thing we do, and I just thought let NAMCA also know about this information. Besides that, I don't want to keep it so long. I have another presentation that I was asked to make regarding the services that we offer Ugandans here in the US. So I think I'll make that presentation a little later. So I'll keep it short and leave it here so that the keynote speaker may have the opportunity to make her remarks. Do I hand the mic back to you? Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yeah. Wanyala nambi. That's the language in the office, in the house today, right? Wanyala nambi. Okay. Good. Without further ado, I would like to invite the president of NAMCA, Dr. Betty Wako, to come invite our keynote speaker for the afternoon. Is it the early afternoon? For the late morning? Yeah. Thank you very much.
I have a chip of ice in my.
Oh, before that is sorted out, I would. I want to make a little complaint before you invite Lady Justice, that I just spent $4.50 on a cup of coffee when I'm inside Mbale right now. I just spent $4.50 on a cup of coffee right there when there's Elgon coffee here, there's Doreen with coffee, and everyone has coffee. And my $4.50 are very painful right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I again take, is it on? Okay. I don't even hear it. I think I just got. So anyway, it's really a pleasure again of the next speaker that I'm going to introduce, because she's very, very close to me. She's my sister-in-law first. So I would take this moment to invite Lady Justice Catherine Bamugemerere. She's going to, okay, you can clap. She's going to make her presentation based on our theme and, you know, in her leadership, what ladies also face in leadership positions. So we generally called it the Bama Saba in the Diaspora and the Way Forward. She's going to tie all that in. Lady Justice Bamugemerere is Justice the Court of Appeal of Uganda, the Constitutional Court. She has demonstrated courage and tenacity beyond the call of duty and ability to work under enormous pressure. Catherine has handled groundbreaking areas of law by chairing several commissions of inquiry, handling constitutional cases, anti-corruption and electronic fraud, and family law practice. She has had a long-standing and illustrious judicial career. It's almost 25 years, very nice. And apart from working on 4 continents, she has been able to straddle the various disciplines of law, including criminal, anti-corruption, commercial, civil, and family law. And in each of these areas, the land judge has left landmark decisions. Honorable Lady Justice Catherine Bamugemerere was called to the Uganda High Court bench in 2010 and is currently a Justice of Constitutional and Court of Appeal of Uganda. She holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from Makerere University and a Master's degree in Comparative Laws from the Southern Methodist University just down the road here in Texas, Dallas. I believe our First Lady Laura Bush went to that university, right? And we were happy to have her here while she was going to school there. She also joined the public sector in 1993 as State Attorney in the Office of the Director of, just give me a moment, of public prosecutions, and later crossed to the bench as a magistrate of the first grade, rising to the position of chief magistrate of the white collar criminal court in Uganda. Catherine is married to George Bamugemerere. We just missed him yesterday, and they have 2 adult children, and she's here under a little bit of, should I say today? She's supposed to be flying to Harvard because her daughter is graduating from Harvard with a master's in law. And I think she's a trendsetter as a female, and that is really the reason we invited her. And she graciously is juggling those 2 items on her table to come here and speak and hop on the plane and be at Harvard tonight. I think she deserves a round of applause from you, and you're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President, and our one and only Barry. Thank you very much. And like others were saying, Mulembe Mwes, Muriena, Mwachinyara, Kade. Right. Before I get into my speech, let me first say thank you so much, Dr. Betty Wako, for the kind invitation. The Honorable Minister of Karamoja Affairs, Honorable Dr. Mary Goretti Kitutu, the President of NAMCA and your dear husband and all past presidents, Mr. and Mrs. Wako, the honorable members of parliament here present, the chargé d'affaires of the Embassy of Uganda in Washington, D.C., Ambassador Santa Laker Kinyera, the eminent Mama Saba here present. You're very many, but allow me very kindly to single out Dr. Andrew Nangalama, my cousin, Mrs. Catherine Obokech, Mrs. Sanyu Wegoye and your dear husband, Miss Peke, I know she's somewhere doing the registrations, but she was a very eminent person when I was growing up. Miss Linda Nausai, the one and only. And I see Andrew and his wife over there. And I've already mentioned every one of you, all you members of NAMCA in your representative capacities, and our dear children. I know that we have children all over the place, and our partners for the progress of NAMCA and the greater Masaba land. I can see one of our partners, Cody, is over here, and Yuna and all our partners here represented. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be very brief, and because, as you all know, I have a flight to take at some point. I would not be here today if I had not got a very kind invitation from none other than Dr. Betty Wako. Thank you so much for thinking about me, and I'm really honored to be here and to speak to you. And because of your kind written invitation, the Chief Justice respected and highly regarded it, so he gave me permission to leave the country and come and speak. It's not commonplace to find us doing this kind of thing, but this looked really special. So thank you. And thank you so much for steering this organization to such great heights. And I can assure you, the fact that you're celebrating 20 years is no mean achievement. Let's give them a big hand clap. My remarks will be very brief and will be centered around these things. One, we need to ask the question, who are we? Who are we as the people of Masabaland? Who are we? And that is part of the growth process of any human being. If we don't get into self-actualization, we will never get anywhere. And if we want everything of ours to grow, we need to ask those questions. We also need to ask, so I'll speak to 5 themes. Do you have any sort of beginning, however small? Do not despise the day of small beginnings. What is your story? Tell your story. The other one is stir up your gifts. Each of us has gifts. Now we, people of Masaba, are volcanic. We come from the volcanic soils. So our gifts are really highly, emotive and inspirational, and we need to stir them up, right? And then the other one I'll speak to is women as leaders. And I will speak very briefly about how women lead and why we should encourage them to lead, starting with our own president, Dr. Betty Wako. Right, and finally, I'll speak to NAMCA, where NAMCA is and how we can consolidate the gains. You've done so much, you need to move further than that. The people of Masabaland. I was thinking about the people of Masabaland, and it led me to think about the things that Professor Wangusa said. Professor Wangusa describes the origin of the people of Masabaland in his book, Upon This Mountain. If you haven't got that book, I hope next time you will look for it on Amazon. And he writes, Kundu, who, standing upon the mountain one day, when the sky was unusually clear, saw a lake on the horizon in the direction of the setting sun. And yearning to go and find out the secret of the lake, Kundu journeyed many, many days and nights till he got lost, never to return. Travelers in subsequent generations told stories of a man called Kundu, later to be known as Kintu, who came upon the mountain of the heavens, Mugulu, and alighting upon the far side of Lake Nabulolo, gradually subdued his neighbors and became the founder of still surviving line of heroic kings. Kintu, the father of a prodigious people whose native language was incredibly akin to that of the far-removed mountain of the sun, inherited by the great-grandchildren of Masaba, the elder. Right, so he's describing how the Baganda start. And he's describing it from the point of view of standing on Masaba, the mountain, and looking. And actually, as long as I grew up in Mbale town, the sky was always clear. Of course, when you're on the mountain, then you see some clouds because it's, it's quite high. But the point being that we are the origin of quite a number of others, Baganda being one of them. And I think they do acknowledge that in very many ways. So this conference encapsulates and crystallizes the very essence of who we are. So we need to embrace it. And this morning when the anthem was being played, I said to myself, if you haven't had time to pray this morning, just sing that anthem. That anthem is a prayer. And if you really believe God exists, you should take that in, and you will feel the power and the presence of the Lord, because it actually praises God. It says, "Husime wele," and in a way saying, let's praise the Lord, let's thank God, let's give God the glory for who we are. So, the Bamasaba, somebody said, contributes. The Bamasaba are a very happy people. So if Uganda is a happy country, if Uganda is one of the happiest countries, I can assure you the Bamasaba contribute 70% to that happiness. We are a great and beautiful people. So Don't despise the day of small beginnings. I will start just briefly tell you my story. We grew up a family of 5 children from my mother, but we didn't grow up as 5 children. We grew up as an integrated family. So mommy brought, daddy brought, aunties brought, uncles brought, everybody brought. We were a big family. But our eldest was Nicholas Wako, engineer Nicholas Wako. And I can say without fear of contradiction that he taught me housework as a little girl. I did not know how to mop the house. He showed me by doing it himself when we were growing up at home. So that's the kind of upbringing we heard. I don't know how mothers are bringing up sons now, but my brother taught me how to mop, how to cook, how to clean, and how to be disciplined. He did it on behalf of mommy. So between my mother, my brother, and Dr. Betty Wako, I had to become a good human being. If you have grown up anywhere near Dr. Betty Wako, you know she doesn't just speak or read about home economics, she actually practices home economics. The other day, I invited the family to a condo we were living in. We were living in a townhouse in Plano. Like they told you, I went to school here. So I came a week ago and visited a bit, and the family came to see us. And when we finished all the evening's events, and everybody had almost gone, I thought Dora had already left. And I came back and found her washing up. She washed up all the dishes. And I'm not saying this, it's not a small thing. Dora is right over there. Yeah, she's a scientist, an outstanding scientist. And there she was. But, you know, and nobody told her to do that. But they stayed behind and made sure everything was sparkling clean. This, I'm told that when we left, it was an Airbnb. And when we left, the owner of the Airbnb left a note for us and said, "You are a very clean lot." Thank you, and everybody, and myself, of course, who participated in doing that. But between, like I say, between Mommy, Nicholas, and Betty, you are a good person. If you don't become a good person out of them, you got only yourself to blame. And so in many ways, we were children who were brought up by the village. And I know that when we come, like I have been in expatriation sometime in my life, when you're living in the Western world, it is more me, my family, me, my husband, and my 2 children. And we don't now have the bigger, wider family that was our upbringing when we started. But whatever your beginning, thank God for it. We lived on plot number 31 Court Road in Mbale. And of course, my mother hailed from where Dr. Nangalama knows very well, from Sibanga and Bugobero. My father came from Namisindwa. And we, however, grew up in town on Court Road, and it was like a house at the crossroads. Everybody came home. You didn't know which corner of the house you'd sleep if visitors turned up, because if visitors turned up, you needed to give up the space for the visitors to sleep. But that Court Road is amazing because it brought up quite a number of people, including Justice Sebutinde. One time we were neighbors. I was a toddler and she was going to high school. We, by the grace of God, were able to go through a means regime. And I don't know what your story is, but I think I have all my teeth thanks to not having essential commodities in a means regime. So we didn't have chocolate, we didn't have sugar, we didn't have salt, we didn't have any of these things that kill the children's teeth today. We chewed sugar cane and played, climbed trees. I wasn't so great, but we did our fair share of play as children until, of course, my mom, a visionary, godly, and prayerful woman, would remind you with a cane on that soft part of your body that it's time to do homework and you have to stop playing. And yes, you haven't done that mathematics so well, and you need to know that you have to make time between first Jew and the play. I don't know whether any of you played first Jew. First Jew is a dodgeball. It's played all over the world. It's a dodgeball. It's called Kwepena in Luganda. We called it First Jew. And my mother was a social worker, so she understood children really well. So she allowed us to play, but also knew when to tell us to stop. You need to develop the concept of open homes and helping. We all need to do that. We all need to be there for each other. And however, to pray for discerning, because in this day and era, you might open your house to angels, but you might also open it to demons. So we pray for discerning. But that open house, open home, open hands was so important in our growing up. Fast forward. You've all finished school, you finished university, you are all kinds of people. But what really remains in you is a foundation that you grew with. That foundation decides where you're going to be. I went to Makerere University in 1988 to 1991, graduating class of 1992, I think with my cousin over there, the Honorable Musira. Right, and I think we were probably the first graduates from that sub-county at that time. Yeah, the two of us. We went to school with the Honorable Mao, Norbert Mao, Honorable Adolf Mwesije, Clerk of Parliament, Frank Mwebaze, and the Chairman, Uganda Rights Commission. All these people went to school around the same time we did. But most importantly this morning, Linda and Ambassador Santa, we were actually the same lot. So I'm grateful for those beginnings. By the grace of God, we have learned that education is a key to unlocking potential. So don't give up. If you are students, please finish your high school and go to college. You got it, college? Go to college. And do not cease to be amazed by new things. When we hear about coffee and hero and all this, don't cease to be amazed. Don't say you know enough. To the young people here, never cease to learn. There is something new to learn all the time. Share what you have. Do not amass things for yourself. The Western world tends to be so materialistic. But Dallas is a very interesting place. When I was doing my LLM at the SMU Deadman School of Law, now that school is for the oil-rich parents. If you don't have money, you can't take a child there. So who am I that I managed to study with these rich people's children? But for the grace of God and for the kindness of family, my husband set aside some of our expatriation savings because he was an expatriate in Mexico working for Shell International. So we set aside our savings and I did my LLM. Apparently that LLM has taken me places. And we thank God that we sacrificed as a family for me to do that. So don't amass wealth for yourself. I remember when I was doing my LLM, and first day I didn't have furniture. And when I asked a friend, what am I supposed to do? They said, just go to the garbage heap. You will find a lot of furniture thrown and just take what you find and put in your room. And that's what I did. But remember that SMU is Highland Park. So the furniture was actually top of the range. Highland Park is one of the richest places in America. And in case you have some time, drive through there. And if you're here for Christmas, drive through there. It's beautifully decorated. If you have disagreements, resolve them amicably and resolve them quickly. I'm just saying a few quick things through so that we don't take too much time. Live a life of honesty, integrity, and hard work. Hard work does pay. Don't believe what the Mafuta Mingi regime did in Amin's time, where they said hard work doesn't pay, you don't have to go to school. And sometimes you tend to see people wanting to do that, to say hard work doesn't pay, corruption probably pays more. But I can tell you from my story, corruption doesn't pay very much. I have done 3 commissions of inquiry, one about mismanagement and abuse of office at the Kampala Capital City Authority, the other one at the Uganda National Roads Authority, and the last one at the Uganda, in the lands in Uganda. So we were investigating and inquiring into how land is managed, registered, acquired, and managed in Uganda. So in the end, we've made groundbreaking recommendations as to whether they are implemented or not. For me, is really not the worry. The most important thing is that everything is on the table, everything is written, and as I speak now, I think there is a committee in place about to do a white paper so that we have some changes in the way that land is registered, in the way that land is acquired, and in the way that land is managed. But when you're doing these inquiries, if you're not a person of tenacity, if you're not upright, if you're not open, if you're not determined, if you're not focused, you can't even survive for one day, I can assure you. And my message to us here, it doesn't matter what you're doing here in North America or wherever it is, Canada, if you are not focused, you will not make it. From day one, if something is going to be great, you will be fought. From day one. And when people fight you, they don't fight you because you've done anything wrong. It is because you're just a ripe banana or a ripe mango, and their stones are going to be thrown at you. So I have become aware that if people say things against you, they actually help you to grow, to become better, is what I've learned. So I actually don't hold grudges. I think that I've been made better by the people who've criticized me than if I had always received praise. So if you're going to be a leader, remember that you will need to go through those things. You need to be adaptable. If you can't adapt, if we can't adapt, if I hadn't been able to adapt, to live in Mexico City, to live here in Dallas, Texas, and to live in the UK for even more years than I lived here, if we hadn't been able to adapt, if Betty and Nicholas hadn't been able to adapt, or all of you living here, you wouldn't be here. Adaptability is extremely important. Dr. Andrew was telling us a story, if I may call you Dr. Andrew. He was telling us last night, he's been here for over 45 years. Adaptability. He's adapted so much that he can hardly remember his Ilogisu that well. And I think he's a perfectionist. So if he can't speak it that well, he would rather not try. And I think that I'm not surprised because it runs in the family. We need to learn that life does not come on a silver plate. Many of us want things done for us. My husband tells us a story. He had a brother. He passed on, the brother he followed. And when the mom would tell the brother, he's called Richard, Richard, go and mingle. In Uganda, we either mash matoke or we mingle something. Just like our cultures in Africa are either skins or stools. Bagisu have both. You have double blessing. The others have either skin or a stool. You visit Ghana, you'll see what it's like. But anyway, Richard would be asked to mingle posho. You know posho? Maize meal. And when he's asked to mingle, he was very clever. He was like a hare. So he would sit and call, George, can you bring me the saucepan? So-and-so, can you bring me the water? So-and-so, can you light the fire? He would not do any of that. And then when the water is boiling, he says, now so-and-so come, let us start doing it. So the mom told him to mingle, and he's done it. He's not done anything. He actually has made everybody do it. It's really interesting how life goes, but life doesn't come that easily. And we need to be able to do some things ourselves to push life on. Now, let me take it to how women lead. I was asked, actually, the first thing I was asked was to speak about women in leadership. When you are a Mugisu, a Mumasaba, sorry, I'm told the word Mugisu is changing. You know, society changes, and now we like to be known as Bamasaba. So the girls are called Tiangeriha. Kamaswa Kaangeriha. So when you get married, you become a distant hill. You become and for me, that for me again crystallizes and encapsulates the way we think about girls, and maybe we need to rethink. So if you are Kamaswakangeriha, if you are the distant hill when you get married, so you're no longer part of us. Actually, I'm told in some cultures they even burn your clothes. If a girl gets married, they burn your clothes, they tell you never come back here. So what happens when things don't go right? What are we telling our girls? Where is their safety net? But the beautiful thing about being a Mumasaba girl is that you also learn to be a very determined person. I think because of that, knowing that I have no turning back, you actually work hard. And you can see that in our marriages, in our work. The president fondly calls the Honorable Kitutu and I, his Namisindwa girls. Say, these girls are so focused. Because when he gives us a job, we ask him, are you serious about me doing this? Or not? Because when I start something, I don't stop. You know, if you're giving me a job, allow me to do it, because I will do it to the best of my ability. And one time the president asked me, he said, you seem to work for a power higher than man. And I said, yes, that's true, because I work to the glory of God, but it's because I know that if I'm going to do a job that gives the president a good name, I've got to do it to the glory of God. So the dynamics of how the Bamasaba bring up their girls and what have you aside, women have grown over leaps and bounds, but women still have a long way to go. So my encouragement is, let us allow the girls to lead. Let us allow the girls to be. So one time I'm told in the Bible, and I'll just go there briefly, when the bush was burning, Moses asked, who are you? And the answer that came from the bush was, I am. So we want the girls to be. Who are you? I am this, I am that, I'm the other, because God is that too. He wants you to be whatever he wants you to be. Girls can be their best. We need to give them space to be that. We need to encourage them to be who they can be. We need to grow them into leaders. Everybody here is a leader. Doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a man or a woman. You are a leader. And if you are going to be a leader, you need to be allowed to lead, even in the smallest things. But as we encourage the women, because women are taking leadership. Right now, as you know, in Uganda, we have a vice president, we have the speaker, we have the prime minister, we have the minister of Karamoja, who was the minister of energy, ever the best. We have all these women leading. Let us not forget the boys. Let us not forget our sons. The boys must not be left behind, because we can begin having timid boys who can't lead because the girls are very empowered. We must somehow bring all of our people up. I can see I'm getting a lot of hand claps for that. Yeah. And if we are going to make it anywhere in this world, if we are going to be anybody that we want to be, it starts from the individual, it starts from the family. And my encouragement to NAMCA for where you've come, and I'm entering the last section, is that you have done a lot. We are aware that as far as the 80s, you were supplying mattresses, you were supplying bedding to pediatric hospitals. You had a strong, loyal membership. you have given to education. You've done so much as NAMCA. Please don't give up the good doing. Do not give up that good doing. Do not say, because I did it in the 80s, I started a project of helping the youth, I bought sewing machines, I have done enough. No. We have the Educational Resource Center coming up. Let us not lag behind. Let us open our eyes. And so I'm so sure that if we can't do it, we know somebody who can do it. And we now need those connections. We can have a 6-degree connection here that can make things happen. Last night, Dr. Nangalama was telling us of a friend he has. Now we need to be acting at that level where our friends are billionaires. And they can give you a small franchise of a few millions. You know, we need to act like that. We need to be able, we need to think big. We need to dream big. We need to stop thinking that we are the small, nobodies right now. We can't get anything done. We must see beyond that. Because in each of us, there is an endowment. In each of us, there is ability. In each of us, there is a possibility of greatness. Greatness is in this room. We must not accept the labels, because we are labeled, and some of you label your children. Please don't. Don't label your children. Don't label your tribe. Don't label your ethnic group. Don't label your country. And we must refuse the labels that we are given. If I was listening to the labeling I was getting when I was doing the commissions, I would have given up. One time I was told that I make people scared. And I was like, no, I'm just doing my job. And actually, I'm doing my job in such a way that if you find me in the middle of a commission investigation, I have honed the investigation skills that people are not used to seeing on TV. But I'm very different when I'm sitting in a court, and I'm very different when I'm sitting in the office talking to my staff, and Santa knows that. And I'm very different when I'm with my family. So don't let people label you. And let us not label anybody. Let us not pull down anybody. I'm talking about women in leadership, but it also applies to all of us. Let us not pull each other down. Let's not pull anybody down. Because when we are together, when we have it all together, then we have the force to push it forward. Then we can talk about consolidation, consolidating the gains, relentlessly using these small successes that we have received and sustaining the acceleration. Mama Saba, you've come a long way. Let us push this acceleration forward. Let us make sure that at the next meeting, we've achieved a little bit more than we achieved last year. And celebrating the small successes will help us to push for even more. So as I end, I would like, first of all, to thank all of you for being here. It's not easy for you to travel. And unlike these, the honorable members of parliament who are almost a rule unto themselves, some of us, they are so, I mean, it is wonderful to be a member of parliament. I think it's one of the highest things you can ever be. And I encourage our diaspora to also come and become members of parliament. Don't die in the diaspora. Come and try it out. It was one of the most liberating jobs in the world. The power to determine, the power to give out the national cake, the power to make laws. I mean, and they have shown us that you can actually be quite independent too. So, as I complete, I urge you, do not lose the vision. I know many of you are gallant daughters and sons of Masawala and could not be here for one reason or other. I must say you have missed a great moment of togetherness. But do not give up this habit of meeting together. For it is in such gatherings that big dreams are made. And this is a place of hope. This is a place with a future. NAMCA, you have a future. And I speak to you that future, and I say, rise up and possess your future. because you can do it. We can do it. Together we can do it. Together and united, we can do it. Divided, we fall. So let's keep it together. Nobody's going to do it for us. We will do it for ourselves. And we cannot fail. Thank you so much.
It's very hard to say a word or two after Lady Justice just speaks. But there are two things I'm going to reflect on that trust me, starting from tomorrow, my day is going to be different, you know. You know, when you talk about your social circles, somebody who can throw a few millions at you because they are billionaires, I'm just imagining the kind of conversations I'm going to have with my friends tomorrow. I'm going to be like, you know, yesterday I was hanging out with Lady Justice, you know, and you know, I was, we were having conversations. I had, you know, we had, you know, ambassador around there. You know, my bragging rights are going to change tomorrow, you know. They're going to change because of my social circles right now. Yeah, and thanks to social media, I don't know who is on camera. Make sure you take my picture when you see me standing or seated right there. You know, these are bragging rights. I need to earn them. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I was going to say a few things. That and, you know, oh, talk about cultures, man. Amazing things about what can happen when you get a word of wisdom from those that have walked that walk. Lady Justice, you mentioned a very, very important key role about work and earning it. So that is one thing I believe we need in this place. And you give us hope when you speak about my MPs. But then again, you give me hope because now I know they can call the shots. And I usually liked whenever they come down to the UNA convention, it's my time to hang around them and eat them alive. I'm like, but Honorable, I tried to pitch an idea to you 3 years ago. You're not replying my email. No, how do we go from here? You know, you know, it reminds me, and maybe I would like to take this opportunity also to say, you know, rest in peace to the Right Honorable, you know, Olanya. He was one of those that made it every year at the convention. And when he came, I didn't know whether he was our speaker or deputy speaker or he was just being himself. He always made it very free for us to access him and have great conversations. We will dearly miss him at our conventions moving forward. Before I can invite Dr. Simbi to come and honor a vote of thanks to this great speech, I don't know, where is my honorable? You know, he insisted he was a Rastafarian, and I liked, you know, he caught my attention when he said that. But there was a song, it's just rubbing in my head, but it sings like, it goes like, Osera Wange. I don't know if you remember that song. It's a beautiful Gishu song. It goes like, oh, Sela Wange, oh, Kankusimire, something like that. It's a beautiful song. Ndakusimire, something like that. It's a beautiful Gishu song. We sang it so many years back. So it kept hitting my head when it was going. I was like, oh, I want to see who knows how to sing this song. Honorable Minister Karamoja, there was a song a few years ago. We were doing the campaign on climate change and livelihoods, and I got one of the musicians there, I think is by the name Boy 10, and I brought him to the studio in Kampala. And he was from a culture, the same way you say the anthem comes from an old song. It's the same thing we did. We said, give me an old song. Because he came up trying to sound like Chameleon. Whoa! I said, no. This is a campaign for everyone. Let's change the sound. So I said, think about a beautiful song, you know, think about a beautiful song. And he hummed to a certain song, you know, and I was like, that's a song. And we released a beautiful song that today I hear it played in the UK when the Karamoja community come together and all over the world and on the radio stations in Karamoja, and I was so amazed. So that's another thing that would be good to have. Ladies and gentlemen, I please would like to invite Dr. Simbi to come on a vote of thanks to this beautiful keynote speech that we just had. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, please, a hand clap while we honor him and make his way forth.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to thank our speaker for being so very inspirational. She started by introducing herself as a person who has lived in Uganda and lived over here and had goals and pursued them through education, competing with others in a very competitive environment involving these people who go to these big schools, so on and so forth. So from that perspective, I see that she really is trying to convey one very powerful message, that we can all succeed, and that also that she can be a role model. So she was telling us how you can be a role model. She was a girl at one time. She addressed the concept of girls, who is supporting girls, so on and so forth. Actually, she was role modeling, and I think that message was very strong. But you also came from her perspective of how people succeed, that we have to be respectful, we have to be God-loving, and that's where we get strength to do things. She addressed justice, issues of justice for women, especially girls. Also justice for boys, that also boys need to be supported. She said one thing also, that we should not give up. When we get started to do something, let's be persistent and let's be hardworking, and that way we shall succeed. She also conveyed this message, but I can put it in some other ways, that as we work with others, it's important that we solve the conflicts that we may have, be able to resolve issues, and in the end, actually, to succeed, it pays to work with others, and it is through others that we can succeed. So I think this kind of success was important. And then finally, I think she mentioned that for the Ramasava group to move forward, we need to keep in mind all these factors that she talked about: role modeling, hardworking, not giving up, encouraging others, encouraging especially those who are likely to be left behind, like young girls and those boys. And so if we do all these things, and if we continue to do the kinds of things we did in the past, like helping our people back home, so on and so forth, we should continue to do that and not give up. So I think these words were very, very powerful, and I would like to say that I think this is something that will always be remembered. And on behalf of NAMCA, I would like to express our thanks for conveying that message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, is that song ready? Can we sing that song? Can you teach us that song? Oh, say it, I want it. I wish I knew the song. I wish I knew the lyrics to the song. Yeah. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Can you teach us what? I don't want to leave this room without, revising my memory on some of this beautiful music. Oh, yeah, just a beautiful song. A nice song we can sing. Yeah. Yeah. We'll go with the rhythm. Yeah.
We have many others I can sing, for example, to those Bagisu who still remember and of my age. For example, Hatebe Hatebe Mambire Nolire Nolire Hasaka Namijira Kumutambo Munjara Munjara Hatebe Hatebe Mambire Nolire Nolire.
What would that loosely translate to? For 1 second I thought it was the late Oliver Mutukutsi singing. Yeah? Yeah. Sure thing.
Okay.
natya tsinyenyi nibasyase namutoloko mulele nina kharebeha khamambirira namutoloko mulele nina kharebe mambire nolere kharebe mambire nolere Isaka khwamitsira kumutambo kwenza namtoto khumitsira kumutambo liwola khwamitsira kumutambo kwenza kharebe mambire nolere kharebe mambire nolere.
Ah, thank you very much. That was beautiful. Oh, that sounds like a little boy's story going to a well to get some water, you know. Sounds good. But, you know, and we'll say a word or two about that. I'll reflect back on Hollywood and all the movie and content producers. Music like that makes it on the big screen, and it usually does through, you know, film. So it would be nice to capture those stories. It would actually be good for us to all be able to tell our stories, you know, especially about, we were talking about digital, you know, archiving our culture in a digital form. And I would like to know more about Lambert's clan and how what the songs that they sing when they're planting or when they're digging or when they're harvesting. I need to know this music, you know. It's good stuff. It's something we sell our culture with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going on for a lunch break, but it would be great if we do bless our meal, you know, before we can go and partake of it. If you would join me inviting Pastor Bazanye, who is one of our pastors right here in Dallas, Texas. He's a man of God, we call him, and he's also a very proud father. I know we do have a graduation party coming up soon. Can't wait for that one. Pastor Bazanye, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. To those that are not from Dallas, when you see me in a t-shirt and you want to go out, please leave your coats inside the building. You don't get it. It is scorching hot out there, so you don't walk with your jackets on you, so if you can leave them behind, that's how I'm like, just, you know, without it. But let's really humble ourselves and pray. We'll bless the food that we're going to have until we come back for another session. Loving Father, we come in your presence this afternoon, and we thank you for gathering us here today with all the people from all over the country, friends of the Bamasawa, and also the Bamasawa people. We thank you, O God, because you're the one who has made it happen to this great city of Dallas. And we thank you, Heavenly Father, for every activity that is going on in this place. I speak a blessing and a favor in everything that is going to be done in this place. And even as we break for lunch, Lord, I pray that you bless the food we're going to have. You sanctify it, Heavenly Father, and you give us the energy to work for you. In Jesus' mighty name I pray, and everybody says amen.
Thank you, Pastor Richard. In the meantime, the DJ will serenade us with some great music. It's time, you know, we can mix and mingle right now, have good conversations, and while we go and partake of lunch, and we will let you know on the program right after the lunch. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Sinalonda hakwa holisanda hamuli hange sinalonda hakwa holisanda bihana bye nalondo byambukula dali wange bihana bye nalondo byambukula dali wange
kunzina dali wange kumoyo kunzina
kunzina dali wange bas ari nabwire wakumanya kwerusisi runo mayinge yibareba nabwiro maya chaena runo papenge yibareba nabwiro maya chaena nokuhwinge yibareba nabwiro maya chaena beautiful so abone kwashacha kaburusi esemai ahaya chakayima siarusi
banyala kumwe arekaho kanaho paho shifa
okay okay oh fine okay
ndikukukoba webuzabuza
ndikukukana shalero manya akamisa bino byowonsesa nabibisa yasemambeko kodowanambuya ngala kwambani kubyo wobambi nadyako kodowanambuya yaye uhakodowa kodo uhakodowa kodo uhakodowa kodo uhakodowa nambuya you are the most high I swear we can never compare wajawula musale nambuya wakakubona kona kunesuya ngenaganika senyene yomutsira napana basitobetela nambuya punayibuka wite yewake mukisenengo benkoma bikala kunywa kitoko muhanisa kuza kweshenge musobeto ribisa yasemambeko kodowa nambuya ungana kwamba nikubye kuba mbina yako kodoa namba ya kodoa kodoa ndikukukoba wibuzabuza umbafere ngupise famula ndikukukana shalero manya akamisa bino byewonzesa eno bibisa yasemambeko kodoa namba ya ungana kwamba nikubye kuba mbina yako kodoa namba ya kodoa
tembale ya machiaza ya ngona mienya Tabuka maza mabuire palu Tabuka maza mabuire palu Tabuku maza mabuire palu Tasenji maza mabuire palu Tabaka maza mabuire palu Yaya maza mabuire palu Koko maza mabuire palu Basani maza masambasi Dagoko maza mauba nyombe Sebe yaza ya buire palu Mojo yaza ya tende palu Badana maza mabuire palu Badana maza mabuire palu Bateso maza mabuire palu Bebungo maza mabuire palu Sana maza mabuire palu Maza mabuire palu Yangu maza mabuire palu Onare maza matende palu Nyanya maza mabuire palu Basoku maza mabuire palu Isilongo maza matende palu Mezi ya wire palu Kelelo ke mone ya wire palu Kelelo ke ngoyo ya wire palu Tenda na vi ya wire palu Kelelo ke mone ya wire palu Kabuka mweze ya wire palu Suku palu ya wire palu Kelelo ke mone ya wire palu Senje na ya wire palu Kuku ya wire palu Baba na ya
ekala muzeeyi byokukyala embona mazima muzeeyi abalimi ebisoni mazima muzeeyi abalimi ebisoni okuva muzeeyi mawulire kwasoma okuva muzeeyi mawulire kwasoma nkiri mwana munda keshete nkiri mwana munda keshete okumabasheterera okumabasheterera Rositainazo Kwanzika Etinafuna eze kutume mujika Etinafuna eze kutume mujika Nina wasangeze omuwole Nina wasangeze omuwole Isendi kunzira nenga diniyemo Nawali kukizo mwone nyambe Nawali kukizo mwone nyambe Ibatu bangeke kumechikaiko Ibatu bangeke kumechikaiko Iguka muzungu mwana hanze Iguka muzungu mwana hanze Iyaya muguwanu utachika sori Iyaya muguwanu utachika sori Negonereza yanu utapenyanye Negonereza yanu utapenyanye Akaba kibapende nutambese kure Akaba kibapende nutambese kure Kumoye kwanje kumwene koganyire Kumoye kwanje kumwene koganyire Okumabasheterera Okumabasheterera Itulamu kikaseza kwisinga Kwika mumezi senza nisinge Uyiramo kumezi nitenga lyako Nora amwese nibe kikona Nora baba bakubekimera Itulamu baba senza kwisaya Itulamu kwisaya kwika kikona Nora mchikuyuni yone kumule Nora mchikuyuni yone kumule Itulamu mchikuyuni kejinisinge Ninka misinga nafanirengwe Ninka misinga nafanirengwe Isuna kulani kenya kutema butani Ibatu bange nimukasezi ngoma Bakana Ibatu bange nimukasezi ngoma
Ngananga ningire wambone kotula baje chomwesi ni bakali motula tina bigode ndiba wekuba nzonku bisada lyolina stayoyo bumama bukufagolwa mubirigo bonyiga masaso y'ekibokoyo njira mpulira bibyo nzonku bisada lyolina stayoyo bumama bukufagolwa mubirigo bonyiga masaso y'ekibokoyo njira mpulira bibyo no wempana deye wempita kibeibe onkubo kirako mwenge bigerenze lwensimula byene mbango omuzole yo me number one, nobody can change it. Woman make the body wait. That's why I say when he reach the gate. Later now in that place, Nancy Kambula, Nancy Jako stress. The magala maika baka muchino. Sagala mbe wala muvela muchido. Komu kwata kono guba mudido. Kuzinya kila mikina. Nzonku bisada diolina style yo. Bumama bukufagolwa mubirigo. Bonyiga masaso y'ekibokoyo. Njira mpulira bibyo. Nzonku bisada diolina style yo. Bumama bukufagolwa mubirigo. Bonyiga masaso y'ekibokoyo. Njira mpulira bibyo. Oh my baby, nkwagala omulungi. You know wange atali wabanji baby. Oh you're my darling. Tomanyi beyo chira maridadi. Aba kusumbuwa balopeno. Nanga bankwana nja balopeyo. Bagambe wafuna official bewo. Ndagala mbeyo mamiyo. Oli wadala, tali mulala. Navu ya dala, boy yongeza dala. Nyoma situla mbutufu siritagala. Webitu senza chiwungi yekwe dagala. Nzonku bisada diolina style yo. Bumama bukufagolwa mubirigo. Bonyiga masaso y'ekibokoyo. Njira mpulira bibyo. Nzonku bisada diolina style yo. Mama bukufagolwa mubirigo. Ambara mbone. Kadodika woma no kuchire mpombo. Usina face to face, to baka, to face to face, to baka. Omuzinyi wa kadodi tabula. Sawa mukolo. Nemu disco ba mutenda. Azinira wali mu center. Uba nyombe. Uba nyombe.
Sambe, mainu nyenye, kukunu digide, basindeni musambe, bakana muwe nyombe. Yinyuko kikala, sisaga iso chiri mulamu, kufama kuolere, kuulire kengere, nyala wapa wasa mikulu nga kaendongo. Kachano bene fasi yimala, sekone ndongo, chisinga wala kupa wapani ndongo mubongo. Yeza nyombe wakana ni mujuse, chusa chize kenye nyamunyenye. Shake away now. Shake away now, shake away now, shake away now. Aho, yeah, yeah. Aho, yeah, yeah. Aho,
mulonda jeswa anatamba mutauni tanso ye mutufu mulonda jeswayo
kuboosterera. oddemu kunjagala nga bwe wakolanga gira omukwano guddemu ekyejo nakikomya nakula emmeme nakulabanga omubi kyokka nkwegayirira switi nsonyiwe luno lwe nagwa ku kabenje natabuka obwongo amagezi ne gaggwamu bannemye okwagala andi babbeeyi buli lunaku sinema nokale ayate mbaliga amazima olunyi ebulala yali omuddugavu kakati wamyuka ewe nkulabidde wala ofaananya omuwala akola mu nnyonyi nsaba onkwatirwe ekisa oddemu kunjagala nga bwe wakolanga gira omukwano guddemu ekyejo nakikomya nakula emmeme amazima olunyi ebulala yali omuddugavu akati wamyuka ebe nkulabidde wala ofaananya omuwala akola mu nnyonyi sembere eno ndabe ng'ono bwe yatunga olugoye lwo sembere eno ndabe ng'ono bwe yatunga olugoye lwo kale maama njagala nga bwe wakolanga onjagala aha kale maama mbiyita nga bwe wakolanga onjagala aha kale maama mbiyitanga bwe wakolanga onjagala kale maama mpaananga bwe wakolanga susuuta kale maama mbiyitanga bwe wakolanga onjagala sembera 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 nsaba onkwatirwe ekisa oddemu okunjagala nga bwe wakolanga gira omukwano guddemu ekyejo namala nakula emmeme nakulabanga omubi kyokka nkwemenyera maama onsonyiwe luno lwe nagwa ku kabenje nakyuka obwongo amagezi ne gaggwamu abawala abalala bannemye okwagala andi babbeeyi buli lunaku sinema nokale naye ate mbaliga amazima olunyi ebulala yali omuddugavu kati wamyuka ewe nkulabidde wala ofaananya omuwala akola mu nnyonyi sembere eno ndabe ng'ono bwe yatunga olugoye lwo aha kale maama mbiyitanga bwe wakolanga onjagala aha sembere eno ndabe ng'ono bwe yatunga olugoye lwo aha kale maama njagala nga bwe wakolanga onjagala njagala sembera 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 semberero kale mama mbitanga bwe wakolanga onjagala mulagino mwenyenga bwe wamwenyanga onjagala mulagino mwenyenga bwe wamwenyanga onjagala kale mama mbitanga bwe wakolanga susuta sembera 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 sembera
buli omu yenna gyali mu nsi abaako omuntu we gwawaana gwayita omulungi ye nze nange gwe njagala gyali gwe mpaana mu bangi yoyo ayirina musaayi gwange siguba naye saagala mugambako ndikola ntya lwe bulijja kandeseewo mama ayirina anyamugambako yamala obudde nga toli muntu wange sembereno ndabe mwattu sembereno ndabe mwattu kutangatanga kwanemanzibwa dda ebyokwagala ono n'oli sibiriko nze njagala omuwuuli Irene muwanyira omulungi wange amaaso ge gaaka ng'enjuba owaana wuwoona ng'empaana wange ewuuli Irene wange Irene ekintiisa abamwegomba nabo bangi ndikola ntya bwe buli
motoka nenkagana serengera bangwira kateteyi nenkagana omukwano kamuzito nyo lavu kanzito nyo baby ninapolala usingizi kwa usiku sikuoni upendo ulienda wapi dadi?
Hello, hello.
Ninakukosa.
Testing. Please, let's get seated and start the after lunch session. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats, please. We will have time to mingle during the dinner. Hello. Please, Valebe, khwikhale asi. Don't worry, just listen. Okay, we are starting our next session, which is where we will be hearing from our partners, particularly our sponsors. We shall also be listening to some good music. I would like to take this opportunity to let you know that at the registration desk, we have some 2 books that are available at a cost. We do have a program book, NAMCA celebrating 20 years. It's your copy for only $10. You can pay 20, you can pay 30, you can pay 40, you can pay $1 million, we shall accept. And then, if you really want to know the culture, the origins, the history of Vamasava, including Imbalu, marriages, Bugisu coffee, bullfighting. I never knew we had bullfighting in the Bugisu, but it's there. There is a book here which says it is called Masaba Land, So Amazing. It is by Eric Muhwana. It is also at the registration counter, and it's your copy for only $15. Feel free to pay more, and the rest will be a donation to NAMCA. So, without much ado, I was going to request the ambassador. Yes, to give us a presentation for a short time.
Yes, because I need someone
simai nari watoa kuchenda kuyima kazi. I love you sister, oh Sela, Sela yo yo. I love you sister, oh Sela, Sela yo yo yo. Sela mutua, Sela mutua. Ulikipo mukoma, mwana wa maibangu. I love you Sela, I miss you Sela. I love you Sela, my beautiful sister. Selo liena, ulikipo mukoma, mwana wa maibangu. I love you Sela, I miss you Sela. I love you Sela, my beautiful sister.
Ah. We get to sing that song tonight.
Namire muchale ngolobe, nolere kampale ngolobe. Mwana nombere kubire kuchese, wali wanyala wiyedi wa muhere. Namire muchalo ni rugambo, inkafia salawa ya bongo. Kuku wafunika kumugongo, aneti wa salawa longo. Wanyala kuyeda bengo, wini yesu bi wini yenze kuyefe ya. Wale talisa nyumungo, wanyala kubani kumoya kumunga yutosera. Sera mutua, Sera mutua. Ulikipo mukoma, mwana wa maibangu. I love you Sela, I miss
That is Shona language from Zimbabwe. Mwana wa maivangu is my mwana wa mai wange.
Selo liena, ulikipo mukoma, mwana wa mai wange. I love you Sela, I miss you Sela. I love you Sela, my beautiful sister.
Sera mutua, Sera mutua. Ulikipo mukoma, mwana wa maibangu. I love you Sela, I miss you Sela. I love you Sela, my beautiful sister.
Selo liena, ulikipo mukoma, mwana wa maibangu. I love you Sela, I miss you Sela. I love you Sela, my beautiful sister. How are you Sela, my sister? Wakondelo riena, wanjala kuramba, ramba, ramba, nafeno kuramba. Imisina buwenyo mwesi winya yantaka, uli mushalo. Isepita devola kwa isipeti esita sharoni aida isimani jeni. Babi vya nyuma, nga ushiringe simani, nari watoa. Kuchenda huyima kazi. I love you sister, oh Sela, Sela yo yo. I love you sister, oh Sela, Sela yo yo yo.
Sera mutua, Sera mutua.
Hello, hello, hello. Sorry for the delay. It was due to technology, but now we are ready for a presentation by Her Excellency Ambassador Santa M. Laker Kinyera, who is the charge d'affaires at the Uganda Embassy, and she's going to be giving us a presentation on the embassy and diaspora. repatriation of Ugandans. You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to be presenting from this corner because I needed a power outlet for my laptop. Someone will be walking us through the slides. First of all, before we go through the slides, it's a lengthy presentation, but I'll try to, some I may not go in depth. Some of them we may receive questions and give you clarifications as we go along. Now, the presentation is about the consular services that we offer at the embassy to Ugandans, to diaspora in specific. But this is just a small drop of what we do as embassy. We do cover a big sphere of work. We do political, economic, bilateral cooperation. We negotiate the agreements between Uganda and US and all these things. So our engagement with the diaspora is mainly in offering the services which come through the consular services that we give. So my sister there at the IT there, I think I'll just be saying next slide and then I'll talk on the slide, okay? Yes. Okay. So this is now a presentation on consular services from Uganda Embassy. Next slide. Now, that map there is a map that shows you the geographical coverage that we cover as embassy. And we, of course, cover North America. Now, we are also covering 11 countries in Latin America, countries like Brazil, Mexico, Uruguay, Chile, Argentina. Those are all our areas of responsibility. We also cover Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica in the Caribbean. So that's where, as far as we go as Uganda Embassy. And in those locations, we have Ugandans. Amazingly, you'll find Ugandans in Ecuador, Then they'll tell you, what are you doing there? We are teaching English, So Ugandans are everywhere, and it's our work to make sure that their interests are covered and we render services that they need, no matter how far they may be. The spots where you see the red dots, those are the locations where we have honorary consuls. Now, honorary consuls are like representatives who help us do a bit of the work we do, and because of being far away from the center, from the station where we are, we have honorary consuls in different locations, so that if there's a Ugandan in need and there is some distress, that is the first port of call if you can't find us. And in the US, we have honorary consuls we have one here in Dallas, we have in Georgia, we have there are many there. So the list is somewhere there, yeah. So that is how it is. Next slide. That one is just a slide on the services that we offer at the embassy. It's actually a picture of us giving. It's our office, one of our offices there in Washington. That is the office where we issue national IDs. So we have NIRA services at the embassy. Next slide. Now, is that the next one? Okay. Now, I'm going to just talk briefly on these, that the services we render as embassy, one, we give assistance with travel and legal documents, and these are through passports, visas, national IDs, dual citizenship certificates, emergency travel documents, things of the like. Then we offer assistance on legal matters, where we do help our Ugandans with authentication of documents and registration of NGOs, both for Americans and Ugandans who are registering NGOs in Uganda. You have to get a letter of recommendation from the mission. We do offer protection and help in distress. This is where we give consular visits. Consular visits are where we actually reach out to Ugandans in distress physically. We visit prisons, we visit Ugandans who are in dire situations, and that is part of our consular work. We've been in places where we go to see if this is indeed a Ugandan. There are times we've been called that a Ugandan is in this situation, so we do those consular visits. We do emergencies, we help with emergencies. Recently, one of the most recent emergency situations we dealt with was repatriation of Ugandans during the pandemic. The embassy processed and handled 3 flights, full airplanes of Ugandans who were stuck here in the Americans, and we managed to repatriate them home. They were stuck, some were just visiting, and there was a lockdown. They had nowhere to go. Home is Kampala, home is Uganda. So what do? We send those ones, we helped them. The other service we render is, of course, in terms when we lose our dear Ugandans, in services related to death. And in this one, we help with tracing next of kin, repatriation of remains, and those other things that associated with that. Next slide. Now, today I just wanted to highlight on these services that we offer: the passports, emergency travel documents, national IDs, dual citizenship, and then registration with the embassy. Next slide. Now, passports is a key thing that we handle. Most of the lines we have at the embassy, the calls we have at the embassy are really about passports. And we are saying here that a passport is a constitutional right, and as embassy we have a duty to make sure a Ugandan who needs a passport will get it. A passport is also the property of the government of Uganda, and this one Ugandans need to know. Sometimes they harass us, I'm sorry to say that, but we need to let you know that you need to handle your passport with the care, with the respect it deserves, and the government can withdraw it from you if you are not treating it the way it should be treated. And then there's the e-passports now. The passports that are running now are called e-passports. They were launched in 2016 by all East African states. They are machine readable, and the embassy got its enrollment system for the e-passports just in March 2022. So currently, the e-passports are being enrolled at the embassy. If you are still holding the old passport, even if it has a valid date of expiry, if the date of expiry is still far away, that one is now phased out. The passport you have now can only take you to Uganda and not back. So if you go with it to Uganda, make sure you get a new one, the e-readable one, before you can come back. So that is information you need to know. Next slide. Information is also that the passport costs 250,000 Uganda shillings, nothing more than that. You are supposed to pay courier charges when you apply for the passports, because we do the processing between embassy, between Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration in Kampala. We do also the processing, sending the passport between us and you. So you need to factor in that courier's charge so that the passport reaches you. And we are giving a warning here that beware of fake websites. There are websites out there, Ugandans. There are people there minting money from people who don't read. People just log into the passport, some website, and it's like, oh, I can give you a passport at this price. They are fake. So watch out and know that the correct passport website is that one captured there, www.passports.go.ug. Next slide. Now, this one, I don't want to go so much into it because we have all that information on our website, but we are giving, a drill down step-by-step information on how you go through the application process. The big majority of inquiries that we have at the embassy, on phone, by email, normally is about this information, which is actually there on the website. But you need to know that you have to use the website. It's an online, it's an e-passport system. So you have to go through that website to apply for the passport. And then you have to schedule an appointment to come to the embassy to get your biometrics taken. So all that is done online. So if you follow this, I will leave I think the presentation somewhere. Maybe NAMCA will also share it with the membership so that they can take time to read through. But this information is on our website, and for purposes of time, I don't want to go step by step in each of them. Next slide, please. Now, when you come to the embassy for enrollment for a new passport or for renewal of your passport, you must bring your old passport, because that is one proof that you are actually Ugandan. And one proof, yes, because otherwise, how do we know you are Ugandan? If you're bringing the old passport, we know you were even vetted at some point and you qualified for a passport. So it makes the work easier for us. Then you have to bring a copy of the appointment confirmation page, because you would have made that appointment online. So there's proof that you are just not walking in. The lines are so long, we insist on this because we want to make sure those who scheduled are served. Then you must bring your national ID. But we talked to NIRA, to National ID Registration Authority in Kampala, that not all Ugandans here already have national IDs. So to make this mandatory, you are actually denying them the right to own passports. So it was waived for those in the diaspora. It is a requirement, but for those in the diaspora, you don't need to bring your national ID to get a new passport. Then you must, in lieu of that, you should bring a copy of a recommender's national ID. Whoever is recommending you for a passport of Uganda should hold a national ID, and you bring a copy of that national ID. Then you should also bring us a copy of your resident ID, your student ID, your driver's license, your green card. Those are now the things that give us a story as to why you are applying from Washington and not in Kampala. Because you live here, you're a student here, you are doing something here, so we need that proof. Now, your passport is what you need to travel through any international borders. A national ID is that ID that registers you as a citizen of Uganda. If you show a Ugandan passport? Well, you know, at this point, if you are coming in for a new passport, then there are these requirements that you need to fulfill so that we can process the passport for you. We will believe you with what you have. The burden of proof is upon you, the applicant. Then, of course, we say you have to bring us a prepaid address envelope, which is trackable. You can trace it, how the document has moved. Has it left the embassy? Is it still on the way? Is it being delivered? We need those trackable things, because sometimes people say, oh, I sent my passport 3 months ago, I've never seen it. But can we trace it? Because we can trace. I'm sorry, yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for that intervention. I'll be very happy to take the questions also. Yeah, so you need to give a prepaid addressed envelope so that the returning your passport is not a problem. Next slide. Now, the next item is on emergency travel documents. Now, these are documents we issue in lieu of a passport, and they should indeed qualify as things being issued when there is an emergency. Because sometimes the passport is expired, there's a problem, but they need to travel to Uganda urgently. So what we issue is what they now call them certificates of identity, but it's an emergency travel document. Someone may have come here to do something and has lost his passport and needs to travel home. So there are also details on that on the website as to how you can apply for that. But what you need to know is that an emergency travel document is a one-way travel document. It only takes you back home. So if you apply for an emergency travel document and you don't have a proper passport, just know that you will have to apply for the passport when in Kampala so that you return. But also know that if you apply for a totally new passport in Kampala, and it's a Ugandan passport, and you are coming to the US, then you will need a visa. So these are things you have to think through very carefully as a Ugandan when you travel. So that's one of the services we offer. Next slide. Yes, these were the points we are giving, that we will need proof of citizenship if you are applying for an emergency travel document. There are forms you will have to fill on the website. You need a letter explaining as to why you don't possess a valid Ugandan passport, because we won't just issue an emergency travel document. And then there's a fee there. There's a $50 fee which should be sent, and only money orders are received at the embassy. We don't receive cash for these documents, and a travel itinerary. So next slide. Oh, where am I? Yes, the next one is now visas. That constitutes also a big chunk of the work we do. But you need to know that visas are given to people who don't hold Ugandan passports. If you have a Ugandan passport, you simply board the flight and go home. But if you have a US passport, you have any other nationality passport, then you have to apply for a visa in order to go to Uganda. And the website is given there for the visa application. Everything now is an e-system. So you have to visit www.visas.immigration.go.ug. And we've also given you the application process there. It's there. That one you can follow on the website. Next slide, please. Yes. The things you'll need when you're applying for a visa. Now, everything is online now, but you need to have all these things ready with you when you're applying, because the e-system sometimes has issues as well. The system can hang up when you are making the application, or you've reached a point where it's asking you to upload a yellow fever certificate, and you don't have it, and you are still going to photocopy. By the time you come, the system has logged you out. So you need to put together these things so that you have a seamless application process. So these are some of the requirements. You need the biodata page of your passport, your yellow fever certificate, passport size photograph, recommendation letter, invitation letter from family or LC. All these, they are for the different categories of visas you'd be applying for. And of course, a copy of the itinerary. And then you upload these scanned copies. Then the payment should be made online as well. That's why we say you need your bank card with you at that point of application, because at some point it will say, now pay. Then you'll have to have your card with you. Next slide. Here we were just giving information that upon submission, the applicant will receive a notification with an application number, and you can use that to track the application status. The decision taken on application will be sent to you electronically through email, and if your visa is approved, you are given what is called a travel authorization. There's no longer receiving visas on arrival. Some Ugandans think you can go to the airport and board. No, take note that the visa regimen, the visa regime that is being applied now has been notified to what they call ICAO, International Civil Aviation Authority. So if you go there and you are checking in to go to Uganda, you have no travel authorization, you won't be boarded by any airline. So some people reach the airport and they call us, now I'm here, I'm stressed, I didn't apply. We don't have anything to do. You have to simply go and apply for the visa. So there is no such thing like getting visas on arrival anymore. Next slide. Now this is the national ID. And the national ID now is one of the very, big requirements as a Ugandan that you should own. We should all own national IDs. Now, our embassy is doing a big job in enrolling Ugandans for national IDs. And as a matter of fact, we came with a team. There's national ID enrollment currently taking place around the corner somewhere. So just make sure you take advantage of the services that are brought to you. Because now, without the national ID in Uganda, you won't buy land, you won't open an account, you won't get a SIM card. So it is a requirement. In fact, it is like an equivalent of your social security number here in the US. You don't have it, you can't do much. So the national ID is very important, and I want to urge Ugandans that you should really make that effort to apply for the national ID. The process may be sometimes lengthy because of, being far away from Uganda, but we do deliver the IDs. Eventually we have IDs that come. There are big lists we have on our website of the IDs that are ready, and we always tell Ugandans, come pick up your ID, come pick up your ID. So the ID is issued to only citizens of Uganda of 18 years and above. We've had Ugandans who come to us at the office. They have children here. Of course, they are our Ugandan, children by extension, but the kids are holding American citizenship. And then they say, but I'm the mother. And there are also details and a criteria for that. So you must be a citizen of Uganda and above 18 to qualify for a national ID. The card is biometrically enhanced and is machine readable. Actually, in the EAC region, you don't need a passport to travel in the EAC. You just use your national ID. Every Ugandan citizen has the right to have a national ID, and every applicant must register for the ID in person to allow for biometric data collection. You cannot say, oh, I'm sending my son to apply for me, or I'm sending so-and-so to pick up my national ID. All these things now require you personally because your fingerprints are needed. Next slide. Which slide do you have? Yes. There's a slide there about the process. I don't know whether you've missed it out. But there was a process we gave on how to apply. It's also on our website. You can find it on our website. Try the next slide and we see. Yeah, this one also. Now, this one breaks down what you need if you are to apply for a national ID and you fall in these categories. If you're a citizen of Uganda by birth, you will need the first black box. You bring a copy of the national ID of both or either parent. You must bring a birth certificate. You must bring your Ugandan passport. If you hold dual citizenship, in addition to box 1, you must bring certificate of dual citizenship and a passport of the current country. So if you say I'm American, I also want, I need a national ID of Uganda. The key thing is that you must be Ugandan. So the dual certificate, dual citizenship certificate is what links you to Uganda and America. So we need that before we process a national ID for you. if you are a citizen by registration, so these are all categories of citizenship in our country. A citizen by registration is like, if I'm married to a Ugandan, I'm Nigerian, for example, you know, then you can become a citizen of Uganda by marriage. So that is through registration. So you will, at some point, should have acquired citizenship of Uganda by registration. And then you bring those documents, we give you a national ID. Then if you are a citizen by naturalization, these are all, you know, language of citizenship. By naturalization, there are people who have lived in the country for donkey years. Let me use those words. Eventually, they become Ugandans. There's nothing else they know except Ugandan. For example, I'll give you an example of the Rwandese citizens who migrated to Uganda in the 1930s, in the 1950s. They've gone to school in Uganda. All they know is Uganda. They were born in Uganda. Over time, they were naturalized. So those ones, they will have to bring a certificate of naturalization before you give them the national ID. So these are some of the things we insist on as embassy, because we also have that duty to make sure that Ugandan citizenship is not abused. It's given to bona fide Ugandans. Next slide. These are important notes. The embassy does not make corrections on national IDs. We've had national IDs of people issued. Sometimes somebody will say, oh, they missed my name, or the spelling of my name is now not the same, you know. These are now problems which the director, the National ID, NIRA, the National ID Registration Authority, says it is them to correct, not the embassy, because they want to be sure that these statements can be proven. So the embassy does not do this. But we can write recommendation letters to help you through that process if it so arises. Then we also say registration can only be done once. There are people who register in Kampala, they go for a holiday for 2 weeks, register in Kampala, then they come to the embassy and they also register, want to register. The system will say you are already registered. So it only recognizes one registration. So where you register from is where actually you pick your national ID, unless it is expressly stated so. You can only receive your ID from your registration center. That's what I was just saying. Then children can apply for national ID numbers, because they are children, as we said, national ID is for those 18 and above. Now, you may have your children and you want to keep that Ugandan nationality for them. Let them apply now. They'll be issued with national ID numbers. They call them NINs. Now, when this child turns 18, that's the time when the ID can be issued to them. But they stay in the system. And when they turn 18, you just come and claim the ID for the person. So this is something we are also advising to our diaspora citizens. Next slide. Dual citizenship certificate. Now, this certificate, dual citizenship certificate, is the simultaneous possession of 2 citizenships, of which one must be Ugandan. So the certificate of dual citizenship recognizes that this person is American, but is also Ugandan. Now, what bridges the two is you carrying a dual citizenship certificate. And I just, maybe just to get out of this a bit, there are people who travel to Uganda on an American passport, because they go to Uganda on a Ugandan passport, because they don't have to apply for a visa. Okay? Now, when coming back, they pull out the American passport. And then there becomes the problem starts from there. Because the American people will say, how did you come to Uganda? Because this passport was not used when you exited, and it doesn't show your exit. You see? And when you pull out the Ugandan one, when returning, the American will say, where's your American visa? Because in their system, they have you as American. So you need the dual citizenship certificate that you can use to say, I'm actually both American and Ugandan. So there's no contradiction if I use a Ugandan or an American passport. So these are some of the challenges and things that we deal with regularly at the embassy. What was the rationale for government giving dual citizenship certificates? Rationale number one is recognition that Ugandans in the diaspora make enormous contribution to the socio-economic development of Uganda. And it's also because there's need to enable Ugandans in diaspora to maintain linkages with their roots without any legal hindrances, to allow Ugandans to benefit from the best of the two worlds, their host countries and their motherland, Uganda. And also to attract potential investors. Because if you are Ugandan here or former Ugandan here, now we say you can also have a dual citizenship. You can still come home and invest and contribute to your country. So these were the rationale for the certificates. Next slide, please. Who qualifies for a dual citizenship certificate? I said that before. You need to be 18 years and above. Then the person who was a citizen of Uganda by birth and who on acquisition of citizenship of another country renounced his or her Ugandan citizenship and wants to reacquire the Ugandan citizenship. So you qualify for a dual citizenship certificate. And we went ahead and gave the application procedure there. I think the screen there is having problems, but you can find that also on the website. You have to, dual citizenship application is done online. Actually, it's on the website, you go through the visa portal. So it says www.visas.immigration.ug. Then there will be drop-down tabs there. Then you will find your citizenship listed there. It's something we are trying to work with the immigration office in Kampala so that it's more clear, because some people don't know where to find it when they want to apply. But that is, those are the steps. Next slide. Has the system messed up a bit? Yes. Here is a special note about children below 18 years as regards to dual citizenship. And we are saying many of our diaspora children do not hold Ugandan passports. And like all other non-Uganda passport holders, they require visas to travel to Uganda. IT, what's happening? Sorry. Yeah, but I can keep talking. Yes. So for one reason or another, sometimes families travel to Uganda with their children and then they overstay. The parents, for them, they are Ugandans. And then they are with the kids. They don't seem to think much of it. Now, it's when they are coming back that immigration throws at you a fee for overstaying your visa. But you are saying, these are my kids, though. And I'm Ugandan. Why am I being, paying to overstay in my country? Some of these things sound like a contradiction. But in real sense, these kids are actually not Ugandan, technically. So we are advising that for Ugandan parents to get out of that legal problem. Which slide is that? Okay, more? Again, up to where children below 18 years. I think that's where we are. Go again. Next. Yeah, there. Okay. So the main message here, we are saying we recommend to Ugandans in diaspora that Ugandan parents of children holding US passports, you should apply for dependent passes. There's something called a dependent pass. So when you hold a dependent pass, this person is like, he's your dependent. So where you are, this person should be. So if I'm in Uganda for 5 weeks, this person is with me for 5 weeks. So he should not be penalized because you stayed 5, 10 weeks, and because he holds an American passport, but he's your dependent. So there's that kind of situation. So this will help you avoid overstay penalties because your child has a non-Ugandan passport. We'll take messages, questions later, okay? Just, I'll come to the questions, okay? Let's finish the presentation. Next slide. Yes, we are talking of the online application system that you pay for your dual citizenship. You make the application online and payment is also online. Now, one thing you will have to take into account is that the online system, we mentioned there on that bullet number 2, that when people are making payments, they get a bit sometimes surprised or a bit disorganized because the application process immediately takes you to a different portal, and then you start seeing Uganda Revenue Authority. Ugandans will tell you, but why are they collecting taxes from us? You know, no. We want to assure you that this is not tax collection, but the Uganda Revenue Authority is the mandated and official authority to collect all government revenue. So the fees you pay for passports, the fees you pay for visas, they are all collected by URA. So if you find yourself being directed to URA website when you're applying for a visa, for a passport, don't get shocked because it is official and it is what it is. The only thing is maybe we need to talk to our colleagues in Kampala to make that transition more easy for the applicant to understand. And then we are also saying there are banks which are selected in Kampala that help with this process. And as an applicant, you don't need to have an account in those banks in order for you to pay for the service. All you need is that your bank is either Visa or MasterCard, because all these banks are linked to the global payment system. So as long as your card is one of those, you'll be able to make the payment. Next slide. Now, repatriation of Ugandans. Actually, this was the topic on which NAMCA asked me to speak, but we thought sometimes, you know, to make information more global, more comprehensive, we provide every other thing that feeds into that. Now, repatriation of Ugandans. What do we do when we do repatriation? I gave a small background here that in the COVID-19 pandemic, we had flight restrictions worldwide, and there were closures at Entebbe International Airport. Many Ugandans were stranded. So the embassy carried out registration and verification of Ugandans and non-Ugandan resident and non-Ugandans who hold resident and dependent permits for Uganda. We registered them and we did repatriation for them. So that was just a small background that in 22 we carried out 2 repatriation flights. We are successfully executed. We sent home over 400 people. So it's just small background. Next slide. Now, repatriation of Ugandans. When we do repatriation, we mainly deal with repatriation of deceased Ugandans. That is the unfortunate part. The first one is in times of emergency, like I mentioned the COVID time. Then we do repatriations of those who are stranded. But then mainly we do carry out repatriation of deceased Ugandans who have to be taken home for burial and given a befitting, resting place and ceremony. Now, there are guidelines we've given there. In the unfortunate event of the death of a Ugandan, the funeral home or responsible entity should make a formal request to the embassy for repatriation of the remains. These are things we deal with, and when you are, unfortunately somebody finds themselves in that situation, we do take time to listen to them and work with the funeral homes on what needs to be done. Next slide. The guidelines for repatriation of remains. We need original documents. We need a formal request. We need the medical certificate of the cause of death. Not that we are going to do anything about it, but it's standard procedure, standard requirement, even for airlines. We need postmortem reports. We need an embalming certificate. We need a passport of the deceased or some form of identification, because it's very funny. One time we had a case where somebody said, we took a body which didn't belong to us. They want their body back. So we need something that says this person was Ugandan. We need a burial permit. So there are many things we navigate. Sometimes some of these documents are absent for one reason or another, because death is death. It finds people in situations which are not very structured. But we are also humans. We are flexible. We work around it, and we see what is the best way forward. But these are the official requirements for us to be able to process documents. Number 4 there, we say the embassy will then seek permission of the Director General of Health Services for repatriation of the body, because we need that permit. In Kampala, we can't do any repatriation of anybody any remains that are coming from abroad if the Director General of Health Services has not endorsed that. But we process those documents for you on behalf of the bereaved. And then once the permission is granted, the embassy will issue a clearance letter. We authenticate all the original documents that were sent to us, and then we return them to the responsible person so that the body can be sent home. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now the other situation where we do repatriation is the case of deportations. So deportation, what are we saying about deportation? We are saying that the US government reserves the right to determine who gets deported. It is not us who says we are deporting these Ugandans. No, that is not our decision. It actually comes to us. We are told, oh, Uganda embassy, we have these Ugandans who must be deported. So it's not us who take the decision as to who, how, and why someone gets deported. This is a decision of the US government in whose hands you came as a resident. Irrespective of your circumstances, you are the guests and hosted by the US government. Now, in general, foreigners who have entered the country illegally, who have committed serious crimes, who have overstayed or broken the conditions of their visas, or who have otherwise lost their legal status to remain in the country are deportable. We also do that in Uganda. We also deport people who don't meet these criteria. These are the general rules for deportation. Now, what is your responsibility? Oh, we are on that slide. We are saying deportees fall in those categories: illegal stay, rejected asylum applications, removal orders on criminal grounds, it's interesting. You know, you have your green cards, you have your visas to come here, but the moment you do something wrong in this country, they don't want you here. You'll get a deportation order to be returned to sender, returned to origin, and then it comes to us. Then we have to deal with you. Yes. So what we do is that we verify the citizenship. First, we must make sure you are Ugandan, because otherwise there's a risk of people just being dropped on us and we send home people who don't belong to us. So we must verify and be convinced that you are a Ugandan. Then we issue you a one-way emergency travel document if you don't have a passport. And remember, if you now come up for deportation, these documents are not even issued to you. It is given to the deporting authority. It could be the Department of Homeland Security. And they've given us a list, you know, so and so, so and so. We do all that, and then the documents, if they don't exist, they are also given to that authority. Then, of course, we are saying we also visit detention centers or prisons to interview detainees, just to make that verification that they are actually Ugandans. And then we coordinate between Ugandan and US authorities on any deportation flight operations. So those are, that's one aspect of repatriation that we do. Next slide, please. So what should you know? I mentioned that before, that the US government reserves the right to determine who gets deported. But what is your responsibility as a Ugandan? You should, first and foremost, stay in the country legally. We as embassy, we don't condone, we don't abet any form of illegal stay in the country. Ugandans should be here legally. You should respect the terms of your visa and stay in the US. You should obey the law. And this is key, because most people who come up for deportations, they are caught drink driving, what do you call it? DUI. Yes, that's when your file comes up and they say, oh, he's even here illegally. Deportation. Because what? You did not obey the law. So obey the law if you want to continue living in peace. Have your paperwork in order. Stay out of trouble. And also we recommend and advise that Ugandans should register with the embassy. We have put there that website there. So there is a registration link. We invite all Ugandans to register. It's just a good thing to do. Actually, if you read on your passport, I don't know if someone has a Ugandan passport with them now, but your passport actually tells you you should register at your nearest embassy. It doesn't? Check your passport. So that registration is a duty, is a civil duty, so that if something happened to you, we have a record of you. If something came up, there is a way, there's a starting point, because you already exist in our database as a Ugandan. So we advise Ugandans to register and then be served where necessary. Next slide. Yeah, now that next slide, of course, is about the registration with the embassy, and the portal is given there. And why are we advising for this registration? We are saying if you are registered with us, you do receive important information from the embassy about safety conditions in your host country. For example, I think of a country like, Ugandans in Russia now, or Ugandans in Ukraine. If you are registered with the embassy, you get all these tips of where you should stay safe, where you should go if you are stuck, These are very important things. And you never see it coming until a situation arises. I'm not saying it's going to happen here, but it could be any different situation. It could be a war, it could be a natural disaster, So it's very important that we have you registered as a Ugandan. You can also be easily contacted in case of an emergency, as I've mentioned. Then for also tracing owners of lost documents. At the embassy, we get piles and piles of documents of Ugandans picked up by US authorities from various locations. Passports, academic documents, you know, very vital information. But we don't know where to get the owners. And these very documents, sometimes the owner is actually looking for them, and they need this document to move to the next step, because some of these documents are for verification of your citizenship. They are for you to get the next job. But now, they are with us at the embassy, and we don't know how to locate you. So if you were registered with us, we would simply look in the database, is this person with us here? Then we see how to connect these documents with you. But most times, when we receive these documents, we simply return them to the issuing authority. Academic documents. I mean, why should your academic document be picked up on a train and we can't give it back to you? You see? So there are these situations. And these are some of the situations where you find that registration with the embassy is a very important thing. Next slide. I'm about to end yeah. Yeah, so here, this is also an aspect of repatriation, which I thought we can just mention, even if it's not so big. But we do give assistance to returning citizens. The government of Uganda allows citizens who have stayed out for a long time and are finally going back home. You do qualify for tax exemption on your personal effects. If you've lived here for 20 years, for 30 years, now you are saying, I'm going home. I need to go home, be with my bazukulu and whatever. Come to the embassy for a letter. We write that letter for you so that you don't reach URA and you are disturbed about those personal effects, because it is official. The government grants you waiver of taxation on those personal effects. So this is information that you should have. You are also exempted on one vehicle, but there are terms and conditions. You know, the vehicle must not be older than 15 years, because otherwise we are also not allowing exportation of junk to the country. So these are things, and we are saying, how do you apply for this letter of tax exemption? You write to the embassy, indicate your address, the work you've been doing in the US, your travel itinerary, the packing list of your items, vehicle details, and provide documentary evidence of proof of this vehicle, a copy of your Ugandan passport, and then we shall write these letters and endorse those documents to URA. The packing list must comply with the things that will be found in the container when it reaches Uganda, because some people will give us a packing list and what's in the container is different. When URA opens there, they find different things. They say, the letter we have from the embassy is different. So these are all, control measures. Just, we are also gatekeepers for government. So we make sure there's no tax evasion where tax should be paid. You also get the right, the privilege that is due to you if you have to be granted such. Next step, next slide. Yeah, so this one is just general information that citizens who are returning. There's also a full documentation on the Uganda Investment Authority website. There are citizens who are returning to the country. They want to participate in development. They want to invest. They want to know what to bring. There's so much on that website. So if you open that one, you would find information there. Then, next slide. Yeah, in this slide, we just listed for you the details of the honorary consuls that we have in the various locations. As I mentioned before, at the beginning, we have honorary consuls who help the embassy to respond to some issues. If they don't, they find they can't deal with something, they always refer them the issue to us, of course. So we have a honorary consul in Macon, Georgia, in Aurora, Colorado. We have in Chicago, Illinois, in Dallas, Texas. Here we should have a honorary consul. We have in Miami, Florida, San Diego, California, Malibu, California, Seattle, Washington, Trinidad and Tobago, and Argentina. So those are our honorary consul locations as it stands now. But of course, we are in the process of expanding more honorary consul representations to ensure that Ugandans, our representation is more broad and people feel like, our coverage reaches out to them. These honorary consuls, some of them at the moment, they are going through review of their contracts, review of their mandate. So that is a process. It goes between us, the mission, the U.S. State Department, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So if for some reason you called a honorary consul at this point and maybe you can't find them, sometimes it's because that process is ongoing and they are not supposed to be playing a representational role if they've not been cleared. But those are the locations. So some of their mandates are simply being renewed as we speak. So I think that brings us to the end of the next slide. That brings us to the end of the presentation. I'm sorry it was lengthy, but I thought it is worthwhile giving you all this information. Thank you very much. So I can take questions if the time still allows.
Yeah, I think let's do it in an organized manner. I know that this is a very important topic, and there are so many people who are itching to ask questions, but we also have a lot of other things to do. So we would have to moderate and make sure that, one, we are going to allow only a few questions. And then after that, if you have more questions, feel free to, if you don't get a chance today to ask, you can always text or send an email to the embassy with those questions. So I'll hand over to the Master of Ceremonies to,
Okay, just to emphasize on that, I think for the interest of time and what we still have left, let's keep it short and sweet. Keith, let's keep it short and sweet. I think you had your hand up first, so we'll start from this side.
So the question I had was, what is the definition of a citizen by birth? Because according to the Constitution, Article 10 of Chapter 3, it says that people whose parents or grandparents were at the time of birth of that person a citizen of Uganda by birth, that person is also a citizen by birth. So with that person, in this case me, my parents were born in Uganda and they are citizens by birth. So would I also be a citizen by birth, or would I apply for a national ID under the dual citizenship?
Thank you for the question. You would qualify to be a citizen by birth, but of course we said you will need to prove that. You must have a national ID of your parent. You yourself must have a birth certificate of Uganda. You see? So now if you are born here, then one of your parents must be Ugandan. And if you're above 18, then you have to apply as an individual. So are you Ugandan? What passport do you hold? Yes, those are some of the kind of, maybe for lack of a better word, I'll call it the contradictions that sometimes we deal with. Because yes, your parents are Ugandan, you are a child of a Ugandan, you hold an American passport. Now at the point when you hold an American passport, there was a denunciation that took place of your Ugandanness.
So you have to reacquire this Ugandanness. So there is, you keep weaving in and out. You see? So you didn't just acquire that American citizenship. There's a clause in the American citizenship that tells you that you denounce all other citizens, all other citizenships. Isn't it? Yes, so you denounced being a Ugandan by just holding that American passport.
But I think by birth she was by birth I think she's automatically American because she was born here. Is that true?
Yeah, so she is now American by birth.
So must apply for dual citizenship after 18,
yes,
right?
You should apply for dual citizenship after 18 so that you don't lose this Ugandanness. So sometimes it sounds a bit, complex, but that is the reality. And we also don't want our citizens to feel cheated, really. So you have to apply for dual citizenship, and then we can reconnect you. Yes. Mm. Mm. You are Ugandan by descent.
But when you go to Uganda, if you want to be Ugandan, now they have to neutralize you, right? You have to apply for it. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, maybe, like she says, the language is too much. We have honorables here. You've taken note of that. Yeah, I think, yes, sometimes the language in a law sometimes confuses the users of the law, but it is meant to protect, really. A law is meant to protect and govern. So I don't think it was meant to deny you the citizenship of Ugandan. It is just the language.
Mm. Maybe I'll say just a single thing out of there. I probably understand. I was born out of the country, and when my parents come back to the country, they apply for my birth certificate, because where I was born in exile. But now to get back my citizenship as Ugandan, they applied for a birth certificate in Uganda. And at that time, they used to give us a short birth certificate, not a long one. Yeah, so that's what neutralized me as Ugandan. Yeah, but now since you're born in America, that makes you an American, you will going to have to get to the age of 18, then get someone to advise you on dual citizenship. Make sure you read it right, because some people just think it's easy. But make sure you read it right. There are conditions. There's some rights you have to give away. And when you're contented with that, then apply for your dual citizenship. Yeah, if you want to get your Ugandanness. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Cool, thank you. I'm excited because I'm born and raised in Uganda, and I stand here as Gerald. I live in San Diego. First of all, before I ask the two questions, thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. I've actually loved it, and the only challenge is that I've lived in San Diego for a total of more than 12 years, but we do not have an office. So maybe I need to go back and sniff around, but nothing exists. Now, the question that I have is, so you mentioned the assistance that you provide in terms of repatriating the deceased. Is that assistance only limited to processing of documents or financial as well? Because many times when somebody dies in this country, we have to come together as a team, begin going deep in our pockets, and then we raise funds. And as I speak right now, we lost a gentleman, a Ugandan, who has roots in Bualasi. And I think NAMCA should have noticed that. This guy died he was actually hit when he was crossing the street. We are now beginning to look for funds to have his body repatriated back to Uganda. So maybe you'll elaborate that, whether you provide only paperwork or finances as well. And then I think the last question is the most challenging one that our sister mentioned. Because when some of us came to this country and we became citizens, we actually denounced those rights, and we said if there is a problem, we can pick arms on behalf of the American government and fight Uganda. I do not mean that we are going to start that. But now, when we begin to inculcate ourselves back in the system, it becomes a very big challenge. Because if I denounced Uganda and then I want to become a Ugandan citizen at the same time, then I'm playing a game and having both of my feet on either side of the river. Because when something happens and then the American government realizes that I have double citizenship, then the American government will not defend me. On the other side, if you are Ugandan and then you cause problems over there, and then they realize that you are here and there, then you'll be in a total mess. So maybe you'll help us understand that, because as much as we have passports that are American issued, we also want to have a sense of belonging at home. Thank you.
Okay, Ambassador, just before you answer this, ladies and gentlemen, you forgive us. We have a very tight program. Keep it short and very direct. Ambassador, we only have one more question. I do know that the ambassador is going to be here, so if you don't mind, you can actually come straight to her with these questions. I do know it's really for the urgency of time so that we're able to meet this. Ambassador, I'm also going to request that you write down this question so we can have him ask his question, then you answer all of them at once, if that's okay with you. Thank you.
I'm going to keep it really short. And my suggestion and a question to you, Madam Ambassador, is earlier you said that we should engage, and which is right, we should engage. But when we get outside here, people who are applying for the ID card, it's so frustrating. I think you have seen how frustrating it is. My suggestion is, if we have the consulate here in Dallas, why don't we outsource these services so you can handle the back end when the first part of the applications is done? This country is known of outsourcing even the federal things. The government here outsources the handling of passports to other sources. Can we also maybe say we can outsource this in Nangamuntu, or maybe the application for the passports, because we have the consulates that we trust in these states, to avoid these frustrations? Because the people who traveled in Dallas, they don't really necessarily live in Dallas. Others live from different states. But they came here to, at least to access the services provided by the embassy. Others also, when it comes to UNA, is the same way. They wait for another year. I know things are online, but it's not as easy as we see it. So I was suggesting, can we outsource these services, since we have the consulates to handle these issues, so that it may become easier for us to. Okay, thank you for cutting me off, but that was my question.
Thank you, Pastor. As a house, can we vote? Should we go ahead and answer these immediately and then go to the next program? Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. Yes. I think as a representative of government here, and more so standing in for HE the President, from what I'm picking, Ambassador, I think there is an issue of you reaching out to Ugandans to see that they are served. So I think without even answering questions, I've already picked that there are issues. You can see those are children whom the president calls his bazukuru. You can see the girl is yearning to, she's being denied her roots. And she say, now me, how do I became, how do I be, I was just born here. By my parents who are here. Now how do I go back where I belong? So I would think that you should also open up a line where you should be answering questions to people who are here in the diaspora. But otherwise, I'm going to pick that up. And I think also inform my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to see that you need to be given more money so that you be moving, so that people don't only come for NAMCA or UNA in order to get IDs. This should be a service. So it should be something that should be a resolution from this meeting. And already, by the way, I have to inform you that I've been on the media, so we are already communicating back home. So what is being done here is being monitored. But otherwise, please, you are here to serve Ugandans. That is our interest. And whatever means, children like those, you have to listen to them. Yes. I can see she really wants to go back home. Please, don't worry, you will be given the citizenship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'll let Ambassador answer that very quick and briefly so we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Let me finish this.
Ambassador, finish this one there.
Yeah, maybe let me finish this round of questions before. Thank you for those questions. We love these questions, we love these interactions, because also as embassy, they help us improve where we may be having gaps, where the critical needs are. So it's really one of the things we appreciate. A question was asked as to whether our assistance on repatriation is only limited to documents or we extend it to financial help. The embassy only does assistance with documentation. We cannot extend financial assistance to bereaved families because this is an enormous thing which even the government cannot undertake. Because if you look at Ugandans all over the world and then people passing away, we just cannot cope. So I think as a principle, this is what all embassies do. And we, as part of our, understanding over the situation, we don't charge any fee for sorting out this documentation work. So no one should tell you, please send us so much in order for us to process these documents. It's done free of charge. So that's what we do. The question of dual citizenship. Dual citizenship, as I stated before, is really meant to help you appreciate both sides of your belonging. You are American, you are also Ugandan. You denounced Ugandan citizenship, you now want to recover it. And we are saying, yes, welcome back home, So we help you through that process. But also, dual citizenship, the American government should recognize this citizenship. They do, and that is why if you hold American passport, American citizenship, and you also hold a Ugandan passport, you should not use these citizenships as if, you are playing them, like you said, somewhere along the way, that I have one foot here and then one foot with the other. You should be showing that you actually genuinely belong to both sides. And what combines the two is having this certificate that makes the linkage. So there shouldn't be a contradiction with that.
Yeah. Just to add on to that, Lambert, our secretary for UNA, will have a conversation with you concerning matters, especially with taking people's bodies back home. UNA has a program for that. Even our own DFW UAA community here, we have a program. But it's probably more about the access to information that we're not having. And but if you have a conversation with him, he'll let you know about the UNA program. Yeah, thank you. One more? Should we vote? One or two more? Ooh.
No, let me answer the question on the frustration with the ID registration. Now, the minister also hinted on it, the issue of us being able to reach out to Ugandans as much as we can. You do appreciate that our area of coverage is quite enormous.
The embassy is located and situated in Washington, D.C. That is an address that every Ugandan must, should be able to access. Nobody says don't come to the embassy. So when we come out here, it is this whole thing of saying, okay, these people are so far. Let's get closer to them. But the embassy is for you. You should come and register and apply and do all those things that you need with the embassy. In fact, coming out here as an outreach program, it is, how can I say, it's really us thinking out of the box. Otherwise, we would have sat in Washington and said, but Ugandans, come and apply, come, So this whole outreach thing is something which we do as innovation, as recognition of the realities on the ground. Think of Ugandans in Trinidad and Tobago. What do we do for them? But they tell you your embassy that represents you is in Washington, D.C. If you have a passport to renew, that is the location. So we are doing our best. We actually really, really try our best to get out there and do what we can whenever possible. And of course, there are also logistical resource issues. The minister hinted we are thin on the ground in comparison to the area of coverage, but we do our best to really to recognize the needs of Ugandans. Now, the issue of outsourcing national ID registration, I think this is a decision that the embassy cannot take. National ID is a very important thing. It is an identity. It is not something you just outsource to people. I don't think America outsources. Just one moment. You talked of outsourcing. Don't equate national ID with a passport. Those are very two different things. National ID is almost like your social security here. And I've not heard of social security functions being outsourced to anybody here in the US. So treat your national ID like your national social security identification here. And I don't see, if it's to happen, the decision has to come from Kampala. It has to, because as it is now, even the authority that grants, we had a very big debate about dual citizenship. We don't issue it at the embassy. We only do the processing, because the law says the only authority that grants citizenship is the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration, not even the embassy. So that's why you will apply, we shall help you, go through the process. They will have to approve it before they tell us what to do. So there are things which we cannot outsource just by the very nature of what they are. But the conversation continues. It is a proposal that you've made there, and I think it also deserves to be heard. So we will always champion these voices and say the Ugandans are calling for this, so that the authorities in Kampala can also help us make those decisions. Now, honorary consuls, they have limited functions. They cannot issue national IDs. There are things they simply cannot do, because even that function. The honorary consuls I mentioned earlier in the presentation, they are there, but over time, some of them have kind of, I said at the moment there is a review that is taking place. There are some that have been phased out. There are some who may be replaced in due course. There are some where there will be new recommendations made, but this is not something we do alone. It is done with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, with the authorities. Yes.
Thanks so much for the time. The Honorable Minister has guided. And I think we can appreciate that there are issues. We also appreciate that the discussion can be encouraged. I like the way you pointed out, even when we were in Parliament, the issue of the national ID cuts all, because it's all the biodata. It brought us security of the nation. Even as we talk right now, we are going to strengthen it further. Me, I would think that you collect as much information as possible, and then you share it with your colleagues. You are lucky that the cabinet minister is here. We are here. But what I want to take from what the minister said, I think you need to open up, and it's discussed online. It's no longer going to physical buildings anymore. No, buildings have been smashed by IT. You just have to create and discuss these things, answer them. And I think you can put colleagues at your office, at the embassy, to be answering. So to me, you have opened up the discussion, which you cannot conclude here. It's just the beginning, but we appreciate that these are the issues and they are pertinent. I was touched by her. Very touched. Mama, you're Ugandan. And these are the issues that we can solve. So I think let's open the doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. And with that said, I think let's bring this to conclusion. We have so many questions online happening right now. Unfortunately, we can't address all these right now. So because of the interest of time, let's just move forward. The ambassador is still available. I think we can access her on one-on-one and have these questions. I believe what she will not be able to answer, she will write down, and you will have direct contact with her. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Because of the interest of time, we're just going to go ahead with our sponsors. The next sponsor, we're just about to receive a message from, oh man, this is very passionate for me. I stood on the very ground in Kisementi. For those who know where Kisementi is in Kampala, I stood right there with a gentleman and his sister, and they showed me, they drew mental pictures of a story for me so many years back, about 2011. We stood right there and we envisioned things. Even when there were doubts, I was like, it's possible. I didn't know how much possible it would be. Today, that dream has gone above. It's moved from Kampala to Kololo to Nakasero somewhere. It's in Mbale. This dream is in Aurora in Illinois, Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Endiro Restaurant. So I'll let the video play right now. Jonah, if you don't mind. Jonah? Okay, perfect. I'll let you play that, and then we'll have Mr. Cody come say a word or two about Endiro. Thank you very much. Sorry, we have a little technical glitch right there. I'll just go ahead and invite Cody to come say a word or two while we figure out how to get this video going on. Ladies and gentlemen, Cody, Omulangira himself.
Good afternoon, and Mulembe. That's the only word I know in Lugisu, but it comes in handy. How's everybody doing? You okay? Yeah? I think you guys are funny. Whenever somebody says, I'll keep it short, it means the opposite. I'm learning that also from Ugandans. So Thank you for that lesson. I also learned that you always come with lots of business cards to these events. So I'm almost out already, and it's amazing. But the video is okay. It's a couple years old, but it kind of gives a background of the story, especially from Gloria's perspective. Gloria Katasime, she's the founder and the co-CEO of Indiro Coffee. I came along a couple years later. But Gloria and I, we met in South Africa at an event called the Lausanne Congress, 2010 Congress. So we met there. At the time, she was working in Nepal as a missionary and a journalist, and I was working among refugees from Nepal, living in the United States. So we connected on that matter and believed that God had really connected us for a purpose, and that purpose was going to be to work with Nepali-speaking people all over the world. Of course, she went back to Uganda and felt that God had called her to be back home and to work with vulnerable children. The funny thing is that in 2010, neither one of us drank coffee at all. We hated coffee. We agreed on that. But she went home and she started telling me about her calling to go work with children in Uganda. And I thought, okay, well, God bless you, but I am not going to be the Mzungu missionary that goes to Uganda to save Africa. I am not going to do that, I was committed. So I thought, okay, Gloria, I'll pray for you, and we'll probably never meet again. Things went on. She Skype called me. Remember Skype before Zoom? She Skyped me a little while later saying, I'm going to open a coffee shop. And I thought, that's so stupid. You don't even drink coffee, Gloria. What are you doing? Ugandans don't drink coffee. It's impossible. This is a dumb idea. I didn't say all these things. I just said, I'll pray for you, But she did. She opened that spot there in Kissimmee, and it actually did okay. So meanwhile, I'm in the U.S., in Chicago. I'm planting churches among refugees and immigrants, and I'm getting burnt out fast because refugees are very vulnerable people. They have a lot of difficulties, and after you bury some babies and clean up after a few suicides, you start to feel discouraged as a pastor. So my wife put me on a plane, said, you're going to Uganda. You say you have a sister in Uganda, so let her take care of you. So she forced me to go to Uganda, and I thought, okay, I'll take a book, I'll sit, and I guess I'll learn to drink coffee, and I will rest. So I went to Kissimmee. I sat down. I started tasting cappuccino for the first time, reading my book, and the first morning I ordered my breakfast. Keep in mind, I'm a Waffle House boy. Anybody? Waffle House? Any fans? Okay. I worked at Waffle House all through college. That's how I paid for my college. I know how to cook some eggs, okay? But I'm also very picky about my eggs. If I say over medium, it better not have any kind of charred edges on it. The yellow better be runny. The white better be cooked. I'm very picky. First day came, the eggs came, and they were way overcooked. They were like hard. I said, no. So I said, this is not right. Second day, the eggs are like completely the other direction, right? And they're like just everything's runny all over the place. The whites are runny, and I think I don't want to die today, so I'm not eating these either. Now the third day comes, and I'm thinking, she's just going to give me the chicken at this point, because they don't know how to do this. So I said, Gloria, can I please? And I know this was my white savior moment, and I was like, I'm going to save Indiro's egg cooking. So I went back to the kitchen with Gloria's permission, and I just cared about my own eggs. But it turned into a several-hour cooking session, and we learned proper American breakfast, not this British, what is this, full English breakfast? I don't understand that. Beans for breakfast? I don't know. Maybe you like it, but I didn't understand it. So I started there, and by that night, I had decided to become an investor in Indiro, and over the next couple years, Indiro became my entire life. Began with working on menu development, since that was my background, and then branding, and then now today I'm one of the CEOs along with Gloria. So yes, thank you. I'm really not an entrepreneur. Maybe I am. I don't know. I'm not a business person. I don't do this to get rich, and neither does Gloria. The company was born around the idea of ending child vulnerability in Uganda. At first, the idea was one coffee shop that could make a little bit of money, and we could take that money and support various projects that were already doing the work of helping vulnerable children in Uganda. And we did that, and we still do that. But the further along we got in the process, the more we realized that business itself can accomplish our mission and God's mission. And we began to understand, I'm going to get a little religious here, but we began to understand, I don't need to give that warning in a Ugandan event. You guys are all very religious. So we began to see our business as a kingdom business. If Jesus were the CEO, what would he do? And so our hiring changed. We went from creating jobs to trying to create careers for young people. There's a difference between a job and a career. We started looking at what do we do, how do we source our products. In fact, that's what sent us down on a crazy journey that we're still on today. At first, we were buying fair trade certified coffee, which is good, but then we made the mistake of talking to farmers, and we realized that the fair trade farmers were not getting fair trade prices. You guys are Bamasaba, right? Is that how you say it? So you know coffee. You probably understand that most coffee farmers sell cherries, right? Well, the fair trade certified price doesn't happen at cherry. It doesn't happen at parchment. It happens at green. Yes. So as long as the green seller gets the fair trade price, then it's fair trade certified coffee. But it doesn't matter. That doesn't have any impact on what the farmer themselves is getting paid. Once we learned that, we realized that the farmers that we were sourcing from were getting maybe 1/10 of the fair trade price. We could no longer do it that way. We just couldn't sleep at night. It seemed fundamentally unjust. So that's where we are today. And I just wanted to make a few points. Sorry, I did not observe protocols. My bad. All protocols observed. There it is. I love that one. I love that phrase. It's magical words of all protocols observed. No, but seriously, I'm very grateful for the invitation. President Betty and all the famous people that I get to sit with and meet and take selfies, and I send to the directors back in Uganda, and they're very jealous because they don't know you, except for John, of course, who is one of our best customers in Mbale. So, but thank you. What I wanted to say thank you also to the members of Parliament in being so diligent in looking at that coffee agreement that has been so much in the news lately. I spent a long time looking at that document as well. I realize that it represented a very small part of the entire coffee production of Uganda, and so I wasn't terribly worried about it, but there are some presidents there that seemed concerning, I guess I should say. And let me, we're such a tiny company, but from our perspective, let me say this. If a foreign company is coming in order to come in, they want to not pay taxes, that's not fair. You know? It's not fair. We don't need that company, you know? Some kinds of tax work and stuff is fine, but to just blanket say, I don't want to pay taxes, I don't want to pay utilities, I don't want to pay these things, I don't want to pay the pay as you earn to my employees. Okay, you create 280 jobs, but you don't pay. We already created 280 jobs in Uganda, so, and we do that, we pay those things. So it's only fair if you're there doing business and you're making money in Uganda, you need to be paying taxes in Uganda. That's my humble opinion. Take it or leave it. But I also just will share these 3 points here. There's a lot of conversation about value addition in coffee, right? Let me suggest to you that value addition is not simply a matter of roasting coffee in Uganda and exporting it. Perhaps a roasted instant coffee perhaps fetches a higher price than a green coffee, but that money doesn't get to the farmer, right? It gets to the roaster. If it's to be true value addition in coffee, the value addition needs to be at the farm level. That's my belief, that's my conviction. If true value addition adds value to the farmer, right? Not to a roaster or not to a foreign company, right? I should also suggest, and that's why we try to work with BCU as much as possible because it's a Ugandan company. We've done a lot of partnership with you and we will do much more in the future because it's about adding value in Uganda. And let me also suggest this. There's a model that's being pushed, the model of Vietnam. And a lot of people in Uganda want to look at Vietnam and say, let's be like Vietnam. Okay, Robusta farmers, I understand, you know. But for Arabica, we don't want the Vietnam model at all, okay? Yes, Vietnam makes more total revenue in coffee than does Uganda. That is true. But per bag of coffee, Vietnam makes $98, right? Ethiopia makes $198 per bag. Would you rather have more cheap coffee or a good, solid, I mean, we're still top 10 coffee exporters. We produce a lot of coffee. What if we produced a lot of great coffee, right? I think we need to be looking at models of like Ethiopia, Kenya, who are getting better price per bag of coffee than we are right now. We're around $120 a bag, and we could be doing much better than that. Unless you think that Ugandan coffee cannot be as good as Ethiopian coffee. Personally, I don't believe that. I believe that Ugandan coffee can be among the best in the world. And I'm not saying that just to get you to applaud. It's a friendly audience for a statement like that. I'm saying that because our company has proven it. We just won the Specialty Food Association Best New Product for Coffee. We just won that award for 2022. And this was the product. So this, and it says in big, you see our logo is very small, but Bududa Bukalasi is very large, yeah? Because we want people to understand the village where this coffee comes from. So this is the product. This is in 70 Trader Joe's locations around the United States. This is now going to be on display next week in New York City at the Specialty Food Association Summer Conference. And we got a really, I was going to bring the trophy to show you, but it was too heavy to bring and fit in my bag. So, but it's very nice, yeah. So it's on our Instagram if you want to look for it. But we're very proud of Ugandan coffee, and this is just our first year. This coffee is going to continue to improve and improve year by year. We are adding Mataya. You guys know the village of Mataya. It's just down from Bukalasi. We've begun using that coffee in our coffee shop in the Chicago area. We're going to continue to roll that coffee out. So they did 10 tons our first harvest with them. We're going to be pushing them to do 25 in the next and then keep going. So then it comes to honorable members of parliament, where I'm going to be meeting you for breakfast tomorrow and asking for suggestions on adding some additional farming groups to our roster, because we're there in Bukalasi, in Mataya, and we want to add about 3 more groups from the region, from that area specifically. So thank you. We have much more demand than we have supply right now. So because the coffee is so good, even last weekend I met with the buyer for McDonald's They sell a lot of coffee, right? You've heard of McDonald's? Anybody heard of McDonald's? Yeah. Yes. So the chief buyer, procurement officer for McDonald's met with us, also from Chick-fil-A. We sat and we talked with them, and they like our coffee a lot, but I had to say to them, unfortunately, there is no way I can supply you coffee, because our coffee, you know, we produce 100 tons a year. It's nothing compared to, I mean, that's one or two locations for McDonald's, right? So we have to begin planning now for increasing production of specialty coffee in Kenya, or Uganda, sorry, not Kenya, in Uganda, so that our company can begin to take these contracts that are larger. Even Trader Joe's, they have over 500 locations. We're only in 70 because that's all we can supply right now. So there is much room to grow, and I know we'll start to strategize, I hope, tomorrow about that. So value addition, though, if it doesn't result in value addition for the farmer, then it's meaningless. And the other question that comes up a lot is increasing domestic consumption in Uganda, which is extremely important. And I understand that many people want to do that. And let me just humbly suggest that we have provided a model that does that. We started in Kisimenti with our one shop, and let me read our locations to you now. We're in Bugalobi. We're in Iganga. Thanks, John, helped us get started. Yes. We are in, as I mentioned, we're in Mbale. We're on Speak Road at Standard Chartered. If you go there, you get a free birthday coffee, so on your birthday. We are in Buama. If you're heading west, you can stop by the shop in Buama. We're there. We're in Muyenga. It's a beautiful shop in Muyenga. Have you seen it? In the big thatch roof building on Tank Hill Road. We're in Moroto, up at Karatunga. So, Minister for Karamoja, we are there. We're already there. That's why I have this. I had to really bribe a guy for him to give me my this bracelet. You know, you have one also? Yeah. They told me that they have it to protect against snake bites. Is that true? When I learned that, I started adding more and more, just because I don't want to be bit by a snake. So, we are also in Sippy Falls now, right at the top of the falls at Lakam Lodge. We're there. We're in Naguru. We're in Nakasero. That's the sign language cafe that has gotten a lot of positive press. We're at MTN. We now have a coffee shop in the MTN building. So all of their staff get discounted coffee there, which is nice. Now we just opened in Entebbe at the Shell there. And now we're talking to Shell. Shell wants to do more. So we're talking, and you'll see some more happening with Shell in the months to come. We expect to do Shell Bugalobi by the end of this year. Of course, we're in Aurora, Illinois, and now we also expect to open in Nairobi by the end of the year. But we will continue with Ugandan coffee in the Nairobi location. So let the Kenyans drink. They're already coming over the border and taking our coffee and selling it as Kenyan coffee, but let them be honest, yeah? Let them know they're drinking Ugandan coffee, right? So we've been able to increase domestic consumption through our own brand tenfold since we opened, and we will be continuing to do that more and more. So I believe that's a model that works, and I think what we've tried to do is keep everything very Ugandan. I know there are other big coffee companies that have cafes, but when you read the name, you can't tell if it's Ugandan at all. You know, it doesn't say anything. But Indiro, I mean, if you're from the West, you know, Indiro is Ugandan, you know. It's a very Ugandan thing. So, okay, and I'll leave it at that. I just want to, we'll talk more tonight about sustainability in coffee and the future of coffee sustainability. We need to understand that by 2050, experts predict that half of all land suitable for coffee growing will no longer be suitable for coffee growing. That is a huge problem that we need to be addressing. I continue to work in Uganda because I believe we can be at the forefront of the specialty coffee industry. So thank you for your support and encouragement. I'll leave it there. Thank you. I was going to present this coffee to the minister, honorable minister. Obviously, you have to travel a long way to get coffee that's already there in Uganda, but it's okay. Yes, yes, yes. And we're sending a trophy to Uganda, so we'll be able to do that too. Can you take a photo?
Yes. Yeah. So I think the member of parliament for Ududa.
Oh yes, that'd be good.
Needs to join me also.
Girl, you not make me look like a beggar, but you are me one and only. I don't wanna feel so lonely. Baby, you make my family, and that's why me beg down for me knees. Yeah, in the kere marise yande tere. Yes, enough cause some is na birekere. Mizeje buwenzi se na jirekere. Nitondere musale musonyi. Ukachawa, ukanduma. You are me one and only. I don't wanna feel so lonely. Baby, you make my family, and that's why me beg down for me knees. Yeah, kesoke nganitonda, I am sorry. Down on my knees, baby, I'm sorry. Kitufabo kubazi simu nimi na bize. Nakosa mumu sale musumi. Ukachawa.
Thank you very much, Cody. I sure believe that a word has got us all fired up now, right? The word sure got us all fired up. Honorables, our members of parliament, can I be chief whip for 1 minute? Thank you so much, honorables. I do think that was cause for celebration. I think Cody deserves a hand clap, ladies and gentlemen. His story is inspiring. Indiro's story is very inspiring. I think it's nothing to do with profit. It has a lot to do with, changing lives. And I think that's really one thing we can roll with. Yeah, or worry about it. Yeah. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our next speaker for the evening, our next sponsor. I'd like to invite our next sponsor for the evening. How is the house doing, ladies and gentlemen? Do we want to stand up for 1 minute? Yes, just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Let's stand up for 1 minute, man. Stretch it out, come on. Let's yeah. No, don't worry about it. I have musicians in the house here. Yeah? Mama, naomba wimbo hivi, moja, just one more song. Let us just dance one song. That one you sang for us here. Yeah? One song. DJ, I sit a bit. Okay, we're going back to the Bama Saba land. We're going to Elgon right now for just 1 minute. We're going to Elgon. All right.
When I say, what you think, you all say, yeah, niba siase. With my friends, you say, namutoloko mlele nina. Okay? What you think, niba siase, namutoloko mlele nina. Harebe ha, hamambirira, namutoloko mlele nina. Harebe, mambire norere. Harebe, mambire norere. Isaka humitira kumutambo kwensa. Liola humitira kumutambo kwensala. Harebe, mambire norere. Harebe, mambire norere.
Wanyala. Good. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah? That's for the southern Elgon. No, that's for the northern, headed towards Sironko. Okay, that's headed towards Sironko. Yeah? We're going up to Sironko now. 1 minute, huh? Okay, good. 1 minute, yeah.
And bend with our hands on our thighs, isn't it? Let me demonstrate. Daniel, just standing like this, okay? Gorilla stand with our hands. Now you have to clap. Magumbagali, yeah. Magumbagali, yeah. Let me see you jump. Magumbagali, yeah.
Wanyala Nami. That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's have order right now, please. Let's have some order in the house. I would like to invite our next sponsor for the evening. The world of sourdough. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Nick Singh, the CEO. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Betty to giving this opportunity to us to be here. Thanks for the invitation. And if you guys see, I put some brochures on your table. This world of sourdough. So we have a lot of restaurants in Northern California, and we're growing in Canada, Dubai, Texas, Arizona, and other states. So I came from India in 2004, migrated here, like so many us here, and started working a regular job like everybody else. But while I was working, I was thinking, if I'm just gonna work enough to just eat for shelter and clothing, I can go back to my country and live there and do the same thing. So if I'm here, I'm going to do something good, something better for everybody. So I start saving money every year. Every year I start saving money. I bought a house, I rent my rooms, did everything I can do to save money. And then I bought my first business in 2010. After 5 years, I came to America. And that was a blessing. And then I never stopped after that. I've been working hard and growing. I was in gas station business for a long time. I built a lot of gas stations, built a lot of real estate properties, and they're really good. Then one of my friends, he invited me to join a food venture, which I never did before. But that was a blessing. That's how I meet Mr. Steve. He's sitting right here. So that was a blessing, and we got together. We became very good friends, and then we started this. He was already doing this sourdough concept. Then I joined it, and that was a great blessing. And we decided to grow tremendously. So now we have almost 40 locations open, and we have 23 under construction. So we're looking at least in the next 5 years, 200 locations in America. And then we're going to Canada, we're going to other countries, and hopefully one day in Uganda too. We will never know. So talking about sourdough, it's a really good sandwich company. We are full muscle meat. We are fresh produced. It comes from freshness. It comes from where you feel like you're eating something healthy. This is the only vegan bread in America today. It has no dairy product. It's a vegan. It's very healthy bread. So what we do is when we make it, we fast freeze it, and then we'll bake it fresh at every restaurant. Every hour we bake it fresh. So you feel the freshness in the bread. That's why we are very famous and growing tremendously, because everybody loves our sandwich. Other thing is about the meats. So many places you guys go, you don't taste the chicken doesn't taste like chicken, beef doesn't taste like beef. So we don't compromise in our quality. We have the best quality. We don't cut corners. We charge good price and we give good product away. We don't compromise at all. So that's the one reason for our success. Other things is we are building a lot of jobs. We're creating jobs. We're giving a lot of opportunities for everybody to grow and open their own business. So there's no business in this country right now you can open between 230 to 250,000 to 300,000. So this business you can open and you can be on your boss. You can do making good money, do a good living, and you can expand tremendously. We have guys in California, they run 3 stores, 4 stores, 5 stores, and they make really good money. They work hard and they make good money and they live good life. The good thing about, the best thing I like about this concept is, it's like a banking job. You open 10:30, you can spend your time morning with your kids, with your family, and then you close 7 o'clock in the evening. So you go back, you can have dinner, you spend time with your family, you do whatever you want to do. So it doesn't take time away. Like I was in a gas station business, so that was 24/7. Every time my phone rings, I was worried like, oh, I hope something didn't happen. But in this business, you sleep really good in the night. You don't have your phone to be ringing in the night for any. Somebody got shot, or somebody has a problem, somebody stole beers, somebody stole cigarettes, no worries. So this is the reason I shut down my gas station business and 100% committed to sourdough, because it makes life so easier. And then it gives other people opportunity to not work for somebody, work for themselves in very little amount, which is very good for so many youngsters. They don't want to work for somebody else. They can own their own business. Their wife can work there, their kids can work there, their parents can work there, and create sandwich. It's art. So it's a beautiful opportunity, and if anybody like to talk about it, know more about it, I will be here for another 2 days, tomorrow too. So I love to talk to you guys and introduce you my brand, and see you guys soon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Nick. The American dream belongs to the entrepreneur, one who's able to create jobs and create more tax avenues for the United States. So when you see a person bringing his skills and creativity out there, that's the man who's in the land of the free and the home of the brave. That's the American story. And I think it would be good if 1 or 2 or maybe 10 of us in this room one day understand that concept. That it's not about one person, one paycheck. It's about creating opportunities. Thank you very much, Nick. That's a blessing. Without further ado, do you still want to dance? No, but before we dance, I'd like to invite a very special person. I wish Justice was still here. I wish Lady Justice was in the house. Is she still here? Oh, no, she's gone. Yeah, she's gone. All right, yeah. I like it every time she says something and then it manifests. We're talking about girl, woman power in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Elsa Juko, chair lady of the East African Chamber of Commerce in our beautiful city, Dallas. She's also a resident of Dallas, Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's really interesting. It seemed like it was just a surprise for me to come up here because of this deep radio voice. That's an amazing voice. You should be on radio. Do you guys agree? Thank you so much for a wonderful intro. Madam President, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, I am so happy to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. And deeply from the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, which is transitioning to the East Africa Business Network, we really appreciate, again, the opportunity to be here. Am I able to use my slides? Okay. Can someone help me with that, please? I do. They were on one of those laptops. Should I come over there and help? You see it? Okay, good. Yes, sir. So let me get started. In 2022 marks the major milestone for the East Africa Chamber of Commerce. And I'm sure this gentleman introduced me, but I'd like to introduce myself again. My name is Elsa Juko McDowell. I am bona fide born in Uganda. I've been here in the United States for a while. I wanted to say bona fide for your ambassador. So I have to really work hard to get one of those areas to get my national ID. But going back to 2022, which marks a major turning point for the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, the East Africa Chamber of Commerce brings business to business and business to government, trade, investment, and collaboration, along with the cultural exchanges as we're experiencing here today. But first, I'd like to start telling you the story of the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, some history for you. So if you can start the slides, please, on the first one. Yes, it's there. Thank you for your patience. You guys are so good to be here for 4 hours, 3 days, and everybody's calm and quiet. Maybe we do need to stand up and dance a little bit while he's finding these slides. I'm not trying to take over your job, I'm just saying. Are you able to see it now? That's all right. While you work on that, I think I'll go ahead and get started for the sake of time. Are you able to see it? Okay. So the East Africa Chamber of Commerce was birthed in 2005 by a modest gathering of East African community diaspora members. And actually, one of the founders who's not here with me today, his story was really touching in the sense that he felt that instead of sending money back home constantly, it was just a lot easier to basically teach a man how to fish, right? You guys know that story. He felt that it was a lot easier to be able to bring people here or take people back home in order to start business. So in 2005, a number of business leaders and investors started the East Africa Chamber of Commerce. And the original goal was to highlight cross-border investments, trade opportunities, while honoring all the local cultures, as I said before. But in 2009, the EACC, the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, gained such significant international interest that it transitioned from a formal idea to a recognized entity based here in Dallas. For those of you who are questioning, where are we? We're based here in Dallas. And our conferences are usually, I say usually because the past 2 years we haven't really had a conference. They are every single year here in Dallas. And so in 2009, okay, so we are up. I think I have to be this, so I can't be behind it. No, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm good, I appreciate it. So as you can see there, we represent the East African region. And I say that because it's an important, it's very important to me because I am Uganda, but I'm also from East Africa. And being that I came here when I was very young, most people would always tease me and say, you know what, Elsa, you're not really American, or you're not really Ugandan, so where am I? I'm not sure where the young lady was here, but you might want to look at yourself at an older age and say, that's me, because there's so many people in the diaspora that are not, you know, feel as if they're in between. So when I came to the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, I found myself in a place that I felt really comfortable because it was a very diverse group of people, meaning that there were mostly men, mostly Kenyans. And what I find that when I'm here in the US, we tend to separate. I was unanimously elected to chair this organization. At that time, as I said before, it was mainly men dominated. Now, I love men, but women, we have a lot of power, and I believe someone said that in the room last night. I believe it was you back there, actually. Women are really powerful. So what happened, we transitioned from maybe 80% males to 60% women in the organization. So things started really moving. So for those of you who could actually understand that economic development is a real answer to the emerging markets, or the middle class, should I say, and understand that women here in the diaspora work really hard to be able to support their families back home, or maybe may have opportunities that come to them that they may not have in their homeland. And I believe sourdough, if you ever come to the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, that's an opportunity that opens up for you, not only in Uganda, but within the East African region. If you can go to the next slide, please. So I'm sure I've covered the majority of information on this particular slide. But I also wanted to say that the women in the diaspora who play a very important part, they, as I said, send money back home, support their families. They even take their business knowledge and take it back home to develop. There's a number of women here who may have businesses, whether they're accountants, Some women own their own businesses and have trucking companies. Some women have restaurants. But the strength is in that diversity. The strength is in the power to be able to reach across the aisle to people you typically would not communicate with. So the EACC continued to have the support, again, from the global industry leaders, and we're able to get groups of people to come together to find solutions in major industries such as finance, fintech, agriculture, manufacturing, telecommunications, energy, education, healthcare, and my favorite, which is real estate. And the most important one, I think, is having clean water. So what we do in our annual conferences on a monthly basis, now we're going to the point where we're serving our community 365 days a year, not just 3 days out of the year. So when you come to the conference and you're, whether you're a company or an individual, and you decide what direction you want to go, this is something that we can help you do. Whether you have a business or you want to become an entrepreneur, or you want to, whatever you might want to select to do, we're there to help you get it done. The next slide, please. I think we've passed a lot of these. So those are some of our core values, as you can see. I just mentioned empowering entrepreneurs and facilitating trade opportunities and so forth. And we have a number of partners that help us here locally within the Dallas area and globally, as I mentioned before. So what I like to really close with is that it is an understatement to view this organization, or our organization that we call the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, as a chamber of commerce, because we're moving into the East Africa Business Network. And I'd like to invite everyone in this room, whether you're a sponsor, or you're an individual, or we've never met, your excellencies, please get to know the East Africa Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of power there. I'd like to say that in spite of COVID-19 and shutting down the world in 2020, that was really detrimental, especially to such organizations as this. So it's really nice to be in a room and have these conversations again. I'm really happy to be here because I haven't done this in a very long time. We're able to continue to host events in North Texas. We'd like to be able to expand and have missions within the East African region. If you could go to the next slide, please. And so you can see, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but our goal is to really engage the diaspora. But I believe the most important part here is to be able to strengthen the global communities via the East Africa Business Network. So even if we have UNA, we have the East Africa Chamber of Commerce, we have NAMCA, but all of us at some point have to come together to say, okay, what can we do for people here? How can we actually have an exchange that helps the diaspora here? Because we have our own individual personal issues that we have to deal with. But if you're interested in business, then I would say that this is the organization that you should really get involved with. And again, I invite every one of you to come to our conference, which will be held on September 9th through October 1st. Here, actually about 10 minutes away in Irving. And if you'd like to be able to catch an early bird special, I know some people were talking about it to me yesterday, please do so now, because registration is open, and all you have to do is go to www.eabn.co. Can you go to the next slide, please? This gives you an opportunity to actually pull out your phones, make some notes, and put this down, www.eabn.co. And again, this is some of the benefits that I might have mentioned earlier, but I think the most important thing to remember here is that it is a business resource, and we can advocate for you if you choose to, if you don't have the time to do it, or gives you an opportunity to network and find the partnerships that you need. Thank you so much for your time. I'll talk to you tonight, hopefully.
Thank you, Elsa. to my members of parliament, I think it's clear that we are creating our, governance here. So I remember somebody mentioned something about councillors, and I think our councillor is very busy because we are actually running a whole government down here. We have our Ugandan parliament in here. We have our East African parliament. We definitely need a lot of representation. And I think it's important right now that you do plug in. It will be also great to see you in San Francisco this year so we can get deeper in some of these conversations. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Dr. Andrew Nangalama from American River Urgent Care to come and share a word or two with us this evening. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much for the honor. I would like to thank the group representing Uganda, starting with the Honorable Minister and the members of Parliament, Ambassador, and all those who have traveled our way, and also recognize my friends Steve and Nick, who have come in to join us. Betty invited me to come. Also, I'm a Ugandan who was born in Mbale on Mount Elgon, where the coffee comes from. When I was young, we used to have even coffee dances. I came to this country in 1977. I came as a refugee student from Kenya. I left Uganda during the Idi Amin. We had uprising. I was an activist. I stayed in exile for 2 years, and I came to the States under the negotiation of United Nations and the U.S. State Department. And then I was on my own. When I came to this country, I started on my own. I used to work anywhere between 50 to 60 hours a week and go to school full time. And I was able, within a period of 4 years, to achieve both the bachelor's and master's, transfer to University of California, Davis, where I became a research assistant, and I got a scholarship, and I was able to get both master's and PhD, and I was honored as a top scientist student. I got NIH scholarship to work on breast cancer, University of California, San Francisco, where I became assistant professor by 88 or something like that. Then I worked on breast cancer, and we did some areas which were original. Some of it is adapted now for chemotherapy and all that. And then, of course, I went to medical school, University of California. I graduated. I had 2 kids, and then have marriage. All the time, I've been working more than one job. Even when I was a doctor, wherever I worked. I worked in an emergency room for 22 years. And in 22 years, 15 years, I was all working on ER trauma in the prison. And it was not easy. So I had concurrent 2 jobs for quite some time. So when I retired out of those jobs, I asked myself, what can I do? I'm used to working all the time. That's when I opened American River Urgent Care, using also the knowledge and experience I used to do things in the emergency room. So I did buy a building under Andrew Nangalama Holdings. Then I renovated, I designed my own clinic, put in, imaging, X-ray rooms, laboratory, and, exam rooms. Everything is computerized. And we've been in business for since September 2018. That same time when I was doing that to renovate my building, I started a business of extending medical services to the nursing homes. And at the moment, I have 2 nurse practitioners who work with me. One is full-time, and that one is under Andrew Nangalama, MD, PhD, PC, private corporation. It's a different corporation. And that's paid my way here. So then most recently, I've known Steve, Nick, first Steve for many years. We hung out together all the time. He's my brother's there. So they talked to me about, Andrew, why don't you also start something like sourdough, And they both gave me a chance to get in sourdough. And talking to them, I've learned quite a lot. And I think starting with Nick, first of all, who was here early on, Nick is a very successful young businessman who came to this country with only $15. Now he's way up there with shopping centers. He didn't say that. And I'm glad to have him come here and even listen about our coffee, and probably he'll promote the coffee too. And Steve is one of those pioneers. Steve has been in food industry for, over 40 years? 45 years. And he had one of the busiest restaurants in California more than 25 years ago, and multiple restaurants in San Francisco, which he sold, retired out that, then opened another venture of chain restaurant. And now they're in sourdough, they want to extend it. Their concept is to run sourdough just like the other food chains have run across the globe in the next 5 years. And I'm happy to join them. My chain store is based in Avondale, Phoenix, in Arizona. We opened February this year. So they gave me an opportunity. So now I've also branched in sourdough. But I bought out for 3 stores. That's the first location. I hope to have a next store probably next year, then another one. Hopefully there will be money. But it's being dedicated, committed, and working hard. It pays. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I will be very happy to help my folks and friends who also want to join us on the journey to build sourdough.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Woo. Are we running too fast? Should we slow down? Oh, you want to cool down a bit? You want to shake it a little bit? Okay. Just before we get into that, I'm going to invite David. David is a managing editor with the Vision Group. Yeah, if I get that right. David McCauley is a managing editor with Vision Group. We are proud to have you here, David. I haven't seen you in many years. I'm sure you don't remember this face. I was very frequent at the media house back then. Yeah, but it's good to have you here. He has something for us, and I'm sure he's going to make it brief and very interesting. Thank you very much, David.
I'm just going to rush through, and I'm David McCauley. I work for Vision Group, but what I'm going to talk about is developing Bugisu. It's not necessarily coming from Vision Group. It is coming from my interaction with somebody who is setting up a NAMCA chapter in Kampala. So through this interaction, we came up with a few things here. So we asked, what can we do for Bugisu? Quick. So there were 3 stages I looked at. Think about home. I mean, it's something to you people who live here. It is always home. It's a fact of our origin. So we have to erect monuments. So what monuments are we erecting? Let's think about that. Tell the story of your home. So we've told the coffee story. That's the story of our home. So we are proud of it. And I'm happy that here people are talking about it. We've been lamenting that our coffee doesn't sell. But Ndiro has showed us that it is working. So don't get distracted. I think the justice told us to be focused. And then what is it that we can do, or what is it that you want to do or can do? So that is our potential. Again, most people have talked about it. Give your home a facelift. Now, we can't stay in the same place forever. We need to give it a facelift. People who live in America, you know very well. I think you do annual facelift, or I don't know. So, okay, next. Yeah, so quickly, new times, new opportunities. Mbale is a city now. Some of you left it as, probably it was the cleanest town then, but it's a city now. The population is growing, and the volume of business is increasing. Of course, the problem is that we still have street vendors. That's the challenge. People are growing more food, and we have food basket, by the way. The Kenyans come every season to our doorstep, and they even pay in advance. So these are all opportunities. And then buildings, we are building, and people are owning houses and in Bali, you know. Next. And then we continue.
Uganda is...
It's a link to Kenya, to South Sudan, and the rest of Uganda. There was a time I was in Nairobi, and there was a bus they were calling, Mbale, Mbale, Mbale. I was very impressed. I felt connected. Now, there's a growing number of people in the diaspora. They keep coming. The number is growing. I think conservative estimate is about 2,000. Maybe it's a conservative estimate. More people can read and write. Even we have a Gisu Bible, so we are reading. You know, and then movement is easy. People are moving. We have tarmac roads. Some roads are still terrible, but they're quite motorable. And of course, there's a challenge too. There are challenges. Of course, all sorts of challenges, and maybe that's why NAMCA we are here, and we can deal with those challenges. Next, we have to work under difficult times. That is when one's value is realized, and the value will last. Somebody said we can't get things on a silver plate, so the value, we have to work hard. Let's think differently. Think as one. Focus. The justice talked about focus. I think we are thinking alike. And then I have something to play for you. No sound. This is the Mbale. This is how it looks like. This is Kampala.
Kampala, an ever-growing city at a population growth of 3.2% per annum. A growing population inevitably means challenges in the real estate sector. Uganda Bureau of Statistics shows the country facing a deficit of 2.1 million homes by 2030. As the cities expand and infrastructures and investments are growing, the country requires many communities who work together, keeping their nation beautiful. In Uganda, we find the buzzing city of Kampala, an ever-growing city at a population growth of 3.2% per annum. A growing population inevitably means challenges in the real estate sector. Uganda Bureau of Statistics shows the country facing a deficit of 2.1 million homes by 2030. As the cities expand and infrastructures and investments are growing, the country requires many developers to answer for this ever-growing demand in the property sector. We are Property Services Limited. Property Services takes its background from its founding company, NH Carrier Land and Estates, found real estate sector in Uganda. In 1992, The company was brought under its current brand, Property Services Limited, and supported the growth of the city in its early days. Over the years, we have grown from strength to strength and are now one of the region's leading property developers. We provide many services, including asset management, consultation, and development of residential and commercial property within Uganda. We take a hands-on approach to every development and strive to achieve a high level of quality while respecting fair market values. Our major strengths lie in the unparalleled variety of commercial products that we provide, catering for retail, office, showroom, and residential spaces for major brands throughout Uganda. Today, we employ skillful advice from consulting architects, structural and civil engineers, and have built a core team of over 100 staff and key workers. This expertise has allowed us to create some of the iconic buildings across Kampala's skyline and help develop large multi-home estates housing hundreds of families. We take the utmost pride in
They're my friends, and they co-opted me into their business. So when I travel a lot, I talk about them. All their units in Kampala have been sold out. And so they are moving into Mbale. After Kampala, they are not in Jinja, but they are going to Mbale. So you are welcome. I have a few magazines and business cards to give up. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, David. I'm sure Madame Elsa is, thinking about it, thinking about it. The first time we met was in New Orleans, and it was on the same, you were doing the same thing. Keep that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, how we doing? Are we all right? Okay, I'm not going to waste much of your time. Just get your feet up right now. We're going to dance for a couple of minutes. Get that blood flowing, and then we'll just have one more speech for the evening, or should I say one more presentation for the evening, and then we can go from there and plan for our dinner. So, DJ PM, make it sound good, my friend. Thank you. Honorable, get up. Come on, Honorable. I think total calories lost is about 18,000. Not too bad for the evening. Not too bad for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just one more for the evening. Just one more before we can depart the room. Are we ready? Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Let's just have ourselves seated just for one more minute, please. One more minute. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just one more minute. Here. Just one more minute. Thank you. Sorry, House. We were supposed to have just one more from Mr. Ivan Katumba. I'm not sure how soon he'll be here, but in the meantime, I'll let the DJ just sit. You know, give us a piece of that, DJ, while we wait for another 5 minutes that we can see. Just give us a piece of that Luma Saba as we wait on Mr. Ivan. I hope he should be here in the next short couple of minutes. Is he here? He's here? Okay, perfect. No, we will have Ivan first and then, yeah. Okay, without further ado, we'll have Mr. Ivan Katumba. He'll give us the last word for the evening. Thereafter, we'll give you more information as regards the dinner and the rest of the evening. So, Mr. Ivan Katumba is going to do a presentation on investment opportunities. I believe it's here or above, all the way in the land of the Luma Saba. Thank you very much, Ivan.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. I'm honored to be here to talk in front of the ministers, our members of parliament, and our ambassador. Well, I'm Ivan Katumba, and I'm a Ugandan born. I've been here for some time, and as an investor and as an entrepreneur, I would like to. I'm going to present about investments, and the opportunity that I'm going to present is basically to pitch the idea that we've had for a long time to our Ugandan community. We are not, let's go on the next slide, please. That was part, part of my bio. I'm in IT. I've done IT ever since I went to college, and 2 years ago I launched an IT company in Uganda. But as we all know, that was a very bad period when we had the shutdown and everything, lockdown. The idea was to provide employment to our young people via using mobile services. It's still running over there. But the main purpose for this presentation tonight, let's go to the next slide, please, is to bring together Africans or all people of African descent together into an investment group. Now, we are not going to be the first people doing this. We've seen Kenyans do this. We've seen Ghanaians. We've seen other people from other countries do this kind of thing, and they have been able to succeed. They have invested heavily in the US here, as well as investing heavily, back home. So, yes, please. So, why do we need to invest? We all know that everyone who has been here has gone through multiple jobs. We've gone through times when we've had to do multiple jobs to put something on the table, And when we talk of investments, no one seems to understand what investment is. All we know that, okay, let me make my money, let me sit on my bank account, let me pay my bills, and that's all we know. That's all when we come here, we're not taught on how to do investments. When we try to do investments, we put our money in things that we don't actually understand, and we end up being burnt. That money gets lost. Young people have invested in Bitcoins, they have invested in cryptos, and they have lost their money. Now, those are the reasons that we need to be investing, to be doing investments here. It's steady income, long-term financial security, of course, the tax benefits. We all know Uncle Sam here. We know IRS. You don't want to mess with Uncle Sam. So, but if you have a business or you have an investment somewhere, then whatever you would have been paying to Uncle Sam will be done, will be, being taken off in your investment. We all know for the past 2 years, ever since we got into this COVID season, that real estate has really gone high. Those of you who own homes can attest to this. Property taxes have gone high. People are moving from different cities into different cities. All they are doing is they are causing all these real estate problems in these cities. And everything, real estate, investment, real estate properties have increased in value. You would expect that during this season, the values will go down, but no. They are just going high. Not just in the US, but also in our country, our motherland, Uganda. Next slide, please. So I've already talked about this. So there is no reason why we as Ugandans cannot come together to form an investment club or an investment group. Now, if I talk about investments, many of us have been burnt. We've been part of investment circles. This is not an investment circle. If you're looking to to invest your money and wait for your round when you get the money, and then wait for 100 months to get money. This is not the idea. Okay. Next slide, please. What kind of investments am I talking about? I'm talking about commercial real estate investment, residential real estate, land purchases, both here in Uganda, both here in the US and in Uganda. We're looking at owning up the apartment complexes, and also looking at establishing assisted and independent living facilities. Now, all of us at any one time, we are going to be at that age when our children will not even want to take care of us. They would love to take care of us, but the fact that they will also have their kids trying to provide for their family, they would rather put you in a facility, pay for you, facility takes care of you, while for them they are chasing their dreams. Now, that is the investment that we need to do. As you know, I'll talk about the baby boomers. They have a few years left for them to start going into assisted living. So how about as an investment group or an investment club, we own a facility of that nature? That is income that is going to be coming in, supplementing on what you're earning right now, but also for the future, because I believe most of us are parents here. Whatever we do for our kids. So as we accumulate these assets as investments, we are not only satisfying us as the parents or as the business starters or owners, but we also investing into the future of our kids. Next slide, please. So those are just some of the investment opportunities that we can come up with, or investment opportunities that have already been proved to work and been put on paper. Apartment complexes, assisted living and memory care facilities, and multi-family and single home development. Now, in these seasons, as prices are going high, land prices are also going high. So if you attempt to go just buy a single lot, in Uganda we call it a plot, right here in the US, it will be in the neighborhoods of 50, 100,000, 200,000 in that neighborhood. There's no house on. So just imagine that as an investment club, you own that piece of land that gets divided in 2 lots, and then these single family homes are built on top of those lots. That's a very big investment. And as we know, some of these investments do not go down in value. They only go up in, so I'm not talking about stocks, I'm not talking about crypto, I'm not talking about any other investment, but I'm talking about investment in real estate. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what is the plan that we've put together? We are looking for like-minded people. We are looking for people who believe in investments. We are looking for people who actually want to create a future for their kids, or even create financial freedom for their own. So we are looking for, initially we are looking for 50 people that are willing to part with about 10,000 in a span of 1 year for that initial investment. And then after that, we'll open up the investment group to all the all Ugandans, all East African, all East African people. But before we do that, our plan is we are not opening a company right now. Because if we open a company right now, it will be my company. What we're looking at is having having people who are interested. Then when we get those people that are interested, we incorporate a company. It is not going to be a limited company, but it's going to be a corp, And each of the 50 members, after we open that corp, will become a shareholder. Reason why other people have been burnt, their fingers have been, burnt, and they have lost their, investments, is because they have gone into investments that have been started by a single person. I think we all attest to that. I'll give you an example. If you buy shares in Apple right now, Apple was started by a person. They registered that company, they incorporated that company, and whatever they have done, when you buy shares, at least you're protected because it has become a public company. You are a shareholder and it becomes a public company, so you can decide to sell, buy, and do anything you wish with your shares over there. So, next slide, please. This group that we're intending to put together will have not only a single-handed, person or owner. Those are that is the structure that has been set that will be governing this investment club. Annually, we'll have an annual general meeting where we will be electing each of these people. Now, in the Ugandan community, we have qualified and professional people in all these fields. We have qualified real estate professionals that will be advising us on which investments to make and where to put our money. We have qualified public relations professionals that will be helping to market. We have lawyers that are going to actually they have already put together the agreements that we do need, the shareholders agreements and everything, so that when we get people on the board, they totally understand what they are coming in to do and what are they going to what are they going to be investing in. That will be the structure of how that this organization is going to be run. Next slide, please. So I put together with the team a few high return investments. One that came to the list on top was investment in assisted living facilities and memory care. Now, that is a big thing here in the US, but also would also want to do such an investment in our country, Uganda. Right now, I think we still have an advantage in Uganda where parents are able to, children are able to take care of their parents. But as people get busy, as the youth get, grow up entangled in so many things, they have left that responsibilities to the parents themselves. So whoever has the ability or will have the ability to pay for those services will be able. We are planning and should be able to come up with this kind of investment back in Uganda as well as here in the United States. Now, here in the United States, basically, if we are going to do this kind of investments, these are the kind of companies that will be, competing with. These are big companies, Ledgestone, Brockdale, Doubletree. They have so many facilities here in the US. They are big. They have facilities as big as this hotel that what we're seeing here. But we don't need to start with such a big facility. We could start with a facility of about 50 people, 50 rooms, and off of there we expand and grow. Next slide, please. Now, land purchase. If you look at this image here, I'm just giving an example. This is the piece of land that as a group would be purchasing, and close to that piece of land, you can see that it's kind of surrounded with houses, kind of surrounded with the very important amenities, schools and all that. So if we make an investment in such an area, it will be easier for us to develop this area by working with a developer to build single-family homes on this kind of land, subdivide it into lots and sell to individual builders or custom builders, or even develop independent living units on the land or assisted living facilities on that piece of land, or even develop apartment complexes. My urge is, when we talk about investment, people get scared. First of all, what they think about is, I don't want to lose my money. I would rather have my money on Bank of America. I wake up every morning, I have my 5,000 there. Is it still there? Yes. But how much interest do you get on that 5,000 in a year? At the end of the year, Bank of America will give you about 10 cents. Who has ever gotten about $50 here as interest? If you have ever seen that on your account, just tell me that, you know what, I would rather keep my money on the bank account. But doing this in the right way, involving lawyers, involving professionals, that is the way to go. As I said, it's not going to be a circle. We are not collecting money and going around and giving it to other people. No. What we are doing is getting money and putting money together to finance these kind of developments. The plan is, if we ever do any kind of involvement, development here, we should be able to pay off our investment in about 3 to 4 years. Own that investment as the corp or as the company, own it and then start reaping big out of the investment. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you so much. Again, my name is Ivan Katumba. I'm very passionate about investments. Most also investing home, I own a home in Uganda, but the challenges that I went through, completing that home was so big that when I visited last year, what I found and the pictures that I was getting, those two were different. Okay? Those two were different. So, I've just forgotten the name, but he shared an investment that those PAM people have done in Uganda. People here would rather pay that kind of money and then go and find a house, a facility like that, get your loan, pay for that facility, than financing and sending money home for relatives, for friends, to build your home. I guess you've heard of so many cases where people have come from abroad, come back home. They are not even received at the airport because the people who have been receiving money do not want to be associated with what the person will find on the ground. So I'm calling upon you, my brothers and sisters, that I would like you to subscribe to this kind of idea. and I would like you to be part of it. We believe that by the beginning of next year, we should have that quorum of the 50 people ready that are willing to do this kind of investment and are willing to not only put in money, but also follow up on their investments. Now, more details, I'll be sending more details to the Vice President, and thank you for this opportunity that you've given me, where people will be signing up, and we'll be sending communication on what, on when, and what will proceed next. Thank you so much. Now, this is not only for people, for people in Texas. This is across, this is supposed to be across all the US, okay? Yeah, it will be possible because of the structures that have been put in place. It will be possible. Everything has been handled by the legal team right now. You'll be able to sign up, be part of this kind of development. As I said, we'll have professionals, lawyers, we'll have accountants that will be sending reports on a monthly basis on what is going on if we do have investments of where we get income out of those investments. This kind of reports will all be sent out to you. But we need to take the first step. The first step is for us to have that willingness to be part of the investment club. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ivan. Ma'am, I think you have his email and number. Ivan, are you based in Texas? Where are you based out of?
Yeah, I'm from Austin, Texas, just 3 hours from here. And the president and Mr. Nicholas really gave us a warm welcome when we first moved here in Austin from Maryland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ivan. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important that we all, support initiatives. I know Ivan's story is as good as Bugisu Cooperative's story. I think the Ubuntu story of who we are as Africans, I don't think you can stand alone. It's never really been who we are. I think our story, as much as we have adopted a lot of capitalism, I think we are still very community-based as who we are as African. And I think your story is not any different from that. I think that's our very foundation. But without wasting much time, I think we've had a very fruitful day. I first of all want to thank you so much for your patience. And I would like you to clap to that. Thank you so much. And for your participation, thank you so much. I know there are questions that people still have, especially for Ambassador, for members of parliament from home, and for some of the leaders that we have here. Thank you so much. As part of the leadership team from DFW, I want to say thank you so much for coming into our city. We will be having a dinner. I just want to confirm on the time. President Betty, what time will that be? Yes. 7 p.m. in this hall? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. So, because this hotel apparently has had a cap since Tuesday, we just this very evening put another cap on dinner, and so we cannot extend dinner to our guests who may not have registered early because it's too close to dinner time. So we regret. I don't know whether some of our guests had paid before or after. We really apologize for that. And we don't have any control at this point. The hotel has capped off that dinner event. And we are going to have one speaker tonight. We will have our guests, our honorable MPs in introduce themselves to the community that will be here, and also have a dance team entertain us just like the one you've seen. They'll be coming back with more entertainment, as well as we have an artist, 2 artists, I say. One is our local gentleman over there, Rahman Nagwere, and a lady called Naira Ali. And with that, we really thank you for your patience sitting through this. We know it's difficult. We know it's not healthy. We should have probably said, get up, stretch, so you don't get clots in your body. But you know, this is what it is. We don't have enough people to put a session there. You'll find 5 people in that session and 5 people in the other session. So we tend to put everybody in the same room. It feels like a classroom, but that's the only way we can get the message to all of us. We all thank you for participating. We'll see you in your dancing shoes tonight. Dress code. African gowns, anything. You want to show your best. We are celebrating 20 years of this organization. I'm not going to say strictly, because we have a cross board. So there is no strict dress code, but you know, probably not flip-flops and yeah, because we really want to get it going. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Make this very brief, my brother.
I just have a question. See, so somebody says that where there is food, diplomacy doesn't actually matter. But here we have ministers, we have members of parliament. So I would suggest that maybe you explain a little further more on who is on the list and who is not on the list, or if there is going to be a procedure that somebody will be able to determine whether they're on the list or not, so that we can avoid last-minute embarrassments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to show special recognition to our honorable, our honoree, you know, Dr. David Mureba in the house. It's nice to have you, Dr. Mureba. It's good to have you, Dr. Mureba. Yeah, I think we should call it an evening and go get, you know, loose up, come very hungry, have dinner, and then don't load too much, because the Bamasaba have a dance where the legs have to get this high. So just in case. It's nice to have you all. Thank you so much. My name is Daniel Ngole. We'll see you later on. Thank you very much. And just one more thing. We've been, this event has been sponsored and has been streamed live on a very good platform. I think that is the Bamasaba Worldwide TV on Facebook has been streaming live. So if you have a Facebook page, you can go back there and see some of the action. Bamasaba Worldwide TV on Facebook. They'll probably be throughout on dinner, right? Yeah, we'll have them on dinner too. For all the press people, you can go get some footage, I believe. If you want to access some footage, it should be on Bamasaba Worldwide TV on Facebook. Thank you very much.
Bana Bamasaba, Attend on the beat. Ilanga wababoneko. balumemba leke byosi byesi baliko Chiriano muliro gwatereko bana bosi baliwo we notamako yeza kuwane
yinyoka wezokole mapesa gawe nofune mataka gawe nugule zimusizo nosale I got the feeling life is always about
Sene commando Sylvester style lumira wocha badman no de kukalo sene somo kanairo bosimba nyanga maido era katano so kambe maido
ingara kwitare kuri mundongo chijana kuri mukatare konya ko choyo mwinyuse no mugonere badman style ubulire kagari mawulire ya patise bikakuseba
masabanye simulilo ye nakalanye mwesi mweze kusanyukira dwena yonga kulya nofenga kuliko dupate atengalo na kumuru balomande
Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate every day is a fun day akabazidi Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate every day is a fun day akabazidi
Mama ingana kweze ngoyo Mama ingana kweze ngoyo Bakukinga na kweze ngoyo Bakukinga na kweze ngoyo Saturday paka ku Saturday Tana kuchina ndo dinga basinde Wana wachere ngana mumanye mutati pake yibugire
masabanye simulilo ye nakalanye mwesi mweze kusanyukira dwena yonga kulya nofenga kuliko dupate atengalo na kuyolo balomande
Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate every day is a fun day akabazidi Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate every day is a fun day akabazidi
Hajifunyaga gumugongo gwawo Spendinga siringi zawo Bajiranga kuita kuenjoy na Sene commando Sylvester style lumira wocha badman no de kukalo sene somo kanairo bosimba nyanga maido era katano so kambe maido
ingara kwitare kuri mundongo chijana kuri mukatare konya ko choyo mwinyuse no mugonere badman style ubulire kagari mawulire ya patise bikakuseba
masabanye simulilo ye nakalanye mwesi mweze kusanyukira dwena yonga kulya nofenga kuliko dupate atengalo na kuyolo balomande
Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate every day is a fun day akabazidi Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate every day is a fun day akabazidi
Yeah, shut up. Bana bounce.
Gani kembonena. This is the Bana Bama Saba.
Attend on the beat.
Elanga waba boneko. Balo memba leke yosi byesi baliko. Chiriano muliro gwatereko. Bana bosi baliwo we notamako yeza kuwane.
yinyoka wezokole mapesa gawe nofune mataka gawe nugule zimusizo nosale I got the feeling life is always about
Sene commando Sylvester style lumira wocha badman no de kukalo sene somo kanairo bosimba nyanga maido era katano so kambe maido
ingara kwitare kuri mundongo chijana kuri mukatare konya ko choyo mwinyuse no mugonere badman style ubulire kagari mawulire ya patise bikakuseba
masabanye simulilo ye nakalanye mwesi mweze kusanyukira dwena yonga kulya nofenga kuliko dupate atengalo na kuyolo balomande
Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate every day is a fun day akabazidi Monday to Sunday Wednesday kufike pate to pate
City boy, beat this beat.
Send me your libale when you panda. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. Inga oxygen. Yangu abitakuze. Nekere COVID you know send you con nemera ko again. Kalati senga nembaka kase. Itu when you know when you need. Blacka. Y'all come take me back when you see me gone. Y'all come pull me up when you see me down. Y'all be there for me. Yeah. Blacka. Girl in a sea. Y'all power motor wanna. Send me your mabati when you veranda. Send me your chibo when you maganda. Send me your libale when you panda. Y'all, I want you that close. I want you that close. Y'all, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Inga oxygen. Yangu abitakuze. Nekere COVID you know send you con nemera ko again. Kalati senga nembaka kase. Itu when you know when you need. Blacka. Y'all come take me back when you see me gone. Y'all come pull me up when you see me down. Y'all be there for me when I fight a one. Y'all can't take charge of me when I'm sick it down. Bere naganire kutusema urukala. Yinyoko uwe ko basigale ikala. Zigulira woningire basigale igala. Uno basinga byedala. Girl in a sea. Y'all power motor wanda. Send me your mabati when you veranda. Send me your chibo when you maganda. Send me your libale when you panda. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. Girl, bumper to bumper. Bad over you like me. The bad man run town. They can't get your number. Kill them with your body. Say them they can't get cancer. Tama with tama. One me a kanda your temper. Girl, your body panda. Wanda muliro kamela with your benda. Bere naganire kutusema urukala. Yinyoko uwe ko basigale ikala. Zigulira woningire basigale igala. Uno basinga byedala. Girl in a sea. Ya power motor wanda. Send me your mabati when you veranda. Send me your chibo when you maganda. Send me your libale when you panda. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. Girl, you feel it.
City boy, beat this beat.
Divas the committee. Yeah. Rolling in a sea. Yeah, power motor wanna. Send me your mabati when you veranda. Send me your chibo when you maganda. Send me your libale when you panda. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Inga oxygen. Yangu abitakuze. Nekere COVID you know send you con nemera ko again. Kalati senga nembaka kase. Itu when you know when you need. Blacka. Y'all come take me back when you see me gone. Y'all come pull me up when you see me down. Y'all be there for me when I fight a one. Y'all can't take charge of me when I'm sick it down. Bere naganire kutusema urukala. Yinyoko uwe ko basigale ikala. Zigulira woningire basigale igala. Uno basinga byedala. Girl in a sea. Y'all power motor wanda. Send me your mabati when you veranda. Send me your chibo when you maganda. Send me your libale when you panda. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. Girl, bumper to bumper. Bad over you like me. The bad man run town. They can't get your number. Kill them with your body. Say them they can't get cancer. Tama with tama. One me a kanda your temper. Girl, your body panda. Wanda muliro kamela with your benda. Bere naganire kutusema urukala. Yinyoko uwe ko basigale ikala. Zigulira woningire basigale igala. Uno basinga byedala. Girl in a sea. Ya power motor wanda. Send me your mabati when you veranda. Send me your chibo when you maganda. Send me your libale when you panda. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel it. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you yafi. Gali yafi. Ndenaganire kutusema olukala. Yinyoko uwe kwa basigale ikala. Zikulira woningire basigale igala. Uno basinga byedala. Girl in a say, ya palm wana. Send me your mabati when me veranda. Send me your chibo when me your maganda. Send me your livale when me your panda. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel. Girl, I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel. I want you that close. I want you that close. Girl, you feel. Girl, you feel. Girl, you feel. Girl, you feel. Steve at the Laka. Yeah. Girl, nzaganise kabiyano. Mito wana me no fear no. Neze de pate wetu sawo no. Negativity right now say me no wanna know. Bana bosi baganire bachive muno. Bakali mu budget bachitule kono. Ukusuli se pate just let me know. Divas the original. Brother la cause nina say yes akuze come see me now. Girl come see me. No worry about the money now. Inyanga ne yozo so die kono. Can't wait to let you know. Una mugamba. Na watch it. Una mugamba. Na watch it. Na mugamba. Na watch it. Na mugamba. Na watch it. Sha. Zola munana sengane mono za kuchigana pati tanza wazoleleze kutauana baka na basinde mwesi mukaluana. Girl, I'm in love for your body. I don't wanna see any man touch your body. Well, I feel come for your body. I don't wanna make you dance for the body. Cause I need to say yes, akuze come see me now. Girl, come see me. No worry about the money now. Inyanga ne yozo so diako no. Can't wait to let you know. Una mugamba. Na watch it. Una mugamba. Na watch it. Na mugamba. Na watch it. Na mugamba. Na watch it. Give me the pulse. Give me the pulse. Give me the back. Give me the back now. Give me the boom. Shake the boom. Touch your toes. Shake the boom now. Give me the pulse. Give me the pulse. Give me the back. Give me the back now. Give me the boom. Shake the boom. Shake the boom. Governor cause I need to say yes, akuze come see me now. Girl come see me. No worry about the money now. Inyanga ne yozo so diako no. Can't wait to let you know. Una mugamba. Na watch it. Una mugamba. Na watch it. Na mugamba. Na watch it. Na mugamba. Na watch it.
Kwange wakuchinja kumweso warukobola mumoni mwiti nanga kambira kwa humuanda kwetsofusa na ukambira ne mayu wichere mbelekeu shepulira nga wande hani hataso iwange senyene senafani bibyambaso moyo kwange wakuchinja kumweso warukobola mumoni mwitule timbaso sutira omwana muleso shilayo wanyolele nga nase indi meso tafadhali ngekuwa kesho watinyaya kumweso mbwashaburi mirengala Jerema wange watala senandi amanyakala Jerema wange wangaya tifunda tenga tisina usaba fe burambe asali chimilundi chenga Jesu nakawalu muri baby I'm sorry nesabe no nakahenga iwokalo meluri kwenda ambarambole
Woman who put it in pombo was in a face to face to baka to face to face to baka umuzinyi wakadodi tabula so amukolo nemu discover mutenda azinyira wali mu center uba nyombe na uba nyombe
Sambe mainu nyenye kukunu digide basindeni musambe bakana mu binyombe yinyuko kikala sisaga iso chiri mulamu kufa makwolere kwulire kengere nyala wapa wasa mikulu ngakayendongo kachana bende pasi imala sekone ndongo chisinga kwala kupa wapani ndongo mubongo yeza nyombe wakona ni mujuse chusa chize kenye nyamunyenye shake away now shake away now, shake away now, shake away now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Leja, leja. Leja, leja. Leja,
Leja, leja, leja, leja, leja, leja, leja, leja, leja. Balula balongo.
Kadodi kawoma no kuchire mpombo.
Zina face to face, to back to back, to face to face, to back to back.
Omuzinyi wa kadodi tabula.
Disco wa mu.
Azira wali mu center.
Uwa. Kukunu sambe, marinu nyeye, kukunu digide, basingene musambe, bakana muobe nyombe. Saga iso chiri mulamu, kupanga kulele, kuulile kengele. Nyala wapo wasami kulunga kaendongo, kachana na mwanza na na na. Yeah, I'm fine.
Kadodi kawoma no kuchire mpombo. Uzina face to face, to baka to baka, to face to face, to baka to baka. Omuzinyi wa kadodi tabula. Nemu disco ba mutenda. Azira wali mu center. Uba uba, uba uba nyombe. Uba uba nyombe. Awo, 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 shake.
bring it. Okay, and it's 249 second floor. Okay, 249. No, don't worry, bro. Yeah, and then we'll talk about other things later because you are busy. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, man, thank you. We'll fix whatever we need to do. Thank you. God bless you, brother. I'm going to change and then I come down.
ebyo bingi ntenkusaba ssebo onyimirire oluyimba kubanga gwe mboyimba nebinuma ng'ebyolugero ddoboozi lyo ndyagala ddungi ennyimba zo ng'eddagala erimponya ennaku nyimirira oluyimba ogenda nosuna endongo nempulira nga muli essanyu linzijjudde nenziruka nze nga nyembe ambagali benjole ebigambo byo byamagezi nnyo ebimu ebyo ebiwonya emyoyo egyalwala omuntu w'abantu ekyamudde nsaba onyumirira njagala omuwala oli ye nakatudde njagala omuwala oli ye nakatudde njagala omuwala oli yansoberamu atukula oli omwana nyirira bwe mulaba ne mwegomba ansikiriza asanyusa yakola bineewuunyisa bwe mutunulira simala ayambala bulungi bambi nno natambula yegombesa okukamala bwe mulaba kugambye nensikwamu amagezi nentunula nga talabanga njagala lumu mugoberere mpolampola awamanda beejasula ekiba kirungi kwegomba nnyo naye ate nze kino kimpitiriddeko nja kusiiba omutima gwange ngendeyo mwatu mugambeko nze ngambye nja kusiiba nyama mugambeko maliridde ge mazima njagala omuwala oli ye nakatudde njagala omuwala oli simutenda bangi nnyo abamwegomba batamanyi nti oli omwana mwagala bakome kukwegomba kubanga tenze kati gwe ngoba kazala amagezi gonna wama wama mujuze bwagazi muwe kyonna kiyetaaze ate oluvannyuma okuba embaga tulambula amawanga gonna g'oku nsi kanze n'owange tuli kitole ge mazima njagala omuwala oli tubeere babiri ye nakatudde nze ne nakatudde njagala omuwala oli
nti bulijjo wetegerezanga nnyo abantu omutabagano bulungi abawala nalwe baba bangi ne babalemesaawo omukwano jjukira luli lwe twali fembi abatulaba balaba bubi olw'okuba nti ffe tussa kimu ne tubalemesa weyongere wano tobalira n'abali tobalira n'abakukulumya ababakolera okukulumya babeho babiire kwagala siba bubi bwe busiba ne
sagala okabe njagala omanye okwagalana kwaffe kuweddewo nze ngenda nafunayo eyo omulala yeebeereyo mu kyalo oli yantwala omwoyo kangende ndeme kumalira biseera mala kansonyiwa kasita nkubulidde ensonga funayo omugezi omulala sazeewo kati bambi ngenda kangende ndeme kumalira biseera kangende mbere n'oyo eyatwala omutima gwange wadde kiyamba kyokuba ffembi ate omwoyo oguluma gulumira oli gulumira oyo nakyalo eyagalira oyo njagala oyo nakyalo ngende mbere n'oyo nze alina empisa nnaate mukaka mutayagala bayomba nze musanira nzeka n'omutonzi asazeewo mbere n'oyo omunakyalo akwata kidima ate akoca ekubikojo amanyi engero ensonge kangende ndeme kumalira biseera kangende mbere n'oyo eyatwala omutima gwange wadde kiyamba kyokuba ffembi ate omwoyo oguluma gulumira oli gulumira oyo nakyalo eyagalira oyo njagala oyo nakyalo ngende mbere n'oyo nze alina empisa nnaate mukaka mutayagala bayomba nze musanira nzeka n'omutonzi asazeewo mbere n'oyo omunakyalo akwata kidima ate akoca ekubikojo amanyi engero ensonge ki tukolokoke tufungize tere kulera ngalo tukolaganire wamu kale fenna gwe nange n'oli noono tuzuukuke bukedde tuve mu tulo fenna gwe nange n'oli noono tukolokoke bukedde fenna tukole n'amaanyi tuzimbe eggwanga lyaffe sikwekayaaza sikulera ngalo ekiseera tukazane sikwekayaaza gali awamu ge galuma ennyama kokoliroko bwagedde kokoliroko bwagedde ate tulinda ki tukolokoke tufungize tere kulera ngalo tukolaganire wamu kale abadde tamanyi kimanye kinaffe twolekedde kwezza bwejja kulanya tetuliko ddala aswadde oyo atunyoma wewiiranya tetulimanyi gaffe bwongo bwaffe tulinda kiyehe tukole kulanya tetulitayagala muveeko kigambo kyokkola kinyweze twekulakulanya tetuliko
bangi nnyo abamwegomba batamanyi nti oli omwana mwagala bakome kukwegomba kubanga tenze kati gwe ngoba kazaala amagezi gonna wama mujuze bwagazi muwe kyonna kiyetaaze ate oluvannyuma okuba embaga tulambula amawanga gonna g'oku nsi kanze n'owange tuli kitole ge mazima njagala omuwala nti bulijjo wetegerezanga nnyo abantu bwe mutabagana obulungi abawala nalwe baba bangi ne babalemesawo omukwano jjukira luli lwe twali ffembi abatulaba balaba bubi olw'okuba nti ffe tussa kimu ne tubalemesa weyongere wano tubalira n'abali tubalira n'abakukulumya ababakolera kukulumya bameko babiire kwagala siba bubi bwe busiba ne bukya nga sikulabyeko kwagala kimalamu amaanyi siba bubi bwe mba sikulabyeko ebizibu bingi ebikutawuza notuyana guma njigumire gwekwasa maanyi katonda musabe okwekubagiza tekukuyamba munange yobabira ki munange wesirikire ngobadde n'ebiwawa wandibuze n'ogenda etalinako kati ate tolina mbigumire oyagala ebirungi byonna ebyo olina kubikolera okwekubagiza tekukuyamba munnange okwabira ki munnange wesirikire abantu bangi ababuzabuza abalimbalimba yiga mbaige
Some people are waiting, so. Test. Will you join me in praying for the food? Let's bless the food. Some of you, we are blessing the food after the fact. So you will be more informed as you give thanks. Yeah? For the rest of us, we're giving thanks on faith. Okay? In another part of my life, I am also a pastor, so I'll pray. God, thank you for today. Thank you for this time that we get to be together with friends, colleagues, new friends. We get to talk about Uganda and the Ugandan diaspora and how to consolidate our gains and move forward. Maybe step by step, impore, but still we are moving forward. We are here because we believe that Uganda is not the third world, but it is your country, it is your place, your hand is upon it, and we will be leading in the future. Thank you so much for this food. We pray you bless it to the nourishment of our bodies and give us a very fruitful night tonight. And we pray in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
try to teach them the truth, but lay the burden on a riverside. I walk to every corner, try to find someone to talk to, but I have to lay the burden on a riverside. Give me the man. For I walk and I talk and I linger and I search. Lay the burden on a riverside. Right away and I walk. I knock the youth man pocket and I try to search around them here. Lay the burden on a riverside. Hey. And I sat down quietly, watch the fishes circle around the little stones. Lay the burden on a riverside. Give me the man. I cocked my ears and I heard the little birds whistling in the tree like so. Lay the burden on a riverside. Live good among your neighbor, like sister and brother, and come with me a riverside. All you need is pray to Jah quietly. You see it in secret, he shall reveal. Lay the burden on a riverside. Jah provide for the birds in the air and the fishes of the sea, so what about me? Lay the burden on a riverside. Look at the crow, they tile not neither do they spin, yet Father provide for them. Lay the burden on a riverside. Come with me, let us walk and talk and pray, quietly in search. Lay the burden on a riverside, even count the sun. Look at the color of the stones, oh Jah, make each and every one individually. Lay the burden on a riverside. I'm asking, where is the love? Where is the togetherness too? Lay the burden on a riverside. I can't take the war and I can't take the shooting, neither the looting, just the burden on a riverside. I trod round a rima, even in a jungle, to find a quiet place. Round there in a Nannyville, I'd come to a trip. Lay the burden on a riverside. Oh yeah. And I knock, and I search, and I whisper, and I preach. Lay the burden on a riverside. Oh yeah. Where is the quietness and the love to be found in some corner? Lay the burden on a riverside. Come with me. Let us walk. Let us search, let us examine, let us see. Lay the burden on a humble Africa. I'm on this land, I trouble no one. My desire is to make no problem with no one. None interference, none political. No matter what you do, I see I'm blind and hear and deaf. I'm an humble African. Passing through Babylon, I'm an humble African. Trouble no one, say I'm an humble African. Some said I'm a Rasta man, I'm an humble African. These little moving deeds of kindness, you see, and to fall in thoughts of prayer to help my brother pray for the betterment of his life, yeah. Oh yeah. It's better to have a friend than to need one. It's better to find a friend than to be in need. Lift up your brother, don't you put him down. One and wash the other, both go and back it home. I'm a humble African. I was born to love my brother. I'm an humble African. United I must be. I'm an humble African. No matter what they say, I'm an humble African. My forefather came here from the days of slave. I work until my skin starts to strip. And to every time I speak for my justice, yes, someone always to name me disagreeable still. I pray the day will come when we all have peace and unity. No more chasing one another without humanity. I pray the day will come that we all share what we have and show the people of the love that we have to give. Let them know I'm an humble African. Nothing but unity inside. I'm an humble African. Just stand for us all, the humble African. Let me beat my drum in a Babylon and a humble African. Yeah, you know who I am, a humble African.
Stop it, Daddy. Daddy, stop it now. I'm going to tell on you, you know. Oh, Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Every day I wonder why my daddy had to be the one to take away my innocence. Oh, sometimes I wanna die. It feels like no one cares for me, and it's evident that something must be wrong with me. I'm not as happy as I seem to be. The long showers I take don't wash away the memories. Why do I have to face these tragedies? We go through struggles in life, I'm aware, but to have my daddy touching me, that's just not fair. Stopping from destroying my future. Believe me, he's behaving like a creature. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. To all your mothers out there, give a listening ear. Pay attention even if the man a pastor. You have to make sure before you trust him with your daughter. Plus him will even try to take your son as brother. Watch it make me duck him with some dirty water. You can't hide no more now, you have to meet your karma. If you know say it's a go on and turn a blind eye, then your judgment a go pile up out a mile high. Get suicidal if you think it a go save you, because me sure say you not go get to see the savior. Me just can't find a name for your behavior. It's a lucky thing we got a nosy neighbor. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. When you feel like giving up, just shake it off and live it up. The most I will deliver you. Can't jump the rope if you not try. So wipe that tears there from your eye. Get the wings of confidence to make you fly. Tribulations are just to make you stronger. Love yourself and it will help you forget over. Any flesh hurt a little youth will never prosper. I'm passing on the message from the master. Every day I wonder why my daddy had to be the one to take away my innocence. Oh, sometimes I wanna die. It feels like no one cares for me, and it's evident that something must be wrong with me. I'm not as happy as I seem to be. The long showers I take don't wash away the memories. Why do I have to face these tragedies? We go through struggles in life. I'm aware to have my daddy touching me. That's just not fair. Stop him from destroying my future. Believe me, he's behaving like a creature. Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Ooh, Daddy, don't touch me there. I'm gonna tell on you one day, I swear. Can't you see I'm scared? You're supposed to be my father. Every day I wonder why my daddy had to be the one to take away my innocence. Oh, sometimes I wanna die. It feels like no one cares.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I'm coming home, baby. Just hold on.
Hello, 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 hello. Good evening once again. How's everyone doing? I don't think I expect a reply on that one. We're so busy on the munch. I wouldn't expect anyone to say anything after that. But it's so nice to have you here. It looks really great. So many of you look so refreshed. You went out there, got some new clothes on, had a good shower. I'm sure the earlier days' activities got you worn out, but now you look a whole lot fresh, and it's good to have you here. How was the dinner so far? Really good, right? It's a Texas thing. We do everything big on this side. It's a Texas thing. It's nice to have you once again in the DFW. My name is Daniel Ngole. I'm your master of ceremony for the evening. And I also double as your vice president of the UAA DFW chapter, which is the chapter that brings all Ugandans within this zone together. Without further ado, I would like to introduce someone, and he's going to be the first speech for this evening. I'm going to invite Steve Presson, who is the founder of Sourdough. Earlier on you had from Mike, but now here is Steve. And he has a whole lot to share with us. So I know if your hands are not so busy, clap for Steve as he makes his way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I know Nick already kind of gave you the rundown on World of Sourdough, but I'm gonna reiterate a little of my background and how sourdough actually came to formation. The Sourdough and Company came about about 6 years ago, and I'll tell you the story how it came about. I just bought a house. I sold a company in Sacramento that I developed of casual dining restaurants that had been around since 1987, and I thought I was going to be retiring. And one day I was sitting out by the pool, and my wife brought me the newspaper, and I just bought a beautiful house looking out at the lake, thinking, oh, this is going to be great, retirement. Is it? Okay. I thought the retirement was going to be great. My wife brought me a newspaper, and it had the story many of you probably saw in the Wall Street Journal of how Jimmy John's sandwich chain sold half their company for $1.2 billion. They sold 48%, 49%. And I thought, I've done everything in the restaurant business. I've opened full-service dinner houses. I've owned hamburger chains. I've done just about everything you can think of. And praise God, almost every one of those ventures that I did were the most successful in their class. we were very successful. And but I'd never done sandwiches, so I read that article and I said, my gosh, that's a lot of money, 1.2 billion. So I thought maybe, you know, in the back of my mind, I thought, you know, maybe I should do some investigating into the sandwich business. And sure enough, about a week later, I was down at the local cigar store having a cigar, and there was we live in El Dorado Hills is kind of a affluent area, and they have a lot of gatherers at the cigar, you know, people get-togethers, and they share a lot of true and untrue stories. And, you know, anyway, I'm sitting there listening to the guy across from me, and he said that he just lost his, you know, executive job with a big food company, and that he owned this franchise that he had bought, and it was a sandwich franchise in El Dorado Hills. And him and his partner weren't making any money, and he didn't know what he was going to do. They were making about $2,000 a month, so that's about $1,000 each. So I thought, you know what, this is right in my backyard. So I went over and checked out the sandwich store. And it had been there since probably, they've been there 8 years, I believe. They'd been there operating the store. And anyway, long story short, I decided, you know what, I'm going to venture into the sandwich business. I went over and looked at it. I saw what the problem was. It was a franchise that was based out of Idaho. And so I got to know Gordon, the owner, a little bit. And he said, oh, yeah, me and my partner would really love to sell. He goes, I said, well, let's get an appraiser and appraise the business, and then I'll buy it. Well, a couple weeks had went by during this time, and he talked to people in the town center, and they said, you know, this guy's owned a lot of restaurant companies, and you know, told them a little about my background and some of my successes. So Gordon, he asked me, he says, you think I might be able to stay in with you as a partner? And I said, well, do you want to work? You want to be an operations guy? Because I'm not going to be the guy in there making the sandwiches. But if you think you're strong in operations, we can train you and you can be the operations guy. He said, oh, absolutely. He says, I'm willing to work, and me and my wife we have nothing else to do right now. So anyway, long story short, we retooled. You know, in the restaurant business, you know, everybody probably knows it's a very risky business, probably the most risky business of all businesses. And the reason why that is because a lot of unsophisticated people get in the business. In other words, they think, oh, God, I make a good hamburger, I'm a good chef, I can open a restaurant. In actuality, the restaurant business, like any other business, you have to have a strategic business plan. You got to understand the business. It's not just all about the food. It's not all about making a good hamburger, pizza, or being a good chef and making a good entree. There's many aspects of the business that you have to have the right formula in order to be successful. Now, I'm not a very smart guy, but I've built over 80 restaurants. I've built some very successful small chains, and you know, I learned from a very, very, very successful guy in the business when I was very, very young. And it's really not that tough a business, and you can make a lot of money. You can make a lot of money in this business. And so anyway, meanwhile, I'd met Nick. Nick owned a restaurant. He had invested in it. Somebody told him about me, so I went over there. It was a mutual friend, and I consulted Nick. And he had a restaurant that they had a startup, and it wasn't doing very well. And this guy's a good talker. I don't know. Next thing you know, I told him, look, you're a nice guy. I'll advise you for free. I'm not going to charge you anything. And he very persistent. He goes, no, I've talked to you 2 or 3 times. I want a partnership with you. You know, I go, well, I'm not really looking to do anything else. And anyway, being persistent, how he ever did it, I ended up being an investor in that restaurant. I took his partner out. And from that, we grew to be very, very close friends. You know, when you go through life and you can meet 1 or 2 good people that you can call your friend, that's a great accomplishment, even more so than all the restaurants I'd been successful at. So we built a great friendship. And I have to tell his story. He didn't do justice to his story. His story is incredible. He came from India with very little money, like he told you. He worked overtime, saved every dime, bought a house, rented every room. He slept on the couch, and he rented every room so he could pay down the mortgage. And anyway, very diligent guy, saved his money. Every morning he used to go to this little gas station that had a convenience mart. And there was a little Asian couple that owned it. They were older. And he'd have a donut with them and talk. And they became very close over the year or 2 that Nick lived there. And so one day he went in there and they said, look, you know what, we're going to sell the business because we're getting older. And Nick says, oh my God, I've always wanted to own my own business. That's my dream. He goes, maybe I can buy it. So they go, well, see if you can come up with the money. So he went to all the SBA lenders and he went to everybody. After about 2 weeks, he very sadly came back and said, oh, I'm sorry, nobody will give me a loan because I don't have experience. And the lady looked, you know, she loved Nick. She says, I'll tell you what, let me talk to my husband. How much money can you come up with? He goes, I can come up with a couple hundred thousand, which is amazing. He could come up with a couple $100,000. And the lady said, let me talk to my husband. So she talked to the husband. They decided to sell the business. So he bought the business. Now, it was an older gas station, and they were making a decent living, but they owned the property. And so when Nick bought the business, he bought the property and the business. So what happened was he got in there, worked hard. He took that store from making $100,000 a year to making $300,000 a year, right? And here's a guy that rents all his, he probably had the garage rented out by now, right? And he's working every day, 7 days a week. He's building this business. So finally, Mobil, or who it was, Exxon, whoever who had that station, came to Nick and said, we got another troubled station that's not doing well. And you've done such a good job turning this around. Maybe you could take over this one. And Nick says, sure. But my only condition is if I buy these businesses, I have to buy it with the real estate, which was smart. I don't know if he was that smart. That was just luck. But anyway, so he bought the second business. Same thing happened. My God, he turned it around, things making money. Then he buys a third, a fourth. Anyway, over the course of years, when I met Nick, I mean, he was sharing with me how the gas stations were doing. And I go, you got to be kidding. You guys are taking $50,000 you and your wife's salary. You're paying double federal tax, this, that, the. He was making, he goes, but Steve, he goes, you know, I thought that's how you did. You know, he never had that much business experience at the time. So I go, well, what else have you been doing with your money? He goes, I've been buying shopping centers. He started out buying strip centers. When I met him, he bought a 15-acre shopping center. So he kind of worked his way up. And anyway, here's a guy that he decided that, you know what, gas, electric cars are coming in. We're at the top of the market. I'm going to sell. So he ended up selling these gas stations for multi-millions. Okay, the guy became very, very wealthy. Oh, but he worked for it. And anyway, during that whole time, he goes, Steve, you're getting older. He goes, I'm full of energy. He goes, let's develop sourdough in a bigger package. Let's build hundreds of stores. And again, he talked me into it. I don't know how, but next thing you know, I'm agreeing, okay, we can do that. So we developed another company out of Dallas, Texas called World of Sourdough, and that was to develop franchise stores outside California. Okay, now he's even got me doing California, but you know, but we started developing these stores, and I tell Nick that, you know, in our business, what makes us successful is it's a very tough business. I don't want to tell anybody it's easy because nothing you make a lot of money at is easy, but if you follow the formula, it's almost a, you know, like I said, I've opened myself personally 80 restaurants. Okay. Anything from dinner houses doing over 1,000 covers a night to one of the most popular pizza and brew houses, just all kinds of things. And every one of them, you know, I was on the cover of Pizza Today magazine. I was, you know, all these restaurants were very, very, very successful. And the key is, you know, whatever you do, you got to be the best. So in the restaurant business, not like any other business, you start out with 100 points when you go to a restaurant. And you can probably relate this because you've had that restaurant experience. And there are exceptions to the rule. But what we call is my 100-point deal. You walk into a restaurant, the experience begins at the front door. You have 100 points. To get a repeat customer, you have to score 85. So now you walk up to the restaurant, first thing you notice is the doors, the garbage cans overflowing, the concrete in front of the doorway is dirty, and there's fingerprints all over the window. Now, this is a proven study. In your subconscious, you pick all this up. You just lost 5 points. Now you're down to 95. So now I just come to Sourdough & Co. and I walk through the front door. I see that long line. I go, I better use the restroom before I get in line. So you go to the bathroom. The bathroom's dirty. The bathroom's 10 points, okay? Subconsciously, you lose 10 points. Now you're at 85. You haven't even gotten in line to place your order. There's so many things can go wrong. You walk in, there's dirty tables. Another big thing in our business is there's no energy. You know, Starbucks built their whole business on the culture of the business. In other words, the hospitality. the energy that's put into the business. They want that to be your third home. I knew both owners, the guy of Pete's and Starbucks, and they could never come to an agreement to expand together. So the Starbucks owner went to Washington and started his own thing. His coffee was terrible. Being a coffee guy, when Starbucks first came out, nobody liked Starbucks. Everybody thought it was way too strong. But you know what? People became accustomed to the coffee only because the great hospitality, energy, and the culture that were in their restaurants. He built that business on culture. And people today, if you get a weak cup of coffee, you don't even like it. Now Starbucks is, you know, if I go somewhere else to get a cup of coffee, it almost feels like it has no flavor. So, but he basically built that coffee shop on the culture more than on the product. It's true. That's why they call it the hospitality. All of it's part of the hospitality business. So, you know, it's a very difficult business. You could see, even if you were a great chef and served great food, you can fail very easily because that point system is unforgiving. And every store that I apply this to and they do it properly is a success. Mostly if you have a great product. You know, one of the things that we built, you know, I did a lot of studying when I got into the sandwich business to define my customer. Actually, 70% of the customers that go to sandwich stores are women, okay? So there's a lot of companies that are popular back in Sacramento that would serve these big sandwiches. Well, the women don't want to, they can't get their mouth around that sandwich, you know, so more is not better. But women are the people that are out in the middle of the day. 70% also of our business is driven between 11 and 2 o'clock. So that has a big impact. Know who your customer is. You know what I mean? That's very important. Huh? What's that? Okay, sure.
Good evening, good evening. We do have a speaker on the floor. I'm kindly requesting you to pay attention. They travel from far as well. They take their time to come. And if we speak over their speech, I think it would be disrespectful. I'm kindly asking you to either keep it low or give him, our guest, the time to finish speaking. Thank you very much.
Anyway, I think I got my point across. The restaurant business is a very tough business, but it is a business that you can make a ton of money. If you understand the business, you have a good business package, and like Nick, all the great things about our concept is it's limited hours, it's built on high quality. Subway, some of the companies got away from, you know, just budget, so they had to keep lowering their quality in order to keep their business plan intact. Eventually it ran out of road, and that's why they've had problems. But anyway, I believe that, you know, whether it's this business or any other business, you know, I believe that everything in life comes by the fact that, you know, you either have to be an optimistic person and believe you can do it and you'll be able to do it, or you can be pessimistic and only see the difficulty in every business. Whatever you do, I believe that God can bless it by faith. Everything in this life is about faith. Whatever you believe in can become a reality in your life if you believe. If you have negative words, you have unbelief, you know, and I know this may sound religious, but I tell people the best motivational book that I ever had was the Bible, okay? If you read the Bible, okay, you can build your faith on a strong foundation. You can see and realize all your dreams in life. And basically, you know, I give that book, okay, all the power and I just praise God every day, because even somebody like me who came up in a poor house, worked 3 jobs, I saw breakthroughs because I was always optimistic and I was always a dreamer. So if you're a dreamer and you're optimistic, there's nothing you can't overcome in this life. But that's the failure of most people. That's why 1% of the people are successful and the others aren't. But if you have faith, okay, and you believe, there's nothing impossible. And anyway, I'll leave it at that. I appreciate your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Steve. Sourdough. That's an amazing story. Nick, I would, you know, sometimes numbers do not lie, should we say. Numbers don't lie. So when you hear of a story of somebody selling a gas station to invest in a project like sourdough, there has to be numbers to it that are definitely attractive. From a business perspective, Nick, I would definitely want to go and listen to your masterclass. So Steve, I would just like to sit a whole day and get a masterclass from you guys so I can see where we can just jump into the whole business. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. It's glad to have you here. Wow, all of a sudden the room is quiet, man. Are the plates working? Is the food tasting good? All right, before I can move further, I would like to honor, I don't think it's right for me to do this. I learned a thing or two about protocol. Chairman, you taught me too. So, but I'll go ahead and do it because it's anyway, some people might be busy having a meal. But in our presence, we do have the Vice President of the UNA Convention. We have the Vice President of UNA present. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice President John Bavuka. It's good to have you all the way from Michigan, Detroit, the Motor City. It's nice to have you in Dallas, Texas. At this time, I'd like to invite Elsa come back and share a word with us. Elsa, you ready for it? Oh, you probably still want to have some dessert. Do you have some space for that? Elsa is our power lady. She's our chair lady of the East African Chamber of Commerce, which is soon to be something different, right? It is soon to be something different. I'm sure she'll communicate, and we will get plugged in. It's good to have you, Bante. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a nice surprise. I actually didn't anticipate on speaking again because I was eating my food, enjoying my drink, listening to the motivational speech, but it was really powerful what he just talked about as far as having the positive attitude. I believe that's helped me all my life. You know, at the end of the day, I think if you're looking at something in a pessimistic way, it doesn't take you anywhere. So we talk about those alternatives. But thank you again, Madam President. Thank you, NAMCA. Thank you for all the people that are here today. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the East Africa Chamber of Commerce. This is my baby, my passion, and I kind of fell into it by accident. As some of you heard me before, I spoke about the fact that I came in to really expand my real estate business, and I was very focused just on that. At some point in time, we had a discussion about the East Africa Chamber of Commerce being represented by just a certain group. So I'm sure there's some people here within the East African region that are not from Uganda. And if you are, please raise your hand. I'd like to see who you are and tell me where you're from. No, we're all Ugandans here? Okay, so I can speak freely. Okay, there's some other people there. Where are you from? Well, all right. Welcome, brother. Definitely welcome. I believe that's an additional, exactly. Anyway, I wanted to say that the East Africa Chamber of Commerce at the time that I started was male-dominated, and mostly people were from Kenya. So my question was, why are you called the East Africa Chamber of Commerce if it's not really represented by all of the region? And I believe that we have to be diverse in order to work. We have to work together, right? We can't stay in our little corners. This is why I believe that you can't grow. You have to be able to open yourself up to opportunities. So I decided to open up an opportunity by joining the chamber in 2014. But the history of the chamber started in 2005 with some diaspora members who decided that, you know what, instead of us sending money back home all the time, why don't we create the chamber so people can come here and network and talk about business? Sometime later in 2009, they held their conferences. They became our 501c6. And at that time, I believe the agenda was for all the dignitaries, all the power people, all the government people, all the ambassadors, all the businesses that you can probably think of to come together and create an environment to where they can facilitate and exchange ideas But I think it grew to something even more. And by the time that I joined, I decided that, you know what? There's very few women in this chamber. There's only 3, including myself. So you can tell the percentage at that time was very small. Today, in 2022, the percentage is 60% women of that chamber. I was the first Ugandan first woman to head this organization. I expect a clap of hands. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Appreciating women, because women are extremely important. We're the mothers. We're actually, you know what? Women do so much, including fixing cars. Does anybody know how to put oil in a car? Simple something. Do we know how to change tires? Yes, we do. Do we know how to have babies? Absolutely. Do we know how to cook? All the time. So women were a very important part for me in the Chamber of Commerce, or at that time, that network. It helped me grow my business. It helped me have the opportunity to speak to people that are like-minded, people that are sitting here in this audience that are able to really mentor others, because that's what we're here for, is to really collectively be able to help each other. I think all of the speakers that spoke to that, the passion that you have with Indo, with your partner that you spoke about, that's important. The fact that you never knew that you're going to get into the coffee business. You didn't even like drinking coffee, but yet you were able to go to another country that's unlike Chicago and make a decision and say, you know what, I never thought about doing that, but you had motivation to be able to help people and be able to do what you're doing. So those are the stories that we tell at the East Africa Business Network. This is what we do best. But I believe that as a combination of people, whether you're from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, DRC, wherever you're from, working together is powerful, and this is why we're here today. So with that said, Madam President, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. Your Excellency, please stand up, because you're one of my favorite. You're a woman who is in this position that I admire, so please stand up and give yourself a hand. Applaud yourself. Applaud yourself. There she is. Madam President, again, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Elsa. Okay. Whew. This place feels good right now, you know. There's a lot of anticipation. There's a lot of things that's coming this evening. But it would just be wrong for us to sit in here and not know each other. When Elsa asked Her Excellency to stand up, I'm sure many of you didn't even know that that's our ambassador. Yeah, I'm sure many of you don't know it's the ambassador. But we will catch up with that later on. With that said too, in my presence here, we do have some very, very important people that I stand and I have to report to, not just the members of the community, but our leadership. And anyone from the DFW UAA chapter, please rise to your feet. You know, from our board members to our, my president should be walking in any time now, I think so. Is my president here? Oh, she's not here yet. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm sure she will be walking in here. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to invite the president of NAMCA, President Betty Wako, to come and introduce her board. I'm sure she doesn't stand here on her own. She has a team right behind us. So I'm going to invite you here to come introduce your team, Betty. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I am so happy to have you attend our occasion. You're most welcome. This is the occasion of Masava. Our organization is called NAMCA. And I would say, like earlier, all protocols observed so that I don't have to go through the whole list. I would like to take the pleasure of inviting the NAMCA board members forward. Chris Namakola, my vice president. Dr. Tony Wanokwa, my secretary. Miss Millie Peke, the treasurer. I think she's outside manning a table there. Miss Dorothy Parmenter. She is the chair of Women, Youth, Language and Culture. She's also working. Miss Ruth Mushapiti. Oh. From Canada, all the way from Canada, Mr. David Wangalwa. There are some members who did not make it here today. There is Dr. Johnson Makova. He is the Programs and Planning Chair. There's Rosalind Mogide from Canada. She's the Finance and Development Chair, and they were not able to make it here today. We didn't get here just simply, we've had to work really hard. These board members have worked with me for the last 3 years. You all know in UNA and other organizations how sometimes it's difficult to run a non-profit. The challenges are usually finances, sponsors, partnerships, but we've worked through the pandemic and we are here today for the first time in person and having a convention alone to celebrate 20 years. Actually, NAMCA was formed in 2001, but because of the pandemic, we could not hold a convention last year, and so we waited to celebrate the 20 and 21 years of NAMCA this year. NAMCA, happy birthday, NAMCA, bravo. Our theme this year is to consolidate the gains of 20 years and what is the way forward 20 years later and more. So this is why we are meeting here today, to look at how we forge NAMCA forward. Dorothy out there has a women project, a women finance project that is helping women, young women, old women, who are in business, who carry out small businesses. We have a schoolgirl of 16 years who makes bricks to pay school fees. To pay her school fees, she has to make the bricks. So by NAMCA giving her that money, she's been able to make more bricks so that she can pay school fees. Women who sell simple things like, shoes, charcoal, they've got some funding that has built their business, and if there was a chance, you'd have to see them, them express their thanks and where they've moved from 20,000 to 50,000 to 100,000 just because we pitched in just a little money. NAMCA also has a flagship project. We acquired prime land in Mbale City, and that prime land is really, as you know, land appreciates. And we have been looking for partnerships to get this land built with a 10-story building. Again, I don't have a picture to show for that because I was here to just introduce the board, but I did want to let you know that we have a prime plot in the newest city of Mbale, and it is looking for an investor to put a building there, a 10-story building. The market studies have been done. The proposals have been done by a task force that has been on the ground working very hard, and we are looking for that person or those people. Like you had Mr. Ivan say, you can put money together and you make a business. And that is what I wanted to let you know about. And I think that will be that. We'll be meeting around and talking some more. I do want to thank you all for your time here and for supporting this organization. Thank you very much.
Wanyala Nambi. Thank you. How's everyone doing, guys? Why the silence all of a sudden? It's like there's a class monitor in the house now. Everybody's writing the names of those who are speaking, you know. It usually happens. We come from that experience here. And Auntie Betty here, having taught, knows it very well, you know. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same spirit, I would like us to invite our special dignitaries that came from far, that came from the land of Bugisu. They have been with us since yesterday. I was so happy to see you. We've had good conversations. We've shared good joy, you know, laughter. We had lunch and dinner yesterday. I'm more than excited. But to do that, I think it's only protocol. Once again, I learned from chairman. Yeah, it's only protocol. So I'll hand over the microphone from the president to invite the president to invite her team from Uganda. That sounds better, right? That's real protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Again, thank you very much. I want to say one word before maybe I do that. I want to thank the team here in Dallas. You can see Danny here, my son. You can see Edward. Now Edward calls me auntie. I know the team, and I want to welcome you, Madam Vice President, and I know there are council members here. I have my council representative, the speaker. I want to thank you for coming, and I really want to thank, I'm missing Florence Bazanyesh. You've been such a support here. Team Dallas, thank you very much for loving NAMCA. And so I want to now take the opportunity to invite our guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Mary Goretti Kitutu, our delegated guest of honor, who is standing in the, I'm sorry, my tongue, the president delegated her to visit. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Now, maybe before I speak, I request the team from the Parliament of Uganda to join me over here, led by the chairperson of the Bugisu Parliamentary Caucus. Told the chairman may have stepped down out, I think, briefly. I don't know whether he has stepped down, but I don't know. Out. So on behalf of the government of Uganda, And on my own behalf, I would thank the team over here in the diaspora for coming together and also inviting us to come and join you as Bama Saba. Thank you very much, OG, Madam Dr. Betty Wakou. I think it was some time back, I don't know, we know during COVID, there were a lot of uncertainties, and we even didn't know that we would be here. But we received invitations to come over here for NAMCA. Of course, I had never known actually. I used to hear of UNA, and I think I'm happy to see the UNA team here. But for NAMCA, I think it is more cultural. I think it is the first time as the political side has come to join you as you celebrate your 20 years. Now, I've already conveyed the message from His Excellency, and he's stressing the importance of culture, more so preserving our language. And today, with my colleagues, some I think have not come in, but we came, we are 7 members of parliament. I'm also a member of parliament. So I became the 8th. I was the minister who was tasked to lead the delegation. And I think we have one person from State House, the one who heads, I think, the communication team for His Excellency the President, who also happens to be a daughter of the soil of Gisu. So the chairperson has come. So Gisu, before I will allow my colleagues, you know, members of parliament, as an MP, I don't normally introduce them, but I will tell them to talk by themselves. They know their titles. As politicians, we know our titles. There may be committee members, chairpersons. I can easily leave out some of those. So I'll just briefly talk a few things as a political leader in the Bugisu region. Like those who have just come in, I'm Dr. Kitutu Merigoreti. I'm the woman member of parliament for Manafa district and the minister for Karamoja affairs. So I'm under the office of the Prime Minister, and that is overseas government business. So when I'm here, I'm representing all the interests of government, and whatever issues you have raised, believe me, if you have any, you know we are a government that listens. So whatever you have said, we are going to pick it, and it will be upscaled up to cabinet level, and we should be able to get answers back to you. Now, I've picked a few issues which affect you. You know, the diaspora, we are taking a lot of interest in you. So when we are sent here, whatever is going on here, believe me, already is already reached. I think you saw me step out. I was on the media briefing what is going on here. We want, as Ugandans, to tell you that Uganda is a peaceful country. We come from Uganda. Uganda is peaceful. We may have our few challenges, like every country has. But we are peaceful. We are a government that listens. So we are doing our best. They sit on the other arm of government, which should oversee us, the executive. And we talk as government. I think in the morning you saw Justice Mamgemerere, she's on another arm of government. That is the judiciary. But you saw her here. So the political, I'm here from the executive, they are from the legislature and the judiciary. You saw all of us urging you. Uganda, I have been at least around during Amini's regime, Obote 1. At least I can vividly remember. Obote 2. Then we had some few people who came for a few months, and now we have the NRM government. The NRM government, yes, it has been there. And we are coming to you in the diaspora. For us who keep the country back home, you need to commend us that we have moved this country from nothing. I remember at one time when I was going to senior 1, I think my sister is there. I had to carry coffee, Ndiro, that coffee of Gisu which you are seeing. I had to carry coffee and cross over to Kenya. It was not that my father was poor. My father was a teacher. My mother is a teacher. But at that time, there was totally nothing. But now when you find our grandchildren, whom the president calls Bazukuru, they think Uganda used to be like that. So we must commend the few people who have come back and said, let's look. Well, yes, we have challenges, but we are moving. The budget of Uganda is now financed 100% by the government of Uganda. So the donors, their money, they normally give NGOs. And if they are to give us any money, they manage it. But otherwise, the money that we run government is from the government of Uganda. That is raised by those Ugandans you left at home. So please, sometimes when we hear these words, when you are punching us, we are the ones you left for Uganda. And we are fighting to see that Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is up there. We are fighting to see that the roads are there. We are fighting to see that we build dams. I think at the time when some of you left, there was only Loweni Falls Dam, which was producing 40 megawatts. But as I speak now, formerly I was the Minister of Energy, we are yet to hit 3,000 megawatts from our own money. That comes from those Ugandans whom you see there. So we must commend the people who have remained at home. And, well, we may have a few differences, like with every country has its own whatever. But we've remained solid and following a leader. The leader has not imposed himself. He was elected. Whoever his challenges come, and we elect you. If you win, you will be our leader. But those we have elected, I must thank, I think, they called him Stephen. He talked very well. I think let's be role models, like I've been listening in to these gentlemen. But they all talk having come from very far. Are you all listening? The way they started, there is, I think, another one. You own sandwiches. But they are now billionaires. But they started, they had a beginning. Ndiro here now has, even you have a coffee. I will have to look for your coffee in Karamoja. But he's also telling me he came from far. So who are we to think that Uganda will just come from whatever to prosperity? Right now, we are on the path to fight poverty at the grassroots. And that's why, actually, to travel, I have to tell you Ugandans, if you have to travel, if you are not cleared by the president himself, you cannot use government money. So we were funded by government, the few of us who have come, but on clearance of His Excellency. Because priority now, that money is all going to the grassroots. We have to raise money for the parish development model. So we've cut down all luxuries these days in office. No travels, no nothing, no new cars. We are all using the old cars which we have. So please commend us for the little that we are doing. We know this is a big economy, this is a first world country, but also remember home is home. And we are keeping that country. So I came with a message as Vamasaba. We now have a city. You never left a city. The road now to Ruakaka is tarmac. Actually, you cross up to Kenya tarmac. The other day I went up to Bunungoma. It is tarmac from Bale to the other side. Palisa Road is now tarmac. We are now fighting to connect to Karamoja. Kapchora is already tarmac. Till we read Swam. Buku, I think they are trying to cover that. Now, the next we are fighting to have the Kufu, Buhaweka, Magare, Bumbo back to Ruakaka, tarmac. Then also Bududa Ring Road is also scheduled for tarmac. So all these we are doing using the money which we collect. Yes, we have challenges. And one of the monster that we have, I think my colleagues have to agree, is corruption. But we are fighting to see that we minimize contact with the human being. The problem is the human being. So if we can have machines, I think I was here, the embassy have already seen the challenges. People cannot get passports in time, IDs. But I'm going to take the message back. I was told that the systems are very old. The systems that we are using are very old. I'm picking all the information. And believe me, we shall go back and try to rectify and improve. Because we love you as Ugandans. Actually, during COVID, if we had got our Airbus in time, it delayed. We had Bombardier, and Bombardier could not go over oceans. Yes, commend us. We are trying to revive this airline. And sincerely, we bought those planes using money which we saved from MTN. We didn't borrow. Now we have got, I think, we now have 6 planes. Yes, you need to clap for us. So as we speak now, if at that time we had our Airbuses, all those who were under distress would have come and picked you and taken you back home. We were ready to do that. Because we knew that Ugandans, at that time, that's when everybody actually would cared for their own. And I don't know whether you remember that. We had to go, and actually all the time we were approving money to make sure that we send to people who were in distress, students whom we even didn't know. Now the war in Ukraine,